Chapter 485. The first emperor, Zhang, held the grand imperial spear in his hand. His aura swallowed the mountains and rivers as he pointed it at the sky. As Xiao Chen stood on the head of the sculpture, he had a complicated expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiao Chen did not know when it started, but he had gotten used to the feeling of standing at the peak. He was used to the power that allowed him to stand at the peak. However, at this moment, he had some doubts. Xiao Chen held a wooden sculpture in his hand. The sculpture depicted a girl with a faint smile on her face. She wore a red floral doo-doo, looking like a little girl. The person who carved this sculpture was the first princess, Yu. However, something had flattened the sensitive area of her chest. A good sculpture had been destroyed. Just like that. Xiao Chen vaguely remembered that many years ago, when he offended Yu in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had to carve a sculpture for her every month. Every month, they had to carve a statue for each other. Furthermore, they had to dress up differently. They were not allowed to be lazy or slack off, and they were not allowed to be half-hearted. During that period of time, cultivation was extremely tight. However, Xiao Chen did his best to take time to complete this somewhat difficult task. Xiao Chen carved a total of 10 sculptures. Every one of them was much better than the one in his hand. However, he did not know why Yu was so fond of this sculpture. The sculpture lay flat on his palm. With just a thought, Xiao Chen could easily shatter it. Xiao Chen's previously resolute eyes showed some confusion. He felt like his mind was in chaos. It seemed like he had forgotten something very important. A figure flickered in the distance, quickly flying towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and turned incomparably grave and stern again. Then, he opened his hand and placed the wooden sculpture in his sleeve. "Master, we have finished counting all the natural treasures in the palace. We have also seized the accumulations of some of the large clans in the imperial capital." Lan Chou stood below Xiao Chen as he spoke with an excited expression. It looked like the harvest this time was not small. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Report the number. We have obtained a total of 50 million medial-grade spirit stones and 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones. There are also some medicinal pills and spirit herbs. There are countless of them." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Well done. Hand them over." Without any hesitation, Lan Chou took out 10 space rings and handed them over respectfully. There were simply too many treasures. A good space ring could not hold them all. 10 space rings were barely enough. There were also some miscellaneous items that could not be included. 10 spatial rings floated quietly in front of Xiao Chen. Lan Chou knew that he shouldn't stay here, so he quickly took his leave. With a thought from Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, he immediately drew out all the 50 million medial-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. Instantly, the sky was filled with medial-grade spirit stones. "Shatter!" Xiao Chen shouted, and 50 million medial-grade spirit stones exploded at the same time, turning into viscous spiritual liquid that filled the air. Standing on the head of the statue of Zhang, Xiao Chen spread his palms slightly, and the energy that blotted the sky turned into a huge whirlpool, starting to refine and purify them. The huge spiritual liquid whirlpool stirred in the air, and the surging spiritual energy fluctuations caused the heaven and earth to change color. In the sky above the imperial capital, the clouds for 5 kilometers around churned continuously, spitting out a great scene. The winds and clouds changed, looking like the sky would collapse at any moment. Xiao! The change in the sky lasted for a long time before it finally ended. Xiao Chen refined the 50 million medial-grade spirit stones into a small, exquisite medicinal pill. Opening his mouth, Xiao Chen directly swallowed the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill melted in his mouth and flowed into his dantian like a vast sea. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and started to refine this energy. A strong aura surged around him. A strong wind howled without end, and lightning flashed continuously. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a bright light shone from them. "I am just a step away from obtaining Emperor Wu. After I use the spirit gathering formation, I should be able to reach that threshold." He was only one step away from becoming the youngest Emperor Wu in history. Even the Thunder King back then could not compare to him. Not to mention the great Qin nation's first emperor below him. Xiao Chen gently tapped with his finger, and 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones formed a huge spirit-gathering formation under Xiao Chen's control. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, and the formation markings gave off a bright light. Immediately, spiritual rain fell from the sky. After the large formation is exhausted, the scattered doors should open for me. Outside the ancient desolate tower, a dim light suddenly flashed in the 5th floor. Everyone's gazes paused and they quickly looked carefully. It was Chu Chaoyun crushing his jade pendant at the last moment. He had given up on the test in the Door of Desire and was directly ejected. It was unknown what Chu Chaoyun experienced in the Door of Desire, but his expression was sullen. After he landed, he ignored everyone and left the Tianwu Plaza without looking back. Shi Hailong frowned slightly and said, "There is only one person left. It looks like that person is really Xiao Chen. However, there are only 7 or 8 minutes left. If he does not come out soon, he will be completely trapped in there." Someone at the side said, "There is still a chance. After all, the time in the Door of Desire is different from the time in reality. 15 minutes for us might be several days for him." Shi Hailong nodded gently and smiled. "That's true. There is still a chance. I hope he can comprehend it and dare to let it go. As long as he really lets it go, he can turn back immediately." Li Xiuzhu, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "How can it be that easy to let it go? His obsession with power is so deep. He can summon the wind and summon the rain in there, unrivaled. How can he let go of the feeling of having power in his hands so easily? The calmer he is, the deeper he will sink in there. I believe that he might be trying to break through to Emperor Wu in there. Haha. That is a cultivator's lifelong goal. He is just one step away from it. Will he give up?" Li Xiuzhu's words were very unpleasant to hear. However, everyone knew that he was right. The feeling of having power in his hands was not something that could be let go easily. Just wait and see. In another 15 minutes, this brat will not be able to come out. He is destined to sink in there forever. Li Xiuzhu continued smiling coldly. Hearing this, the cultivators who were on good terms with Xiao Chen all showed worried expressions. In the space of desire, the spiritual rain poured down for 5 days and 5 nights before it slowly stopped. A spiritual fire descended from Xiao Chen's body. The entire formation immediately burned up, turning into nothing. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, a golden light lit up on Xiao Chen's body. At first, this golden light was not very obvious. However, towards the end, it became increasingly resplendent. His clothes, skin, hair, every strand of his body was dyed golden, dazzling and resplendent. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His black pupils turned golden as well. He gazed into the boundless sky. At the end of the horizon, an open door appeared. Sang! 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 Steps slowly appeared under the door, extending to a meter in front of Xiao Chen. This was the path of a martial emperor. At the end of the path was the peak of cultivators. As long as Xiao Chen pushed open that door, he would be able to stand above the peak of cultivators. Looking at the shining golden door, a fiery light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He got up and walked up the stairs. Clang! Suddenly, the wooden sculpture in Xiao Chen's sleeve fell out and landed on the stairs. It swayed for a long time before it slowly came to a stop. Xiao Chen's gaze paused for a moment, and he slowly retracted his foot. Given his cultivation realm, it was impossible for this sculpture to fall out of his sleeve. The only possibility was that Xiao Chen's heart had become unstable. That was how it could have happened. How can this be? My heart is focused on the great Tao. It is as firm as a rock. I have waited for this moment for more than 10 years. Now that my goal is before me, why is my heart still fluctuating? Am I unable to forget in the end? All this while, Xiao Chen knew that he had forgotten something very important. However, for the sake of the great Tao in his heart, even though he knew that it was very important, he was not willing to think about it. This was because if he thought about it, he might lose the power to destroy the world. He could not afford to gamble on it, nor was he willing to gamble on it. However, no matter how he lied to himself, Xiao Chen told himself that he actually cared a lot about the things he had forgotten. After seeing Ying Yu's sculpture, this care had unknowingly seeped into the depths of his heart. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, and there was a huge battle in his mind. If he stepped on this path to heaven, he would be able to ascend to the great Tao and truly stand at the peak of cultivation. However, once he stepped on it, he would never be able to remember the things he had forgotten. Leave no regrets. Suddenly, Xiao Chen heard these 4 words in his mind. He did not know where that voice came from, but he suddenly remembered it. Leave no regrets, leave no regrets. Xiao Chen muttered these 4 words twice in his heart. Then, he suddenly felt enlightened, and a smile appeared on his face. If I really forget some important things, even if I ascend to the Great Tao, it will be a lifelong regret. With regrets, my mental state will never be perfect. If my mental state is not perfect, I will never be able to climb to the limits of martial emperors. I cannot leave any regrets in my heart. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden light in them immediately vanished. His eyes became clear, and the golden light on his body quickly vanished as well. In the end, all the golden light scattered. Xiao Chen, dressed in white, regained his calm. Pa! The open door instantly closed, and the path to heaven shattered into pieces. Only the wooden sculpture remained, drifting down alone. Xiao Chen grabbed the sculpture and leaped down. With a few flashes, he arrived in the room where Yingyu was locked in. Yingyu was very weak due to the seal. It was like a cool breeze could blow her away. When she saw Xiao Chen outside, she said coldly, "Why are you not searching for your great Tao? Why are you here?" Xiao Chen gently tossed the wooden sculpture to Yingyu and replied, "The great Tao is important. However, there are some things that are even more important than the great Tao. For example, this." Yingyu caught the wooden sculpture and looked at Xiao Chen in shock. She said, "You still remember this wooden sculpture?" Xiao Chen smiled gently. The usually stern expression on his fair face now turned gentle. He said, "I remember. I will never forget it." At this moment, Xiao Chen completely let go. Right after he spoke, his body turned into many afterimages and slowly vanished from this space of desire. Chapter 486. Haha. There are still 10 breaths of time. This fellow probably will not be able to come out. Elder Shi, I think we can announce the end of this trial of the ancient desolate tower. There is no need to wait any longer. Li Xiuzhu said to Shi Hailong with a faint smile. Shi Hailong looked coldly at Li Xiuzhu and said, "Li Xiuzhu, you seem to have a strong opinion of this Xiao Chen. I heard that he once used an engraved card to participate in the selection. However, you obstructed him in every possible way and made things difficult for him. The trial of the ancient desolate land represents the luck of the Heavenly Extermination Union. The higher it goes, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union will have. The 5 lords are watching from the sky. You know what you've done. The lords can see it too." Li Xiuzhu's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. He said disdainfully, "Ha ha. Without any evidence, Elder Shi had better not say anything. Furthermore, he is someone who cannot even clear the 5th floor. What is there to look forward to?" "Elder Shi, that light seems to be coming out," an elder said in a trembling voice as he pointed to the 5th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Shi Hailong ignored Li Xiuzhu and quickly looked over. He saw a flickering spot of light on the 5th floor of the ancient desolate tower. If it was not the last person, who else could it be? Xiao Chen? Ha ha ha. We have passed the 5th floor and reached the 6th floor. Regardless of the outcome, the Heavenly Extermination Union's 100 years of luck will be preserved. Shi Hailong paused for a moment before laughing heartily. The ancient desolate tower had existed since the ancient era. No one knew who built it or why it was built. However, the ancient desolate tower that Xiao Chen knew was the same as the Great Jin Nation's wind cloud platform. They were the most wondrous structures in the Tianwu continent. They controlled the illusory luck. The higher one went, the more luck that person would obtain. The reason the Heavenly Extermination Union organized the desolate ancient trial was to entrust their luck to that person. The higher they climbed, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union would obtain. As the leader of this trial, Shi Hailong would naturally receive more benefits. It has been close to 1,000 years since anyone has passed these 5 floors. Ever since the Thunder King and his group, the world of martial artists has been on the decline. However, the peak of prosperity is bound to fall, and the peak of decline is bound to rise. This is the law of the Great Tao. Now that someone has finally passed the 5th level, it can be considered an important sign of the prosperity of the Great Tao. The group of elders excitedly discussed with each other. They were grinning from ear to ear. Only Li Xiuzhu's complexion was pale. His fingers trembled, and his lips quivered. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched tightly. How could this kid really pass the 5th level? Back then, she had humiliated him in public and mocked him for overestimating himself. But now, it had really happened in front of her eyes. An inferior-grade martial king that Xiao Chen strongly opposed had overcome all obstacles and obtained 100 consecutive victories, defeating many experts and obtaining one of the 20 spots. Now, he had reached a height that no one had been able to reach in the past 1,000 years. If his luck was a bit better, he would be able to pass a few more layers. It would not be impossible for him to reach the heights that the Thunder King achieved back then. When Li Xiaozhu thought of all this, he felt his scalp go numb. He no longer had the disdain he had earlier. He said in a trembling voice, "Elder Shi, I suddenly feel unwell. I intend to take my leave first." Shi Hailong revealed a playful smile. He turned his head and said, "Old Li, are you not going to keep watching? Who knows, you might be able to clear a few more layers." The people at the side also smiled and said, "Indeed, you are perfectly fine. Why do you feel unwell? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience?" Li Xiaozhu's face flushed red. He said sternly, "Nonsense. This old man is magnanimous. Let's not talk about it. Goodbye." Shi Hailong's expression turned cold as he watched Li Xiaozhu leave. He said in a frosty voice, "Keep a close eye on him. If Xiao Chen really reaches the 7th or 8th layer, immediately restrain him. Punish him for harming the Heavenly Extermination Union's luck and harboring malicious intent." The hearts of the people at the side trembled. The Heavenly Extermination Union's internal structure was very complicated. Elder Shi was probably going to make use of this opportunity to get rid of Li Xiaozhu. Right after Li Xiaozhu spoke, the elders of Shi Hailong's faction immediately followed him out silently. Below the platform, Ding Fengqiu looked at the speck of light in the 5th layer. He smiled bitterly to himself and sighed. "Desire is hard to break, as hard as ascending to heaven. We all shrink back at the sight of it." Chu Chaoyun was eliminated in a sorry state. "I did not expect him to pass so quickly. In the future, the gap between us will only widen." Zhua Mo's expression was also very complicated. He smiled and said, "The trial of the ancient desolate tower for 20 people ended up being a one-man show for him. After this matter, his title as the strongest person of the 4 nations will be well deserved." The participants who obtained a spot together looked at the flickering speck of light in the ancient desolate tower. They all had different expressions. Some were envious, some were jealous, and others were all different. There were also people who felt conflicted and hesitated. The Holy Fire Manor's Lang Yun was one of them. Back then, he already knew that I was the one who attacked him. Given his character, he will definitely not let things slide. He took my Holy Flame's origin flame. I have not settled this debt with him yet. I cannot wait for him to mature. I have to plan properly. Lang Yun's eyes flickered as he looked at the speck of light in the ancient desolate tower. A chill flashed in his eyes as he quietly left the crowd and headed for the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. Inside the ancient desolate tower, Xiao Chen stood in a daze before the door of desire. He closed his eyes and thought back to his earlier hazy experiences. As he stood before the door of light, he did not move for a long time. Is this the desire from the bottom of my heart? In order to become unscrupulous, cold and emotionless, without any guts, I gambled everything on it. It is not worth it. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered, "It is not worth it. The great Tao is hard to seek, and the peak is hard to reach. What I seek is to not have any regrets. Be it the past, the present or the future, I will not have any regrets. No matter what, I will not become like that." Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he drew his lunar shadow saber. Chi, chi, chi. Saber chi flew everywhere, and 4 large words appeared on the walls of the 5th floor. Not leaving regrets. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and revealed a faint smile. He had not obtained any substantial benefits from this 5th floor. All he obtained were these 4 words. However, these 4 words were more important to Xiao Chen than any cultivation technique, martial technique, or natural treasure. After Xiao Chen destroyed his desire, his mental state would be completely perfected. From now on, he would not have to go astray on the path of cultivation. He had dealt with a heart demon in advance. After Xiao Chen sorted out his emotions, he gently leaped up and passed through the light of the 5th floor, heading for the 6th floor. The moment he landed, Xiao Chen discovered himself in a vast snowy plain. A cold wind howled, cutting at him like a knife. How cold! Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He quickly circulated his essence and forced out the cold chi that had seeped in. A snowstorm spread out in front. All he saw was white. In the boundless wind and snow, Xiao Chen vaguely saw a tightly shut door. A voice appeared in Xiao Chen's heart for no reason. "Walk over and open that door." The voice sank deep into his heart, preventing him from suspecting it. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and muttered, "This cold chi does not seem to be able to hurt me. However, it is like a soft knife grinding on me. It will be a problem if I can endure it for a long time." This floor should be a test of a cultivator's willpower, to see if they could persevere and open that door. Xiao Chen stopped thinking about other problems and looked in the direction of the door. Then, he slowly made his way forward. It was as Xiao Chen expected. At the start, he moved very quickly, covering 5 kilometers in one breath. However, slowly his legs became heavy. The cold chi penetrated his bones, and his lips turned pale. The resistance of his essence weakened. Every step he took became incredibly difficult. Xiao Chen remained silent as he walked alone. He did not complain at all. There was only one belief in Xiao Chen's heart. As long as he did not stop, no matter how slow he was, he would eventually finish the heavenly road. After some time, Xiao Chen's eyes glazed over, and his entire body stiffened. He was so cold that he did not have any temper at all. Suddenly, that door appeared in front of him. Pa! Without hesitation, Xiao Chen pushed open the door. When he saw the scene behind the door, his originally relaxed expression turned bitter. "I just passed the ice mountain, and now there is a sea of fire? Hoochie!" The instant the door opened, a warm current surged over. Under the quick exchange of hot and cold, Xiao Chen felt like his bones were about to shatter. Xiao Chen's physical body was exceptionally strong. Even so, he felt this way. It was easy to imagine how an ordinary cultivator would react in such a situation. They would probably crush their jade pendant and give up on this test. A bright red land filled Xiao Chen's vision. Cracks spread out on the ground, each one the length of an arm. As the hot air surged, lava gushed out. When Xiao Chen looked ahead, he could vaguely see flames rising up. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen raised his leg and stepped in, heading forward without stopping. After walking for a while, the blood flame shoes burned like they were in a furnace. They were so hot that blisters appeared on Xiao Chen's feet. Enduring the intense pain, Xiao Chen frowned heavily. He appeared to be in extreme pain. He wished he could immediately throw off the shoes and walk barefoot. However, his rationality overcame his impulse. The blood flame shoes were medial-grade secret treasures. They could more or less block heat. If he threw them away and walked barefoot, he would suffer even more damage. Chapter 487. This place was the same as the snowy plains in front. He could not fly. He could only walk on foot. Sweat covered Xiao Chen's entire body. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The heat was unbearable. The blisters on Xiao Chen's feet had all burst, leaving only a layer of bloody skin. With every step Xiao Chen took, the bloody skin rubbed against Xiao Chen's shoes intensely. That kind of pain was even more torturous than being cut by a saber. It felt like thousands of ants were wriggling on Xiao Chen's feet. The world was like a huge furnace. Xiao Chen continued to walk alone. Even if he was in pain or tired, he did not stop. Xiao Chen calmly analyzed the situation in his heart. He was certain that this place tested one's willpower. It would not be too dangerous for him to die, but it would not let him walk in peace either. It would continuously whip him, grind him, and bring him inhuman pain. It wanted him to stop, to give up. As Xiao Chen walked, the blood in his shoes dripped on the ground. It made it look like he was leaving a trail of blood behind him. Xiao Chen was like a pilgrim, walking forward with the faith in his heart. Everyone only had one chance to enter the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen's fatal weakness was his low cultivation. Now that the opportunity was right before him, he could not leave any regrets. Ta, ta, ta. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chen lost all sense of time. Suddenly, a large door appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen pushed the door open numbly and looked forward. He saw a mountain filled with sabers. A large door stood quietly at the top of the mountain. Xiao Chen took heavy steps and entered. He smiled coldly and said, "A mountain of sabers, a sea of flames, a plain of absolute cold. I want to see what other inconceivable things there are that I cannot pass." Xiao Chen could not fly through the air on the mountain filled with sabers. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body to climb up the sabers. Xiao Chen's body, which was already in a sorry state, immediately became badly mutilated. It was a tragic sight, and the pain was unbearable. The test of this stage was very miraculous. No matter how it changed, there was only one thing that did not change. There would never be a situation where one would die. It would just continuously torture one, dampen one's spirit, and wear down one's willpower. As long as one did not stop, this torture would continue, forcing one to give up on the trial. After Xiao Chen crossed the Saber Mountain with much difficulty, he pushed open the door. Like before, what awaited him was not victory but a swamp filled with poisonous gas. Dragging his battered body, Xiao Chen relied on his strong willpower to continue on fearlessly. The poisonous gas spread out, rotting his body. Xiao Chen's body looked as if it were a snake. He fell. He fell into the mud a few times. One step at a time, one footprint at a time. At this moment, Xiao Chen was already in a daze. He could not even distinguish the path under his feet. He fell into the mud a few times. It took a lot of effort to climb out, and then continued on his journey. Xiao Chen that as he go, Xiao Chen as before, he was as he could as he wanted. Xiao Chen Chen's face. After all these dangers, Xiao Chen was already numb to them. He smiled bitterly and continued on his way. All sorts of dangers appeared continuously. Behind every door was an unimaginable danger. However, Xiao Chen passed through them all. This continued until the 9th door. After Xiao Chen pushed it open weakly, there was no danger waiting for him. A gentle light enveloped him. The holy white light was like immortal-grade spirit liquid. It quickly healed Xiao Chen's wounds. All his fatigue was swept away, and his entire body felt indescribably comfortable. The sudden return of happiness after all the torture was intoxicating. He did not want to wake up for a long time. After the light faded, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. After this ordeal, the strength of his physical body actually increased again. Looking at his new skin, Xiao Chen revealed a joyful expression. He said softly, "Not only did my strength increase, but my physical body's defense also increased. Unfortunately, I do not have a chance to test it now." When the clouds parted, the moon shone brightly. Xiao Chen's perseverance finally paid off. He did not mistreat Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sized up his surroundings. This should be the 6th floor of the ancient desolate tower. There were statues that looked no different from real people in front of him. When he counted them, there were about 100 of them. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on the first statue in the row at the very front, his expression suddenly froze. That statue wore white robes and a blue strip of cloth on its head. Its gaze was cold, and there was a calm expression on its face. Its arms were crossed, and an ancient saber was casually held in front of its chest. Who else could it be if not him? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiao Chen continued looking forward. He did not recognize many of the statues. However, the few that he did recognize were all legendary experts of the various nations. As Xiao Chen looked further down, he even saw the statue of the Thunder King, Sang Mu, standing there quietly. Xiao Chen muttered, "It looks like the people who passed the test of will on the 6th floor will leave behind a statue here. However, I did not expect that after thousands of years, only 100 people managed to pass the 6th floor." Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong and the others on the tall platform had excited expressions on their faces. This was because Xiao Chen had given them another pleasant surprise. He had cleared the 6th floor and was now heading to the 7th floor. Shi Hailong smiled happily and said, "After clearing the 6th floor, one can leave behind an ordinary will statue. That can be considered as carrying some of the ancient desolate tower's luck. This is the best reward for cultivators on this floor." He has already reached the 7th floor. As long as he goes up another floor, he will be able to reach the height of the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. This fellow might really be able to create a legend. One of the Heavenly Extermination Union's elders said excitedly. When Shi Hailong heard this, his expression became much calmer. He smiled and said, "Don't overthink this. It is rare for someone like the Thunder King to appear in 10,000 years. In the end, Xiao Chen is still a distance away. If he can reach the 7th floor, it will be a great help to the Heavenly Extermination Union." The 7th floor. That is filled with the will statues left behind by Emperor Wu. How could Emperor Wu's test be so easy to clear? Shi Hailong sighed softly. He felt that it was unfortunate that Xiao Chen's cultivation was still too low. If he had another 2 years, he would definitely be stronger than Xiao Chen. If he had another 2 years, he would be a half-step martial monarch. With his combat talent, he would have a 70% chance of clearing Emperor Wu's test. However, he had come too early. His chances were still very slim. Dida! Dida! Xiao Chen's body passed through the mysterious light of the ancient desolate tower. Drops of pure essence fell continuously from the purple chi whirlpool, which had already expanded by half. This lasted for 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, Xiao Chen's cultivation had increased by half a year, stabilizing his cultivation as a medial-grade martial king. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground and appeared on the 7th floor of the ancient desolate tower. He could feel the vast energy in his body. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile. It was worth the price he paid to climb up to the 7th floor. Just the increase in his cultivation from the 7th floor's light brought him boundless benefits. He had closed the gap between him and the genius cultivators of the same generation. I will go up and try to reach peak medial-grade martial king. I only have one chance to come to this ancient desolate tower. I cannot waste it. Xiao Chen said resolutely in his heart. He wanted to see the scenery of the 8th floor. Back then, the Thunder King could reach the 8th floor. Xiao Chen could do the same. Xiao Chen looked around the 7th floor. Then, 10 human-sized statues appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. These statues were different from the statues on the 6th floor. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chen could feel the boundless aura contained in these statues. These statues were also different from the martial sage statues on the 2nd floor. The aura and bearing of these statues were far superior to the will statues of martial sages. As Xiao Chen stood before the statues, it was like the statues in front of him were real people. It was as if the people in front of them were real people. Their gazes were deep and distant, and they didn't dare to look at them directly. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said softly, "They should be will statues as well." However, will statues are divided into different grades. The statues on the 6th floor are the most ordinary will statues. The ones on the 2nd floor are the sage statues left by martial sages. The ones on the 7th floor are probably martial emperors. When Xiao Chen thought of this possibility, he could not help but feel a deep sense of respect when he looked at the statues again. Emperor, the pinnacle of martial cultivation, the peak of the great Tao. This was what all cultivators pursued their entire lives. It represented glory, represented the peak, and most importantly, represented strength. Every Emperor Wu was a legend. In the Tianwu continent for thousands of years, there had not been any news of anyone stepping into the realm of Emperor Wu. The legends of Emperor Wu were left behind by the older generation sages. However, the older generation Emperor Wu had already vanished from the Tianwu continent. After the Thunder King fell 1,000 years ago, there had been no more news of an emperor appearing. It was like all the martial emperors had disappeared. Now that Xiao Chen personally saw the will statues left by Emperor Wu, the fluctuations in Xiao Chen's heart could be easily imagined. As Xiao Chen carefully sized up the will statues, he suddenly gasped. His gaze stopped on the 4th statue from the left. Bai Shuihe. This statue wore blue battle armor and carried a dragon-tooth saber on its back. It looked exactly the same as Bai Shuihe on the 2nd floor. The only difference was that the pressure it gave Xiao Chen was on a completely different level. Xiao Chen's attitude toward Bai Shuihe could not help but rise to another level. The will of Bai Shuihe on the 2nd floor was like a great teacher. Rather than calling it a test, it was more like a senior bladesman giving pointers to his juniors. As they chatted, Xiao Chen benefited a lot. Unexpectedly, he saw Bai Shuihe's statue again on this floor. Such a heroic person with such a breadth of mind was able to reach the level of Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen felt gratified as well. He quickly stepped forward and pointed at the other party's forehead. "Brat, choose me. How is this Bai face attractive? I will show you what a true bladesman is." Just as Xiao Chen's finger was about to tap the statue's forehead, the thunderous voice of the first statue from the right, a man holding a thick saber, rang out. "Ha ha! Old Lei, don't be envious. With your looks, no one will choose you. Ha ha ha." Chapter 488. Bai Shuihe, who was in front of Xiao Chen, seemed to come to life. He laughed loudly and pointed at Xiao Chen's forehead at lightning speed. Boom! Boom! The surroundings shook and Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry for a moment. After a while, he found himself in a chaotic space. With his previous experience, Xiao Chen was not too surprised. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "This junior Xiao Chen greets senior again." Bai Shuehe raised his eyebrows and a formless light flashed in his eyes. It was like he could see through everything about Xiao Chen. There were no secrets at all. "No wonder you chose me. It turns out that you already shattered my will statue on the second floor. Why do you want to shatter my will statue on this floor as well?" Bai Shuehe said calmly as he looked at Xiao Chen with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xiao Chen said somewhat embarrassedly, "How could that be? I just wanted to ask senior for guidance. I hope that I can pass the test of this floor." Bai Shuehe said somewhat angrily, "Young man, don't be so humble. You can be more confident. Since you can shatter my sage statue, you might be able to shatter my emperor statue. You don't even have this much confidence and you still want to go to the 8th floor? The 8th floor is filled with the will statues of king-grade martial emperors. I'll ask you one more time whether you are confident or not." Bai Shuehe's tone suddenly turned heavier. He shouted his last sentence, causing Xiao Chen to feel an inexplicable pressure in his heart. Xiao Chen nearly blurted out the words. However, when the words reached his mouth, he suddenly realized it and was startled. The other party was the bona fide Saber Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen was just an insignificant martial king. If he said he was confident he could shatter the other party's statue, he would be overestimating himself. Xiao Chen stopped speaking and said softly, "Senior, you must be joking. A few moves would suffice. Why would this junior think of shattering your statue?" Seeing that Xiao Chen did not fall for his trap, the interest in Bai Shuehe's eyes intensified. He smiled and said, "That's right. If you had really said that there were words, the number of moves you could exchange with me would have increased from 10 to 20. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't say the word yes. Comparing 20 moves to 10 moves, it was twice as long. However, on account of the fact that you've shattered my saint statue, I've decided to give you 20 pointers. Bai Shuehe changed the topic and smiled slyly. Xiao Chen felt depressed in his heart. It turned out that Xiao Chen was toying with him. His image of a martial emperor in his heart immediately fell to rock bottom. Who would have thought that Emperor Wu would have this kind of bad taste, toying with a junior? Bai Shuehe frowned and said, "What's wrong? You look very happy. Add another 10 moves." Xiao Chen's expression immediately became conflicted. He hurriedly said, "How am I happy? It's nothing." Bai Shuehe nodded and said, "I, the great Emperor Wu, am here to give you pointers, yet you are still angry. Brat, you don't know what's good for you. Add another 10 moves." Xiao Chen was utterly speechless. He did not say anything more. This Bai Shuehe's character before and after he became a martial emperor was too different. When Bai Shuehe saw Xiao Chen's conflicted expression, he laughed loudly again. His face was filled with joy as he said, "Brat, I was just fooling you. The test of this stage is not about exchanging a few moves." "Then what is the test of this stage?" Xiao Chen asked doubtfully. "There is a huge gap between Emperor Wu and a martial sage. As a bladesman, you choose me. 10 moves, 20 moves, or 1 move, there is no difference." Bai Shuehe withdrew his smile and said seriously, "You only need to receive 1 saber strike from me. If you do not die, you will pass. Do you dare?" "Do I dare to receive Emperor Wu's saber strike?" Emperor Wu's saber strike. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly thought about it. Although it was said to be Emperor Wu's saber strike, the other party would definitely not use a cultivation that surpassed Xiao Chen's own. Otherwise, he would not even need to use 1 saber strike. With just a glance, the other party could use the natural laws to kill Xiao Chen. Then there would be no need to talk about the test. However, this saber strike would definitely not be easy to receive. This was especially so when the other party said very clearly that he would pass if he did not die. What did he mean? Did he mean that Xiao Chen would not be able to break this saber strike? At most, it would just be a matter of injury. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not doubt the words of the peak Emperor Wu. However, he still asked uncertainly, "What if I die?" When Bai Shuehe heard that, he could not help but laugh loudly. What else can I do if I die? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Naturally, everything will be over. So, think carefully before you make your decision. Don't ever think that giving up is a very embarrassing thing. The strength of my saber strike will not surpass your cultivation. However, the difference between us is not as simple as cultivation. One saber strike. Just one saber strike. As long as he passed this saber strike, he would be able to reach the 8th floor. However, this saber strike would really kill him. Once he agreed, there would be no more chances to give up. He would have to face death. Xiao Chen could not help but hesitate. At the juncture of life and death, no matter who faced such a situation, they would hesitate. This was especially so when the other party was a bona fide Emperor Wu. If someone really agreed without thinking about anything, that person might really not be far from death. Back then, the Thunder King was only 21 years old. His cultivation was slightly higher than mine. What did he think when faced with such a situation? Xiao Chen could not help but look at the lunar shadow saber in his hand. If Ao Jiao were here, given her experience, she would be able to give him an answer very quickly. At this moment, Xiao Chen could not help but reminisce about Ao Jiao. Back then, she accompanied the Thunder King all the way to the 8th floor, which no one had reached in 10,000 years. Her understanding of this ancient desolate tower was much clearer than Xiao Chen's. Should I accept this saber strike or not? Xiao Chen hesitated for the first time in his heart. Idiot, why do you not dare to accept it? It is fine as long as you do not die. Why are you so afraid? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He immediately rejoiced and said, Ao Jiao, when did you wake up? Within the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao habitually mocked, stop speaking nonsense. I took some time out of my busy schedule to give a piece of trash like you some pointers. Stop saying meaningless words. Just agree to him directly. He is just a minor heavenly Emperor Wu and he dares to put on airs to scare people. Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart. Regardless of what Emperor Wu is, he is still Emperor Wu. You look down on him, but he can destroy me with just a finger. Bai Shuehe, who was in front, saw the strange expression on Xiao Chen's face. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. After a while he said, You who are hiding, come out. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and the lunar shadow saber in his hand started to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed like the lunar shadow saber would be drawn at any moment. Boom! Xiao Chen did his best but it was to no avail. There was a melodious sound and Ao Jiao's image was pulled out. When Bai Shuehe saw Ao Jiao's appearance, his expression relaxed. He smiled and said, I was wondering why this fellow looked so familiar. So, you are the inheritor of Sangmu. Little Ao Jiao, after not seeing you for a few thousand years, you dare to look down on me, a minor heavenly senior. You are ambitious, ambitious. However, Ao Jiao's expression was very unhappy. She looked at Bai Shuehe and said gloomily, You have wasted a year's worth of hard work. Later, I will have to swallow up the sword spirit again. Bai Shuehe smiled calmly and said, You have to pay a price for speaking ill of others behind their backs. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. Unexpectedly, the target of the Thunder King's challenge 3,000 years ago was Bai Shuehe as well. However, 3,000 years later, although the process was different, Xiao Chen was still stuck in Bai Shuehe's hands at the final hurdle. Bai Shuehe returned to Xiao Chen's side and said, Now, there is no one to disturb you. You can decide for yourself. Receive a saber strike from me. Do you dare or not? The instant Ao Jiao appeared, Xiao Chen had already made up his mind. When Bai Shuehe asked him again, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to nod and say, I dare. Bai Shuehe smiled gently and did not say anything more. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt on his back. His gaze was like 10,000 sabers piercing toward Xiao Chen. It was extremely sharp. Kasie. Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. He immediately drew the lunar shadow saber and held it horizontally in front of his chest. He stared at Bai Shuehe's right hand, which was holding the saber hilt. The nervousness that Xiao Chen expected did not appear. In the instant before the battle, all of Xiao Chen's hesitation were tossed aside. His state of mind was incomparably calm. When Ao Jiao saw this scene, her bright eyes narrowed into a crescent moon shape. She revealed a faint smile on her face. A person who can draw the Thunderwood sword is definitely not trash, Ao Jiao thought to herself. Xiao. Bai Shuihe's attack did not make Xiao Qin wait for long. When he said he would use one attack, it was one attack. He did not use his aura to pressure Xiao Chen, nor did he use his mental energy to destroy Xiao Chen's state of mind. This attack was just an ordinary chop. There was nothing fancy about it. Bai Shuihe leaped into the air and chopped down with a saber light. It was so simple that Xiao Chen found it inconceivable. This move is full of openings. I can break it with just a casual attack. Emperor Wu's attack is too laughable. That's not right. If it was so simple, why would there be a dead person? There must be some secret that I do not know. Let's continue watching. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced like lightning. After he analyzed everything, he discovered some tricks. The other party is wide open. As long as I stab his heart, I can force him to withdraw his saber and defend. However, he is holding his saber with one hand. The angle of his grip is at a 90-degree angle to his chest. When I attack his chest, the tip of the saber will turn. Given the length of his dragon tooth saber, he will definitely be able to injure me first. When he flies, he is only 1.5 body lengths higher than me. His feet are spread apart, and he can change direction at any time. No matter where I retreat to, I will not be able to dodge. The direction of his attack looks like it is from above. However, the angle of his body is 30 degrees forward. Actually, this attack can also be seen as coming from below. The more Xiao Chen analyzed, the more tricks he found. The other party's attack seemed to have considered all the problems that could be considered. It was simple and unadorned. This was probably the principle behind the Great Tao being the simplest. When Bai Shuihe was only a martial sage, the four-season saber technique was ever-changing. The various states and mysterious phenomena dazzled the eyes. However, at the crucial moment, Xiao Chen could always think of a way to break it and even counterattack. However, now that the other party was at Emperor Wu's level, this simple attack gave one the feeling that it was unbreakable and unblockable. No wonder Xiao Chen said earlier that at his level, there was no difference between one attack and 10 attacks. This attack contained more than 10 kinds of saber techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it contained thousands of saber techniques. I can't use the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He can see through my true body with one glance. If he attacks from above, he can chop me in half. Chapter 489. The Wukue blossoms will not work either. The instant the flower buds combine, the saber light will reach my neck. The lightning evasion will take too long to execute. That will not work either. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. In an instant, faster than the blink of an eye, he thought of all the methods he could use to deal with this. However, he rejected all of them. None of them worked. Idiot, as long as I do not die, why would I not dare to receive it? When the saber light was 1 meter away from Xiao Chen remembered Ao Jiao's words. He suddenly felt enlightened and heaved a sigh of relief. I am really an idiot. There is no way I can dodge this saber strike, nor can I break it. Bai Shuihe had already made it clear long ago. As long as I do not die, it will be fine. In the end, before the battle, my thoughts were still the same as before, thinking about how to break it and how to dodge it. Xiao Chen did not know that he could not dodge this saber strike. He did not need to try to break it. He only needed to survive. However, it was not that easy to survive. If Xiao Chen tried to get lucky, he might end up dying even faster. However, this gave Xiao Chen a direction. Xiao. At the last moment, Xiao Chen did not advance. Instead, he retreated. He raised his saber and swung it at the opening in his opponent's chest. Bai Shuihe smiled faintly and thought to himself, I already told you to survive. Yet, you overestimate yourself and want to injure me. In that case, I can only send you on your way. Bai Shuihe turned his wrist unhurriedly and the saber moved downwards naturally, heading for Xiao Chen's neck. He did not even see Xiao Chen's attack. It is as I expected. This is not an opening. He does not even care about it. However, this is what I wanted. The throat is a vital point. If a regular cultivator gets hit by a saber strike, they will die. Naturally, Xiao Chen was no exception. Since he wanted to survive, he had to know which vital point his opponent was attacking. Once he confirmed it, it would be easy to deal with it. Xiao Chen let go of the lunar shadow saber and let it fall to the ground. He opened his right hand and smashed it against his opponent's saber. Poochie! The blade, which was only a centimeter away from his throat, was immediately pressed down by 3 centimeters. The saber radiance cut open a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood immediately spurted out. When the saber light entered his body, it stirred up his internal organs. Xiao Chen felt something sweet in his throat, and he could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. His face was terrifyingly pale, but Xiao Chen's lips curled into a smile. He said, "Senior, this strike multiplied the power of the blade to its peak. It is worthy of being Emperor Wu's blade strike. But in the end I did not die." The expression on Bai Shuihe's face was slightly startled. The tip of his blade had clearly been a centimeter away from Xiao Chen's throat, but at the last moment, his opponent had forcibly pressed it down. "Look, that dot of light is going up again. Xiao Chen has reached the 8th floor." The few elders who had been paying attention to Xiao Chen said excitedly. The higher Xiao Chen climbed, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union would obtain. Naturally, the benefits they would receive would be greater as well. Shi Hailong rubbed his eyes hard. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, even though he had full confidence in Xiao Chen. Who would have thought that he would really be able to pass the test of the 7th floor and reach the 8th floor? Even the Thunder King back then was no more than this. He really made it to the 8th floor. Incredible! Back then, when the Thunder King reached the 8th floor, he was already 21 years old. I heard that this Xiao Chen is not even 20 years old. From this point of view, has Xiao Chen already surpassed the Thunder King? Hee, what did I say? What did I say? I said long ago when he jumped over the first level that Xiao Chen would definitely surpass the Thunder King. But you didn't believe me. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Up on the high platform, the old man who made the prediction about Xiao Chen was the most excited. The few people at the side said disdainfully, "Old Ma, you were not so sure at that time. Now you only know how to be cocky." Shi Hailong withdrew his smile and nodded gently. "Old Ma, make your preparations. Bring my words over. You can take down Li Xiuzhu now." When the old man with the family name Ma heard this, he immediately said respectfully, "Elder Shi, rest assured. Leave it to me. That old man with the family name Li will definitely not be able to escape." Everyone could predict that after this experiential training, Shi Hailong's position in the Heavenly Extermination Union would definitely rise. This was a good opportunity to curry favor with Shi Hailong. The few elders at the side looked at Elder Ma, who had left to carry out his orders. They revealed envious gazes. This was a good job. "Elder Shi, do you have any instructions for us to carry out?" The few of them asked with smiles. Shi Hailong paused for a while before smiling. "It's fine. Just continue watching. This time, we managed to dig out a person like Xiao Chen because of everyone's hard work. I will make things clear to the 5 lords." The 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower was empty except for an ancient copper door in the center. It was unknown where the door led to. The copper door was tightly shut. Mysterious talisman scripts were embroidered on the door, giving off a faint spiritual light. Xiao Chen passed through the light of the 7th floor. Purple essence liquid dripped down for 10 minutes before stopping. When Xiao Chen landed, his cultivation had stabilized at peak medial grade Martial King. He could not help but reveal a wide smile. On this trip to the ancient desolate tower, he had finally closed the gap in his cultivation that he sought. When Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the copper door, he thought for a while before going over to take a look. Ao Jiao, who had followed Xiao Chen over, said, "Wait for a while. Recover from your injuries first. At the same time, try to comprehend Bai Shuihe's earlier saber strike. That saber strike contained all sorts of saber techniques. As long as you can comprehend a little, no one in the same generation will be able to block it." Xiao Chen stopped and thought about it. Bai Shuihe's move was definitely at the peak of the saber technique. Since there was not much time left, Xiao Chen should try to comprehend as much as he could. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. A purple qi whirlpool spun, and a vast amount of essence nourished the wound on his chest. As Ao Jiao looked at the ancient copper door on the 8th floor, her expression became somewhat complicated. In the end, she sighed gently, feeling melancholic. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at Ao Jiao. He said, "Ao Jiao, do you know what is behind the door?" Ao Jiao thought for a long time before saying, Xiao Chen, let's stop here. Don't go up. Xiao Chen nodded and said, all right, then I won't go up. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiao Chen answered so straightforwardly, she asked, you are not going to ask why? Xiao Chen smiled and said, why ask? If you want to tell me, you will naturally tell me. If you don't, it is pointless for me to ask. I just need to remember that you will not harm me. If you say no, then I won't go up. Ao Jiao felt warmth in her heart. She had not expected Xiao Chen to resist the temptation of the 9th floor so firmly, choosing to trust her. It is as you said. I will not harm you. You should have gained a lot from being able to reach the 8th floor. Xiao Chen did not dwell on this matter anymore. Instead, he asked about something he was more concerned about. He asked, earlier, you said that you were going to swallow the weapon spirit again. What's going on? When Ao Jiao heard this, she felt somewhat vexed. She said, I still underestimated the skills of the Haotian sect. The weapon spirit in the lunar shadow saber was much stronger than I expected. Even after I swallowed it, it refused to merge with me. As a result, my progress in nourishing the divine weapon was extremely slow. Now, that person with the surname Bai pulled me out. That weapon spirit has broken free from my control again. I have to start over. However, don't worry. In the end, I am still in control. When Xiao Chen heard this, he relaxed. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so they started chatting on the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. When Ao Jiao arrived at the ancient desolate tower, she seemed to be in a good mood. She told Xiao Chen about the Thunder King's experiences in the past. In just 3 years, you went from a cultivator to where you are today. It is really hard to imagine. Ao Jiao looked at the current Xiao Chen and thought about the Xiao Chen from 3 years ago. Then she looked at the current him and sighed. Before Xiao Chen could feel proud, Ao Jiao mocked him. However, you are still too weak. You cannot even defeat your own weapon spirit. Do your best, trashy master. Smiling gently, Ao Jiao turned into a beam of white light and returned to the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He glanced at the bronze doors and no longer lingered. Xiao Chen took out the jade pendant on his chest and gently crushed it. The instant the jade pendant shattered, Xiao Chen was immediately knocked out. Xiao! In the air, Xiao Chen, dressed in white with a blue strip of cloth on his forehead, slowly floated down. Shi Hailong had a wide smile on his face as he jumped off the tall platform. He led a group of elders to part the crowd and walked towards Xiao Chen with a smile. Xiao Chen, you have indeed not disappointed me. Since the Heavenly Extermination Union opened the trial of the ancient desolate tower, you are the second person to reach the 8th floor. Xiao Chen said politely, many thanks to Elder Shi and the Heavenly Extermination Union for giving me this opportunity. As Xiao Chen spoke, Xia Xian, Zhua Mo, Jiang Zimo, and the others all came over to congratulate Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen performed cupped fist salutes in return. At this moment, Shi Hailong appeared to be in high spirits, even more pleased than Xiao Chen. He gathered everyone together and said, I hereby announce that this trial of the ancient desolate tower has come to an end. I hope that everyone will not disappoint us 2 years from now and achieve even better results in the 5-nation youth competition. A bunch of trash. Do you really think that you are not trash after passing the ancient desolate tower? Xiao Chen, scram out here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw Xie Ziwen and his master breaking through the Heavenly Extermination Union's blockade and forcefully arriving before the crowd. Shi Hailong's face sank. He looked at the old man behind Xie Ziwen and said, Gong Haoyu, no matter how much your evil moon pavilion calls the shots in the Great Ji Nation, don't forget that this is the ancient desolate land. The Heavenly Extermination Union has the final say here. Shi Hailong was extremely frustrated. Xiao Chen had just broken through to the 8th floor. This was a rare event that happened only once in 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, the two people that he did not want to see the most appeared before him. Gong Haoyu said coldly, I am not here today to cause trouble. It is just a conflict between the younger generation. Don't use the Heavenly Extermination Union to pressure me. Even if your union chief is here, I will still be in the right. Shi Hailong frowned slightly and asked, What are you trying to do? Gong Haoyu looked coldly at Xiao Chen and said, This brat caused my evil moon pavilion to lose the chance to compete for the ancient desolate tower. No matter what, I have to give him an explanation today. Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chen, who stood tall in the crowd. Hatred filled his eyes. If he had not been careless and lost to Xiao Chen, he would be the one enjoying such treatment now. Xiao Chen, do you dare to fight me again? Xie Ziwen shouted expressionlessly. Chapter 490. When Shi Hailong heard this, he was stunned. He immediately sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Don't fall for his provocation. Your strength is about the same. He clearly knows that you became much stronger after entering the ancient desolate tower, yet he still challenged you. He must have some secret technique to increase his strength temporarily. The most important thing is that you just came out of the ancient desolate tower. You are blessed with great luck. If you lose, he will snatch away all the luck you accumulated in the ancient desolate tower. Don't fall for his provocation. In the future, when you grow stronger, you will be able to destroy him with just a flick of your finger. Shi Hailong's tone was very anxious. He said a lot in one breath, listing the pros and cons. He did his best to dissuade Xiao Chen from accepting the other party's challenge. However, Shi Hailong had no choice but to be cautious. If Xiao Chen lost, the Heavenly Extermination Union's luck would be damaged. If that happened, all his efforts would go to waste. The others, Xia Xian and Jiang Zimo, also advised, Xiao Chen, don't accept him. This fellow definitely came prepared. He is just waiting for you to jump in. When Xie Ziwen saw the silent Xiao Chen, he mocked. That is all the courage you have. To think that you dare to compete with the Thunder Emperor. Xiao Chen, you disappoint me. Xiao Chen took 2 steps forward and carefully sized up Xie Ziwen. Then he said, as you wish. Get on the arena. Xie Ziwen laughed loudly and floated to the largest arena in the Tianwu Plaza. He put on an expression as though he already had Xiao Chen in the bag. He said, good, I was waiting for you to say that. When Shi Hailong heard this, he said anxiously, Xiao Chen, don't be rash. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, Senior Shi, don't worry. I know what to do. Shi Hailong shook his head and sighed, not saying anything more. Xiao Chen's battle was very important. He wanted to stop Xiao Chen, but he could not do anything about it since Xiao Chen insisted on fighting. The trial of the ancient desolate tower was a major event in the entire ancient desolate land. Countless people had already gathered outside the Tianwu Plaza. However, the people of the Heavenly Extermination Union kept them outside. Now that the trial was over, in addition to the Evil Moon Pavilion's interference, the order of the place became chaotic. Crowds of martial artists swarmed into the plaza. Xiao Chen stomped hard on the ground and his figure flashed, landing on the arena in an instant. Is that person in white the one who reached the 8th level this year? Why is he only a medial grade martial king? Are you sure? That should be right. I saw him floating out from the outside. Cultivation is not the only thing that determines a cultivator. However, this Xie Ziwen is really vicious. The other party just came out of the ancient desolate tower. If he defeats this person, he will snatch away all of this person's luck. If he didn't have the confidence, he would never dare to challenge Xiao Chen at this time. This is going to be interesting. The crowd below discussed with each other. Some of the more discerning cultivators guessed Xie Ziwen's purpose in challenging Xiao Chen. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sunlight shone down. Up in the arena, Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chen and smiled coldly. You really dare to come up? Those who hurt my, Xie Ziwen's, people have never had a good ending. I, Xie Ziwen, will be taking your luck today. Xiao. Right after Xie Ziwen spoke, he brought out his state of fire to its limits. This time he would not be careless. He would not hold anything back. Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike, and a fierce sea of fire spread around him. It rose and fell like waves, layering over each other. The heat wave spread into the surroundings, and the temperature instantly soared. Shi Hailong's expression changed. He said, this fellow indeed came prepared. He has comprehended his state of fire to its limits. Kasie. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber and drew it at lightning speed. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared as Xiao Chen leaped into the air. A purple saber light appeared, and he hacked down. This was the saber strike that Emperor Wu by Shueha executed back then. As Xie Ziwen flew, he saw Xiao Chen's saber strike. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. You are full of openings, and you are not embarrassed to call yourself the white-robed bladesman. Get down here. Boom! A sea of fire surged around Xie Ziwen's body, and his palm gave off a bright red light. A huge flame rippled and formed a jade-like palm. As the flame surged, a huge flaming palm formed and pressed toward Xiao Chen's open chest. Xiao Chen recalled the charm of Bai Shuihe's saber strike. He tilted his body slightly, and the huge flaming palm brushed past his shoulder. Xiao Chen twisted his wrist, and the saber moved from top to bottom, naturally thrusting forward. Pu Ci. Xiao Chen landed on the ground, and the tip of his saber stabbed in by 1 centimeter. It happened to be stuck in Xie Ziwen's chest, and blood immediately spurted out. Everything was going according to plan. There were no deviations. Xiao Chen looked at Xie Ziwen calmly and said, "You have lost." The disdainful smile on Xie Ziwen's face did not even have time to disappear. Just as he sent out a palm strike, Xiao Chen stabbed into his chest, a vital spot. As long as Xiao Chen used a little more force, Xie Ziwen would die. What's going on? How did I lose? That move was clearly full of openings. At most, the saber light was a little strange. How did he manage to stab me? Xie Ziwen showed a stunned expression. He could not understand what was going on no matter how he thought about it. Xie Ziwen was not the only one who could not understand. The thousands of cultivators watching felt it was strange as well. Only one move, and Xiao Chen actually defeated Xie Ziwen. Everyone still remembered the fight between Xiao Chen and Xie Ziwen 7 days ago. Xie Ziwen had only managed to defeat Xiao Chen after 100 moves because of his carelessness. However, 7 days later, Xiao Chen used only 1 move to defeat Xie Ziwen. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at Xiao Chen in shock. Zhuo Mo revealed a contemplative expression. He said indifferently, "That saber strike has its own uses." Ding Fengqiu said softly, "I can only tell now. It seems to be full of openings, but in reality, there are no openings at all. However, there are still some flaws in the transitions, as it is a move that he just learned." Jiang Zimo said with some envy, "I really wonder what benefits he obtained in the upper floors for him to have such strength." Shi Hailong was slightly stunned before he reacted. He smiled and said, "No wonder this fellow is so confident. I was overthinking things. I did not lose. It is impossible for me to lose." Suddenly, something strange happened. Xie Ziwen grabbed Xiao Chen's saber and retreated at lightning speed. Then, he took out a medicinal pill and popped it into his mouth. Boom! The medicinal pill melted in his mouth, and Xie Ziwen's aura suddenly soared. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind, and a strong wind howled behind him. Bang! Xie Ziwen ignored the injury on his chest and sent out another palm strike. A huge flaming palm the size of a small mountain pressed towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, he felt a dangerous aura from this huge flaming palm. Xiao Chen did not block blindly. He pushed off the ground and retreated. Pa! As the giant flaming palm fell, a deep pit formed by the palm print immediately appeared on the arena. Countless stone slabs exploded and shot in all directions. Shi Hailong said sullenly, "Half-step martial monarch. What kind of medicinal pill is that? How did Xie Ziwen become a half-step martial monarch in such a short time?" The situation suddenly changed. Xie Ziwen, who had consumed a mysterious medicinal pill, suddenly became a half-step martial monarch. When Xie Ziwen waved his palm, a berserk essence poured out. He launched a chain of attacks without pause, beating down on Xiao Chen until he could not retaliate. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out incessantly. Under Xie Ziwen's berserk attacks, the sturdy arena shattered, turning it into rubble. He is very strong. However, he forcefully advanced to half-step martial monarch. His aura is not stable. While his energy looks berserk, it is not very condensed. Let's wait for a while, Xiao Chen analyzed calmly. Then, his figure flashed and flew towards another arena. Huchi! Xie Ziwen quickly followed, not letting up. The two's figures flashed and flew to another arena. Xie Ziwen laughed and said, "Xiao Chen, aren't you very powerful? Why aren't you attacking? Let's see where you can run to." 1,000 flaming palms. Xie Ziwen took a deep breath and released a resplendent red light from his right palm. It was as bright as day, like a small sun. Boom! Xie Ziwen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and shouted. Then, he sent out a palm as bright as the sun. Suddenly, a flaming palm shot out like a meteor shower at Xiao Chen. With such a large area of effect attack, there was no chance for Xiao Chen to dodge. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the flaming rain falling from the sky. He muttered, "It is time to end this. A half-step martial monarch is only a..." The purple qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body spun quickly. A surging, pure lightning-attributed essence circulated in his meridians and poured into his saber. Xiao Chen condensed the surging energy to its limits and infused it into his saber, not letting any of it leak out. The pitch-black saber immediately flickered with a purple light. It looked very simple and plain. It was a stark contrast to Xie Ziwen's berserk energy. Break! Xiao Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. He shouted and swung his saber forward. The flaming palms flying at him immediately shattered into countless sparks. Break! 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 Facing the raining flaming palms, Xiao Chen did not move at all. It was like his feet were rooted to the ground as he stabbed his saber at the flaming palms flying at him. Without exception, all the flaming palms that Xiao Chen stabbed shattered into countless sparks and disappeared into the air. Xiao Chen seemed relaxed and did not feel any pressure. It was like the flaming palms were not filled with berserk essence attacks but just tiles. Bang! 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 When the other flaming palms landed on the ground, they blasted the arena into smithereens. Dust filled the air and flew everywhere. This made it clear that while these flaming palms looked small and messy, their might was not weak at all. They were definitely not tiles. However, the white-robed bladesman with a calm expression easily shattered the flaming palms flying at him amid the flaming light filling the sky. Such a huge contrast was hard to believe. Were these flaming palms really that strong? It was somewhat contradictory. When Shi Hailong saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Given this, Xiao Chen had at least a 50% chance of victory. Xie Ziwen's chest tightened. He had consumed the rank 7 blood essence pill, which could raise his cultivation by 50% for the time it takes for a joss stick to burn. Chapter 491. The so-called half-step martial monarch referred to cultivating essence to the limit of a martial king. Comprehending states to the limit of a martial king. Cultivating cultivation techniques to the limit of a martial king. Cultivating martial techniques to the limit of a martial king. After reaching the limit in all aspects, there would be a qualitative change. There would be a huge difference from a martial king. After that, once one's mental energy cultivation reached a certain level, they would be able to successfully advance to martial monarch. Xie Ziwen's talent was outstanding. His comprehension of states, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques could be said to have reached the limit of a martial king. Only his cultivation was slightly weaker. However, after Xie Ziwen consumed the blood essence pill, he made up for this difference. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he could be considered a true half-step martial monarch. Xie Ziwen had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to break his attack so easily. He did not feel any pressure at all. Aside from the 1-meter radius of Xiao Chen's feet, the arena was already in tatters. The rest of the arena was already filled with holes. It was a complete mess. 1,000 flaming flames, gather! Xie Ziwen shouted, and the countless flaming palms in the air merged together. They formed an incredibly huge flaming palm with clear lines and a beautiful luster. The palm was like a tall wall. It fell down at an incredible speed. Its shadow instantly covered Xiao Chen. I don't believe that I cannot suppress you to death. Xie Ziwen formed hand seals continuously. A sea of fire surged around him. The might of the descending flaming palm continued to increase. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, like a spear, pierced through his palm and shot out. At the end of the lightning, at the end of the electric light was an ethereal figure holding a long saber. He was dressed in white with a blue bandana on his head. He had a delicate face and a delicate face. Bang! His palm landed solidly on the ground. Without any pause, the arena silently sank more than 10 meters into the ground. The might of the palm was so great that it flabbergasted everyone. The surrounding crowd found it hard to imagine how the white figure in the air managed to break the palm with just one saber strike. Xiao! Xiao Chen pointed his saber at the sky. The sharpness in his heart that had never faded surged out from his saber and into the clouds. Dang! 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 The 6-foot-long saber trembled continuously as an extremely sharp saber intent spread throughout the entire Tianwu Plaza. Among the thousands of spectating cultivators, the weapons of some bladesmen could not help but shake intensely, as if they would fall out of their hands at any moment. When Jiang Zimo, Zhua Mo, Ding Feng Chou, and the other cultivators of the same generation as Xiao Chen saw this scene, they exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions. After a while, Zhua Mo said with some uncertainty, "It should be saber intent." "Ding Feng Chou, you say it. You are a swordsman and have comprehended sword intent. You have more say than us." As Ding Feng Chou looked at the white figure in the sky, he felt very bitter in his heart. From today onwards, he, Ding Feng Chou, would have to look at this person forever. Ding Feng Chou sighed softly and nodded heavily. "Stop guessing. That is saber intent. Actually, I should have thought of it long ago." After he cleared the hurdle of desire, his mental state reached consummation. It is only natural for the qi in his heart to turn into saber intent. Although Ding Feng Chou said that, he had not expected Xiao Chen to comprehend saber intent so early. Based on his estimations, Xiao Chen would need at least 2 years to comprehend saber intent. When the others received Ding Feng Chou's confirmation, they all remained silent. Saber intent was different from sword intent. It was harder to comprehend. If one could comprehend saber intent before the age of 30, one could become a powerful bladesman. Xiao Chen had comprehended saber intent before the age of 20. He was already comparable to the ancient geniuses of the saber Dao. The gap between them had widened once again. Shi Hailong's mouth gaped open for a long time before he closed it again. All the worry on his aged face vanished like smoke. He beamed with joy and said, "Ha ha ha! Gong Haoyu, you are seeking your own humiliation this time. Let's see how you are going to account to your pavilion master when you return." Xie Ziwen's second martial uncle, Gong Haoyu, had a sullen expression. He struggled to say, "Don't laugh too early. It is just saber intent. It is not sufficient for a half-step martial monarch." Xiao. The qi in Xiao Chen's heart surged out. His entire body felt very carefree. With the completion of saber intent, the sharpness in my heart will never be extinguished. From this moment on, Xiao Chen could truly be called a bladesman. Xie Ziwen's expression changed unpredictably. As he looked at Xiao Chen, whose white robes fluttered in the air and whose saber intent dominated the entire place, despair welled up in his heart. "It can't be! It can't be! After I became famous, aside from the peak people of the great Jin nation, no one can defeat me. Xiao Chen is just a cultivator from the great Qin nation. It is impossible for him to defeat me. I want to win. I want to win. I want to snatch away his luck and become a peak genius of the great Jin nation." Xie Ziwen roared ferociously, and veins bulged on his forehead. He shouted, "Dance of 10,000 flames." Xie Ziwen formed hand seals, and the sea of fire around him surged up into the sky. The temperature of the entire plaza soared. The scorching air forced everyone to circulate their cultivation energies to disperse the heat wave. "Rise!" Xie Ziwen pointed at Xiao Chen. Sweat dripped down his face. This move had overdrawn all his essence, causing his face to pale. If he had not consumed the blood essence pill, he would not have been able to execute this move with his essence. Chi! 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 Thousands of arm-thick flame ribbons surrounded Xiao Chen from the sea of fire, trying to trap him. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. It was as sharp as a saber. He grasped his saber tightly with his right hand and swung it gently. With the support of the sharp saber intent, the saber light became extremely resplendent. Dang! 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 The bladesmen in the plaza could no longer hold on to their weapons. They all flew into the air. Eternal saber intent. Inextinguishable sharpness. Using the saber intent sharpness, Xiao Chen did not advance. Instead, he retreated. This was the first time he brought out his full strength after advancing to peak medial grade martial king. Kasie! As the saber gleam swept past, the flame ribbons were sliced apart like noodles by the saber gleam. As the flame ribbons flew through the air, they gave off a dazzling red light. They looked very beautiful. Xiao Chen continued to descend like a hot knife through butter. Soon, he arrived before Xie Ziwen. Xiao Chen chopped all the flame ribbons into pieces. This upgraded version of the Dance of a Thousand Flames, which had given Xiao Chen a lot of trouble in the past, was broken like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiao! A sharp saber intent trembled in the arena. The mysterious phenomenon of flames that Xie Ziwen created using his state instantly scattered. Xie Ziwen's final move was only executed halfway before it was destroyed by such a tyrannical move. You lost. As the saber rested on Xie Ziwen's neck, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he repeated what he said earlier. You lost. Xiao Chen's voice was as calm as ever. There were no fluctuations at all. The saber rested on Xie Ziwen's neck. With just one move, he could end Xie Ziwen's life. The entire place fell silent. No one said anything. As they looked at Xiao Chen, no one believed that he had relied on luck to clear the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen tyrannically ended the mysterious phenomenon of the Sea of Flames. Xie Ziwen's pale face, which had overdrawn on his essence, became even paler. Pu Xi. Xie Ziwen vomited a large mouthful of blood. His overwhelming aura deflated like a balloon. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn was up, the medicinal energy of the blood essence pill completely dissipated. At this moment, the side effects of the blood essence pill appeared. Xie Ziwen's eyes were listless. He felt completely drained of energy. His cultivation fell until he was a medial-grade martial king. It would be impossible for Xie Ziwen to recover to his peak state within 3 months. This was the cruel side effect of the blood essence pill. Xiao! The Evil Moon Pavilion's Gong Haoyu rushed over at lightning speed and grabbed Xie Ziwen. He looked coldly and emotionlessly at Xiao Chen and said, "Very good. You have thoroughly offended the Evil Moon Pavilion. I hope you will never step into the Great Jin Nation again. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you." After Gong Haoyu said this, he grabbed Xie Ziwen with one hand and soared into the sky, heading for the exit of the Qianwu Plaza. Boom! However, just as Gong Haoyu took a step into the air, he discovered an extremely sharp saber qi heading for his head at lightning speed. The saber qi contained an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. With the support of that saber intent, the might of the state of thunder in the saber qi more than doubled. Gong Haoyu's expression turned cold as he smashed his palm against the saber qi. Electricity flickered and exploded in the air. The saber light turned into a resplendent martial technique, illuminating the sky. This saber qi forced Gong Haoyu to descend. "Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do?" Gong Haoyu shouted angrily after he landed. Xiao Chen pointed his saber at Gong Haoyu. His calm face did not change as he said indifferently, "Did I say you could leave?" The 6-meter-long saber trembled continuously. A sharp saber intent spread out continuously. The saber intent pulled the weapons up into the air, causing them to tremble rapidly. When the thousands of cultivators in the Qianwu Plaza heard Xiao Chen's words, their brains short-circuited. What was Xiao Chen trying to do? Gong Haoyu was an outer sect elder of the Evil Moon Pavilion. He had already become a half-step martial monarch many years ago. Although Gong Haoyu's talent was limited and he would never be able to advance to martial monarch, he was still a bona fide half-step martial monarch. Gong Haoyu was not like Xie Ziwen, who relied on medicinal pills to forcefully advance to half-step martial monarch. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Although Xiao Chen's victory over Xie Ziwen was shocking, it was not impossible for a genius who had cleared the 8th floor. However, Xiao Chen was too crazy to make a move against Gong Haoyu. After all, Xiao Chen was still too young. He had not matured yet. There was still a gap between him and the experts of the older generation. Gong Haoyu remained expressionless as he gently tossed Xie Ziwen's body off the platform. Then, Xie Ziwen slowly landed on the ground. "It looks like I am really getting old. Youths are already so arrogant. Today you attacked me first. Even if I kill you, the Heavenly Extermination Union will not be able to say anything." Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. This person is really shameless. If he had not threatened me, why would I make a move against him? Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to drag this grudge to the Great Jin Nation to settle. Xiao Chen was not a person who waited 10 years for revenge. If there was an opportunity, Xiao Chen would deal with the other party now. There was no need to wait until they reached the other party's territory. Chapter 492. When Xiao Chen fought Xie Ziwen, he had only used 60% of his strength. There were strong half-step martial monarchs and weak half-step martial monarchs. This Gong Haoyu was one of the weaker half-step martial monarchs. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he had at least a 50% chance of victory. Why not give it a try? Elder Shi, should we make a move to stop him? A Heavenly Extermination Union elder beside Shi Hailong asked worriedly. Shi Hailong thought for a while and remembered what Xiao Chen said to him before he went up. He said, "Let's wait and see. Xiao Chen should be free to make his own decisions. He will not fight a battle he is not confident of winning." Dang! Gong Haoyu shouted and the aura of a half-step martial monarch spread out. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. He took 7 steps in the air and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. This palm strike was not fancy at all. It relied on the advantage of his cultivation. He wanted to clash head-on with Xiao Chen, giving him a show of strength from the start. Xiao Chen switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. When he faced the palm strike filled with surging essence, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and welcomed it head-on. Bang! The palm wind and the saber light clashed in the air, giving off a startling explosion. Ripples appeared in space and spread out in all directions. Gong Haoyu took 5 steps back. Xiao Chen was slightly weaker, taking 7 steps back. Such an outcome was far from what Gong Haoyu had hoped for. Gong Haoyu originally thought that this palm strike would be sufficient to suppress Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen's powerful counterattack told him that this was impossible. 5 peaks soaring. Gong Haoyu's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. So, he executed the martial technique he was most proficient in. Gong Haoyu soared into the air and 5 mountains of different styles appeared. When they linked together, they formed a meandering mountain range pressing down on Xiao Chen. Wukuei shakes the heavens. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen chose to clash head-on. The divine Wukuei tree appeared and carried a strong electric force as it smashed into the 5 lone peaks flying at him. Boom! The lone peak broke apart and lightning bolts raged in the sky. In the face of this powerful attack, the world immediately lost its color. War-turning mysterious peak. Gong Haoyu roared furiously. As he waved his palms, the shattered 5 mountains and rivers suddenly gathered together, forming a strange mountain peak. The mountain turned upside down, and its sharp tip pierced towards Xiao Chen like a sharp blade. Wukuei breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen's figure spun a few times in the air, dissipating the force of the earlier strike. Then, he pointed his saber forward. Lightning flashed in the sky, and a bright beam of light quickly elongated on the blade. The top of the beam of light instantly broke through the mountainside of the strange peak. Wukuei shakes. The entire mountain peak was immediately split into 2 halves, turning into countless mountain rocks that fell to the ground with a crashing sound. This phenomenon was condensed from the peak of the concept of Earth. It was like a real mountain. After the mountain shattered, it fell to the ground, creating deep pits in the Tianwu Plaza. When the spectating cultivators saw the falling rubble, they quickly made their moves to dodge it. The 2 people in the air did not have any intention of stopping. Gong Haoyu continuously sent out killing moves, one after another. The 2 people in the air did not have any intention of stopping. Gong Haoyu continuously used killer moves, one after another. However, Xiao Chen dealt with the attacks as they came. He would break one move after another. If he could not break it, he would do his best to block. He did not fear clashing head-on. The crowd was astonished. Originally, they thought it would be a one-sided battle. Who knew that it would be so intense? Xiao Chen did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Everyone was astonished. Originally, they thought that it would be a one-sided battle. Who knew that it would be so intense? Xiao Chen was not at a disadvantage at all. The 2 exchanged another move. Xiao Chen relied on the support of his saber intent to force back Gong Haoyu's overwhelming aura. The 2 exchanged another move. Xiao Chen relied on the support of his saber intent to force back Gong Haoyu's overwhelming aura. Xiao Chen stood in the air. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked at Gong Haoyu coldly. His saber flickered with an electric light. Gong Haoyu was astonished. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so difficult to deal with. He had used all his killing moves, not holding back at all. However, he still could not do anything to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's originally imposing morale slowly declined, no longer as sharp as it was at the start. Xiao Chen tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead, and the red mark on his forehead started to flicker. He unleashed the state of massacre and merged it with the state of thunder. The saber started to flicker with a strange, alternating purple and red light. After the blue strip of cloth was removed, Xiao Chen's originally delicate face gained a strange air. Kasie. The saber light flashed, and an intense state of massacre surged out. The berserk lightning contained a sharp killing intent, easily breaking Gong Haoyu's palm wind. Xiao. Xiao Chen turned into a beam of purple light, no longer defending passively. Instead, he launched a sharp attack at Gong Haoyu. Taking advantage of the fact that Gong Haoyu's aura was exhausted, Xiao Chen launched a frenzied counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. After merging the state of massacre, Xiao Chen brought out all his strength. Purple and red lights filled the air, forcing Gong Haoyu to retreat step by step. Retreat! 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 Gong Haoyu clenched his teeth, and his gaze turned sharp. He tried to rally his aura and charge back several times. However, Xiao Chen retaliated with even more ferocious attacks. Gong Haoyu retreated again and again in the air. His aura was completely exhausted, and he showed signs of defeat. Little bastard! Go to hell! Gong Haoyu shouted. He no longer had the air of an expert as he launched a frenzied counterattack. Unfortunately, I won't die. Xiao Chen replied calmly. Then, he executed listening to the sword and communicating with it. His saber turned into a heaven-ranked spirit weapon again. Xiao Chen's counterattack increased in might once again. It swept out and knocked Gong Haoyu back, causing him to vomit blood. Then, he crashed into the Qianwu Emperor's statue. Pu Xi. The Qianwu Emperor's statue had a strange power protecting it. The rebound caused the severely injured Gong Haoyu to vomit another mouthful of blood. His figure was now in a sorry state. Kasie. In the air, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and tied the blue strip of cloth back to his forehead. The state of massacre immediately vanished, and his charming face regained its elegance. He glanced coldly at the severely injured Gong Haoyu before ignoring him. Hualala! Whoosh! 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 The weapons that Xiao Chen's saber intent had pulled into the air fell to the ground as he withdrew his hand. When the severely injured Gong Haoyu saw Xiao Chen sheath his saber, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He pushed off the Qianwu Emperor's statue, and his figure flashed as he launched a sneak attack at Xiao Chen. You are seeking death. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. The blue dragon tattoo on his right hand moved quickly. He instantly executed the dragon claw fist, forming a claw with his right hand. Roar! A resonant dragon roar resounded. A huge azure dragon claw appeared on Xiao Chen's right claw. The dragon claw opened into a palm and smashed down ferociously. Pa! This palm pressed the sneak-attacking Gong Haoyu to the ground. He could not resist at all. His face was on the ground, and his body was deeply embedded in it. The two from the Evil Moon Pavilion charged over in a tyrannical manner. Xie Ziwen's extremely arrogant voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears. Xiao Chen, get out here. However, in less than 2 hours, this old man and young man were both defeated by Xiao Chen's saber. One was beaten into a weakened state, and his cultivation regressed. The other was in an even more miserable state. He was directly embedded in the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The two came in a domineering manner, yet they ended up in such a state. This made everyone sigh. As the crowd looked at the white figure slowly descending and saw his calm expression, they all thought of one word: tyrannical. Although Xiao Chen did not say any domineering words, nor did he have that kind of tyrannical aura, his actions truly made people feel a domineering aura that came from his bones. This fellow is really like the Thunder King of the past. If you are not as good as me, then don't threaten me. Who cares if you are a half-step martial monarch or have a super sect behind you? I will just fight you first. The 4 nations might have really produced a person who can rival the peak geniuses of the Great Gene Nation. I really look forward to the next 5-nation youth competition. I wonder how far he can go. It looks like the reputation of the white-robed bladesman is well-deserved. This is really the era of the young. The experts of the older generation need to recognize their current situation. If they still try to put on airs and flaunt their seniority, they will not have a good time. Indeed. Now is the budding age of geniuses. It is best to be careful and not become a whetstone for those geniuses. Discussions broke out. Some people praised Xiao Chen's strength. There were also people of the older generation who sighed softly. When they saw Gong Haoyu's predicament, they felt sorrowful. There would always be geniuses in every generation. Each wave would be higher than the one before. However, this wave had arrived too quickly. In an unremarkable corner of the crowd, there was a person wearing a black cloak and a hood. There was a sinister scar on his face under the shadow. His entire person exuded an uncomfortable aura, and the surrounding people unconsciously distanced themselves from him. He was a cultivator with sharp eyes. A cultivator with sharp eyes recognized this person as someone from the dark church and took a few steps back, not wanting to form any sort of connection with him. The scarred man muttered in a soft voice, "I never found an opportunity to make a move. Now, he has actually grown to such a level. However, his cultivation is still lacking." After the scarred man spoke, he gave Xiao Chen another deep look before leaving quietly. Xiao Chen walked over to Shi Hailong and performed a cupped fist salute. He said apologetically, "Sorry, Senior Shi. I have caused trouble for the Heavenly Extermination Union." Shi Hailong had a wide smile on his face. He looked like he was bathed in the spring breeze. He waved his hand and said, "What are you saying? Just remember what I told you in the past. The Evil Moon Pavilion will not be able to cause any trouble in the ancient desolate land. Work hard and don't waste your luck. In the future, you will know how strong the luck of the ancient desolate tower is." Xiao Chen thanked Shi Hailong softly. Just as he was about to take his leave, a few strong auras quickly flew towards the Qianwu Plaza. When these people arrived, a strong aura spread out. The air was compressed above everyone's heads and started spinning. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This aura was the same as the martial monarchs he had seen before. Furthermore, they were all locked onto him. Oh no, the Evil Moon Pavilion's hidden pawns in Desolate City have all appeared. The expression of an elder beside Shi Hailong changed. On the surface, the Heavenly Extermination Union did not allow any of the great Jin nation's powers to enter Desolate City. However, as one of the two centers of the Qianwu continent, it was impossible for those super sects to not have any pawns. Otherwise, they would not know if something big happened. Chapter 493. Shi Hailong's face sank. However, there was no panic in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "Good timing. We can pull them all out by the roots." Shill, shill, shill. 3 figures appeared in the center of the plaza. Their auras surged, and everyone immediately felt a strong pressure. The leader wore gorgeous blue robes and a jadeite thumb ring on his right hand. He looked exactly like a merchant. It looked like this person had rushed over in a hurry. He did not even have time to remove his usual disguise. However, when this person saw Gong Haoyu in the ground and the extremely weak Xie Ziwen, he sighed to himself. In the end, he was too late. Chi! The blue-robed cultivator raised his hand and pulled Gong Haoyu out of the ground. Then, he checked Gong Haoyu's pulse. He was still breathing. The blue-robed cultivator casually handed Gong Haoyu over to the person beside him. Then, he stared at Xiao Chen. He wanted to say something but did not say anything in the end. The blue-robed cultivator instructed another person to bring Xie Ziwen and prepared to take his leave. Shi Hailong smiled coldly but did not say anything. He looked at the 3 with a playful gaze. Bang! The 3 people who had soared into the air crashed into a formless wall. The huge rebound knocked them back to the ground in a sorry state. Bang! 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 The 3 tried again from other places. In the end, they were all knocked back in a sorry state. No matter how much essence they used, it was useless. On the contrary, the more essence chi he used, the more serious the injuries he suffered. The expressions of the 3 changed greatly. They looked around but could not sense who attacked them. They did not even know where their opponents were. They overestimate themselves. Coming to the Heavenly Extermination Union to behave atrociously, 1 half-step martial monarch is enough. Now, 3 martial monarchs came. The trial of the ancient desolate land is such a big event. The 5 giants of the Heavenly Extermination Union will definitely be here. However, it is not convenient for them to show their faces due to their status. If they do not show their strength, these people will think that they can come and go as they please in the Heavenly Extermination Union with just a few martial monarchs. The spectating cultivators also revealed expressions of interest, as if they were watching a good show. The leading blue-robed cultivator shouted to the sky, "Senior, please be merciful. From today onwards, The Evil Moon Pavilion will not take half a step into Desolate City. A cold snort came from 7,000 meters up in the sky. Everyone could vaguely see 5 figures hidden in the boundless white clouds. Behind him, the wind and clouds surged, extending for hundreds of kilometers as they devoured and spat out a boundless grand scene. Scram. I will only say this once. My Heavenly Extermination Union will protect Xiao Chen. We will not care about the fights between the youths. If he does not follow the rules and sends out the people of the older generation, the genius of the Evil Moon Pavilion can forget about leaving the Great Gene Nation. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the thousands of people present. It was as if he was speaking right beside their ears. Pucci! However, this voice was like a clap of thunder exploding in the ears of the Evil Moon Pavilion's people. Every word was like a clap of thunder. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, blood leaked out of the corners of the Evil Moon Pavilion's people's mouths, but they did not show any dissatisfaction. After they respectfully thanked him, they quickly flew away. It is a good thing for the youths to be sharp. However, you must not be impetuous. Now that you have become famous at such a young age, don't let your fame stop you. Otherwise, not to mention becoming the second Thunder King, it will be hard for you to reach a higher level in the martial Dao. Take care of yourself. That melodious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. After giving him a warning, it cut off the connection with Xiao Chen. The 5 figures completely disappeared into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. As Xiao Chen watched the person who spoke, he felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. It was like he had seen it somewhere before. Elder Shi, who is the mysterious person who told the Evil Moon Pavilion's people to retreat? Xiao Chen asked Shi Hailong as he turned around. Shi Hailong smiled gently and said, "It is this generation's Heavenly Extermination Union's Alliance Chief. Brat, you are really lucky. I have never seen the Alliance Chief openly protect someone before." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He was now 70 to 80% sure of the white-robed person's identity. This was a banquet that never ended. The outstanding talents of the 4 nations had gathered because of the ancient desolate tower. Now it was time for them to part. Xiao Chen, there is still 1.5 years to the 5-nation youth competition. We will meet again at that time to finish that unfinished battle. Zuo walked forward and performed a cupped fist salute to Xiao Chen. Even though he had seen Xiao Chen's strength, it did not diminish his fighting spirit. Only with a goal would he have more motivation. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Definitely. Let's meet at the Great Gene Nation's Wind Cloud platform." The people who were on good terms with Xiao Chen all came forward to congratulate him. Xiao Chen did not show any reservation or arrogance. He treated them politely, performing cupped fist salutes in return. If others respect me, I will respect them tenfold. This was how Xiao Chen did things. He would not change because of external factors. A month had passed since the trial of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen had bravely made it to the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Then, he defeated the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, and the Evil Moon Pavilion's outer sect elder. This news spread like wildfire in Desolate City. Desolate City had existed for 10,000 years. There had never been a lack of legends. However, in the past 1,000 years, Desolate City had been quiet for too long. There had rarely been such an uproar. For the past month, everyone discussed this matter in their leisure time. The white-robed bladesman who came from the Great Qin Nation and comprehended saber intent at the age of 19. Many busybodies dug up this matter. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's internal strife. Even the proud people of the Holy Land suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Xiao Chen toyed with the various half-step martial monarchs in the demon battlefield. He openly snatched away the peak demon core of a few half-step martial monarchs. He won 100 consecutive victories in the wrestling ring, causing Gao Yongyu, who dominated the southern islands, to go bankrupt and lose his reputation. All these things made people sigh. This person's experiences were a legend. Many people waited in anticipation to see how far Xiao Chen could go in the Wind Cloud Arena after 1.5 years. The Great Gene Nation had monopolized the top 10 for many years. Could Xiao Chen represent the 4 nations and break this stalemate, entering the top 10? There were even more people who compared Xiao Chen to the Great Qin Nation from thousands of years ago. This resulted in intense disputes. The main character of this storm, Xiao Chen, had been so frustrated in the past month that he felt like his head was about to explode. Xiao Chen finally knew that Desolate City lived up to its reputation as one of the two great centers of the continent. In the past month, countless sects of the four nations had extended olive branches to Xiao Chen, inviting him to join their sections. The benefits they offered kept increasing, flabbergasting Xiao Chen. They gave him as many thousand-year-old spirit herbs as he wanted, an unlimited supply of medial-grade spirit stones, and 100 superior-grade spirit stones every month. Xiao Chen remained calm. He knew what he wanted, so he rejected all of them. He just wanted to find a place to cultivate. However, after Xiao Chen went to several courtyards, people would find him immediately. They would welcome him with smiles and politeness. He could not lose his temper and could only reject them. In the end, Xiao Chen had no choice but to use the shape-shifting spell to silently find a quiet courtyard. Only then did he calm down. Just like that, half a month passed. Xiao Chen spent the day comprehending by Shueihe's saber strike and the saber intent that he suddenly comprehended. Saber intent was hard to form. Xiao Chen knew this principle as well. However, when he fought with the shoes that day, he was not able to comprehend it. However, when Xiao Chen fought with the shoes, his saber intent seemed to flow naturally. With a thought, the qi in his heart gushed out and condensed into an inextinguishable saber intent. At night, Xiao Chen spent all his time stabilizing his cultivation. His cultivation had increased in one day. Although the mysterious light of the ancient desolate tower did not have any side effects, his foundation was still unstable. He needed to solidify it. Otherwise, he would not be able to endure a drawn-out battle. On this particular night, the moon hung high in the sky, looking as bright as a silver plate. Motes of light fell to the ground, illuminating the courtyard in silence. In the bedroom, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. He held 2 medial-grade spirit stones in each hand as he quickly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. The spiritual energy in the 4 spirit stones flowed continuously into the qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. They turned into drops of purple liquid and dripped down. After 1 hour, the medial-grade spirit stones lost all their luster, turning into 4 useless stones. Xiao Chen calmly tossed away the 4 medial-grade spirit stones. With a flip of his palm, 4 more medial-grade spirit stones appeared in his universe ring. 4 medial-grade spirit stones for 1 hour. That was 8 medial-grade spirit stones for 2 hours. That was 48 medial-grade spirit stones for 12 hours in one night. If others found out about such a huge expenditure, it would be hard to imagine. Not to mention the fact that they did not have so many spirit stones to squander. Even if they did, they would not dare to expend so much. Even if they could, they would not dare to expend so much energy. The capacity of their dantian was on a completely different level from Xiao Chen. They would not be able to endure such a large expenditure. This was the benefit of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. It was something that people loved and hated at the same time. See. A trace of heat came from the room. Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as he slowly withdrew his consciousness from cultivating. It was currently close to midnight. This was the coldest time of the day. How could there be heat? Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense in a circular fashion. He discovered that the rooms connected to the bedroom were all burning. This fire was not ordinary. With a flip of his palm, Xiao Chen broke through the roof with his lunar shadow saber and flew out. A person with a sword on his back sat on the wall of the courtyard. He looked at Xiao Chen with a relaxed expression. Xiao. When Xiao Chen landed on the wall, he looked suspiciously at the person who started the fire. Chu Chaoyun, what is the meaning of this? Nothing, I'm just calling you out. Xiao Chen was speechless. He said, is that how you call people out? The moment you arrive, you burn down my house. A golden light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. The blazing flames were immediately extinguished, turning into motes of golden light that entered his eyes. Convenient. I don't even need to open my mouth. I just need to look at you. You feel the same way, right? A house was not worth Xiao Chen hurting himself. So, he did not want to linger on this topic. Xiao Chen asked directly, why are you looking for me? Pa. Chu Chaoyun placed his palm on the wall of the courtyard and gently patted it. Then, he moved back and stood on the door. Do you know that you are about to die? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, do you think I will believe you? Chu Chaoyun said, not everyone is happy to see you rise up. The people you offended might not be able to do anything to you. However, not every faction will fear the Heavenly Extermination Union. Remember what I told you before. In this world, the title of genius is useless. The one who laughs last will be the final winner. The last one is king. Chapter 494. Leave desolate city within 3 days. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. After Chu Chaoyun said this, he did not stay any longer. His figure flashed, and a sword of light appeared under his feet. Then, he quickly disappeared into the night. As Xiao Chen watched Chu Chaoyun leave, a shadow appeared in his heart. He had already been very careful. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun still managed to find him. If Chu Chaoyun could find him, then those people who wanted to cause trouble for him would definitely be able to find him as well. It looked like he could not stay in Desolate City for long. The spiritual energy in Desolate City was much denser than outside. Xiao Chen had originally intended to stay for a few more days. Now, it looked like he could only leave early. Xiao Chen pushed off the wall of the courtyard and left. This courtyard could only be abandoned. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a few cultivators dressed in black nimbly jumped into the courtyard. When they saw the rubble, it was clear that the house had been burned down. The leader of the group revealed heavy suspicion in his eyes. He muttered, "This brat is really cautious." The moment we arrived, he burned down his house and spent a lot of money to buy the information from the wind-chasing sect. Yet he wasted it. The eyes of the person at the side hid a heavy murderous intent. He said coldly, "It just so happens that he is about to leave Desolate City. It will be easier for us to make a move after he leaves." The leader of the black-clothed men smiled and said, "City Lord Gao is right. It would be too conspicuous to make a move in the city. It is better to leave the city. Let's return to our Holy Fire Manor branch first to discuss the details." Gao Yongyu said indifferently, "There is no need. Since I agreed to cooperate with you, I will not act alone. Just send someone to inform me when the time comes." Gao Yongyu's words were filled with pride. He did not care about the Holy Fire Manor at all. After he spoke, he left. Lang Yun looked at the black-clothed men and asked, "Uncle Qin, is this person reliable? What if he makes a move on us?" Old Qin smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. He lost all his fortune to Xiao Chen and hates him to the bone. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he will not be able to stop him alone. He will have to cooperate with us." Lang Yun said somewhat gloomily, "However, this fellow's attitude is really unpleasant. He asked for 50% of the harvest the moment he opened his mouth. If not for father not agreeing to us making a move, how could he have the chance to speak like that?" Old Qin smiled and said, "Don't bother about him. After all, he was once an influential figure in the southern islands. Give him some face." Xiao Chen was not very interested in the spirit stones on Xiao Chen. He only wanted to snatch back that peak demon core and open his sea of consciousness to advance to Martial Monarch. When Xiao Chen advanced to Martial Monarch, he would be able to obtain as many medial-grade spirit stones as he wished. He was very clear on what was more important. As for the operation failing, that was impossible. 2 half-step Martial Monarchs and 10-odd superior-grade Martial Kings were more than enough to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The next morning, Xiao Chen walked out of an inn in Barren City. He wanted to eat something and then leave Barren City. As for where he was going, he had already made up his mind long ago. As of now, his state of massacre was still too weak. He wanted to go to the deep-sea battlefield and refine his state of massacre there. After that, he would return to the great Qin nation to settle some matters with the Shao clan. After that, he would go to the imperial capital and participate in the 5-nation youth competition that happened once every 4 years. While 1.5 years might seem like a lot, with this arrangement, Xiao Chen felt that it was not enough. "Boss, bring me another 5 kilograms of the best wine in the inn. I do not have enough thunder ox beef. Give me another half." Just as Xiao Chen descended the stairs, he heard a heroic cry. The thunder ox was a rank 6 spirit beast. Its meat was not only more delicious than ordinary beef, but it was also more chewy. After swallowing it, the fragrance would linger in the mouth. That feeling was indescribably comfortable. The most important thing was that the rank 6 spirit beast meat still contained some spiritual energy. Long-term consumption of it would be very beneficial to the physical body. There were many benefits, but the price was ridiculously high. Anyone could afford to eat a few kilograms a day. However, eating half a head in one go was too extravagant. Furthermore, based on the tone of the thunderox, it sounded like it had already eaten half a head. Xiao Chen could not help but look over curiously. Xiao Chen saw a stout man sitting by the window on the third floor. Beside a table that was larger than a regular table sat a stout man. He was drinking wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. This person looked very satisfied and comfortable. Xiao Chen found this person familiar. He turned to the side and looked. Indeed, it was Bai Lishi. Waiter, why are you so slow? This old man is about to die from your dawdling. If you still don't come, this old man will go to another place. Bai Lishi was halfway through his sentence when he saw Xiao Chen's appearance. He was startled. He did not even manage to chew the piece of meat properly before he swallowed it. The piece of meat was stuck in his throat, unable to move forward or backward. His expression was one of extreme pain. His earlier satisfied expression disappeared without a trace. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did this fellow have such a big reaction when he saw me? There is no reason for this at all. Bai Lishi gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and smacked the meat a few times. Only then did the piece of meat sink down. Xiao Chen immediately relaxed. Brother Xiao, you are here. Come, sit. Eat as much as you want. It's my treat. Xiao Chen swept his gaze across the table. He was slightly stunned. What a fellow! Aside from the rank 6 thunderox, there were also other rare beasts on the table. They were at least rank 5 spirit beasts. Some flew in the sky and some crawled on the ground, filling the table. Xiao Chen tore off a piece of deep purple thunderox. The fragrant thunderox was very tasty. He placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. Bai Lishi smiled in a fawning manner and said, How is it? Little brother Xiao Chen, this beef is pretty good, right? Although this shop is small, in the entire southern district of Desolate City, this is the only place that dares to call itself the best. Very good, it is very tasty. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He sized up Bai Lishi's attire. He wore a pair of black open-toed gloves. On the surface, they looked like ordinary leather gloves. However, when Xiao Chen scanned them with his spiritual sense, he discovered several complicated talisman scripts. Based on the complexity of the talisman scripts, they were at least superior-grade medial-grade secret treasures. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw a black talisman script necklace with a rhombus-shaped stone hanging at the end. With one look, he could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Bai Lishi wore a blue inner vest under his jacket. A strong spiritual qi came from it. The inner vest was at least a medial-grade secret treasure. There were 2 black tiger shoulder pads on his shoulders. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw that the shoes he wore were not ordinary either. There seemed to be 2 leg guards on his calves. What a fellow! He had a set of medial-grade secret treasures on him. With such a large sum of resources, just the value of these items would cost him tens of millions of medial-grade spirit stones. However, high-ranked medial-grade secret treasures could not be bought with spirit stones. One would have to spend at least a few million medial-grade spirit stones to make some connections and use some connections to obtain them. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He smiled faintly and said, Old Bai, does your butt still hurt? I really did not do it on purpose last time. Bai Lishi smiled magnanimously and said, It's fine. It is just a small matter. I have long since stopped minding it. My butt is thick. It is fine to kick it a few more times. Since when did he become so magnanimous? There is definitely something strange about this fellow. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and said in a low voice, Tell me the truth. When the all-in-all victory token was activated, the person who spent a large sum on me and forced Gao Yongyu into bankruptcy was you. Bai Lishi looked around cautiously. It seemed like he had expected Xiao Chen to ask this. He said, It is not convenient to speak here. Come with me to the private room on the top floor. Dong! Dong! Bai Lishi casually tossed out a medial-grade spirit stone and quickly led Xiao Chen to the top floor. The two found a quiet private room and closed the doors and windows. After they verified that no one was eavesdropping, Bai Lishi told Xiao Chen everything that happened that day in full detail. After Xiao Chen heard it, he felt somewhat shocked. Even though he already had some guesses, he was still astonished. You are too courageous. I really don't know where you got your courage from. Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "From Qianren Island to the demon battlefield, everything that happened clearly shows that as long as I follow you, I will definitely benefit. Furthermore, I believe in your strength. At worst, if I lose, I will no longer mingle in the ancient desolate land." After that, Bai Lishi said somewhat embarrassedly, "I received news that Gao Yongyu went in and out of the wind-chasing sect several times. It seems like he is trying to find you. It seems like that fellow is determined to kill you, and will no longer mingle in the ancient desolate land." Xiao Chen said calmly, "It has nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Even if he did not seek trouble for me, I would seek trouble for him. Tell me, what kind of existence is the wind-chasing sect?" Now, Xiao Chen finally understood why Bai Lishi had been so shocked when he saw Xiao Chen. Bai Lishi nodded and said, "I knew that you would not mind. The wind-chasing sect is a neutral organization that seeks information. As long as you can afford it, you can obtain any information from them in the ancient desolate land. However, don't worry. Even if you did not seek me out, I, Old Bai, intended to seek you out. In this desolate city, as long as you are willing to spend money, you can avoid the eyes and ears of the wind-chasing sect. It is just that the price is higher. I have already made arrangements. We will be able to leave the city by nightfall." Xiao Chen thought for a while and knew that Bai Lishi was telling the truth. This inn was the closest inn to his courtyard. It looked like it was not a coincidence that Xiao Chen met Bai Lishi here. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Don't move for now. Let me ask you, with your current strength and this set of secret treasures, how strong are you?" Bai Lishi chuckled. Clearly, he was very satisfied with the treasures on him. He muttered, "I believe you know that there are strong and weak half-step martial monarchs. Normally, we divide half-step martial monarchs into 3 grades: small perfection, great perfection, and peak consummation half-step martial monarch. Right now, when I use my full power, I am already as strong as a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch. I should be able to deal with 5 or 6 small perfection half-step martial monarchs like Gong Haoyu in one go." Xiao Chen felt astonished. He could not tell that this fellow had relied on a stroke of luck to become a nouveau riche. Now, he was ahead of him due to a freak combination of factors. When Xiao Chen first arrived at the ancient desolate tower, his and Bai Lishi's strengths were about the same. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Xiao Chen had fought bitterly along the way. Not to mention a narrow escape. He had put in thousands of times more effort than ordinary people to get to where he was now. Chapter 495. However, when compared to Bai Lishi, the difference was immediately obvious. Bai Lishi had easily won a large sum of spirit stones in a gamble. By relying on a full set of 10-odd medial-grade secret treasures, Bai Lishi's combat prowess surpassed Xiao Chen's. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chen's depressed expression, his smile became even more cocky. He pretended to comfort Xiao Chen. "Brother, don't overthink. This old brother is only ahead of you temporarily. However, there is still a long way to go. In terms of future potential, I am still not as good as you." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. You should not be targeted yet. Help me ask around and see who exactly is investigating me." Bai Lishi was startled. He said, "What are you thinking of doing?" "I already made arrangements. I guarantee that you will be able to leave Desolate City safely tonight." Xiao Chen muttered, "Just do as I say. There are some grudges that need to be resolved in advance. Otherwise, you will end up creating trouble for yourself in the future. If I cannot find you, your friends and family might fall into their hands. I do not want to leave behind unforgettable regrets." Bai Lishi thought for a while and still disagreed with Xiao Chen's thoughts. He said, "Gao Yongyu is not easy to deal with. He became famous in the southern islands long ago. He has already become a great perfection half-step martial monarch." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Because of this, we need to make a decision early. Once he becomes a martial monarch, he will be even harder to deal with." Seeing Xiao Chen's insistence, Bai Lishi did not have much to say. Although Bai Lishi had a rough character, he felt that what Xiao Chen said made sense. However, he was worried that Xiao Chen would be rash. After Bai Lishi left, Xiao Chen found a room in the inn to stay in and continue to stabilize his cultivation. He was like a divine weapon. The outline of the weapon had already been formed. He still needed to polish it, making it sharp and filled with spirituality. Bai Lishi left for 2 days. The room in the inn was very spacious. After 2 days, Bai Lishi pushed open the door and sat down at the tea table in the hall. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes and pushed open the door. When he saw the somewhat fatigued Bai Lishi, he asked, "Did you get what you wanted?" Bai Lishi took out a stack of information from his bosom. He smiled and said, "Brat, you have been extraordinarily popular recently. There are so many people looking for you. I collected at least 100 sets from the 4 branches of the wind-chasing sect." Xiao Chen nodded in thanks and said, "Lishi, thank you for the trouble. I will give you the money." Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "Let's not talk about money. Right now, I lack everything but money. I'll be leaving first. If you need anything, just call me. Don't act rashly by yourself. Brother, I will be there at any time." This Lishi Tu to Xiao Lishi Tu. Lishi Tu, he, Chen Chen Chen. Lishi. He Lito Chen. Chen. By, he to with. There was a small pile of information on the table. There was a detailed introduction of the backer, strength, and personal information of every person looking for Xiao Chen. The detailed information taught Xiao Chen a lesson. He now understood why he was always the first to be found. The extremely detailed information really taught Xiao Chen a lesson. He now somewhat understood why he was always the first to be found by others. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen finished reading all the documents on the table. Then, he spent another hour categorizing them. The first type did not pose much of a threat. They were the various sects that had not given up yet. They still wanted to extend an olive branch to Xiao Chen. The second type was more interesting. Many youths wanted to challenge Xiao Chen. They wanted to use this opportunity to become famous. There was no need to bother with these 2 types. They did not have any malicious intent towards Xiao Chen. However, the third type made Xiao Chen wary. The Holy Fire Manners Qin Yu had spent a lot of money 3 times to track down Xiao Chen's whereabouts. The Holy Fire Manners Qin Yu had spent a lot of money 3 times to track down Xiao Chen's whereabouts. The final record was for the wind-chasing sect to keep an eye on Xiao Chen and inform him when Xiao Chen left the city. Xiao Chen thought for a while and remembered who this Qin Yu was. It was the Holy Fire Manners inner sect elder whose peak blood demon's demon core Xiao Chen snatched away from him in the demon battlefield. "It looks like this fellow is waiting for me to leave the city to ambush me. He is also a great perfection half-step martial monarch. He will not be easy to deal with." Xiao Chen continued reading and finally found Gao Yongyu's record. He had gone together with Qin Yu. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, 2 great perfection half-step martial monarchs worked together. This would not be easy to deal with. Xiao Chen looked down and saw the wind-chasing sect's analysis. His eyes could not help but light up, and a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, Gao Yongyu did not stay with the Holy Fire Manor. Xiao Chen had not expected such a good opportunity. However, there was no record of Chu Chaoyun in all the information. This made Xiao Chen suspicious. If this person did not go through the wind-chasing sect, how did he find him? Unable to figure it out, Xiao Chen could only put it aside for now. He destroyed all the information and called Bai Lishi to his room to explain his plan. "You want to take the initiative to attack and kill off Gao Yongyu. After that, you will destroy the Holy Fire Manners branch in Desolate City." When Gao Yongyu heard Xiao Chen's plan, he could not help but be startled. Xiao Chen said calmly, "That's right. We cannot give him a chance to work together with Qin Yu. Otherwise, we will not stand a chance." Bai Lishi remained silent for a while. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Brat, only you have such boldness. I, old Bai, will do it with you. That group of people is still waiting for you to leave the city. They probably never dreamed that you would take the initiative to attack. Just tell me what you want me to do." Xiao Chen looked at Bai Lishi calmly and asked, "Are you not afraid?" Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "I am a bachelor. What is there to be afraid of? Now that the age of geniuses has sprouted, when the great age arrives, who will be the main character? I, old Bai, have set my mind on you. If I make the right bet and you become the main character of this age, the benefits I will gain will be greater than what I have to pay." The age of geniuses had arrived. The great age was coming. A martial emperor would definitely be born. As long as Bai Lishi made the right bet, he would gain the friendship of the future Emperor Wu. This benefit would be thousands or even tens of thousands of times better than any natural treasure or spirit pill. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, I do not care who the main character is. If you help me, I will definitely remember your kindness. After the two finished their discussion, Bai Lishi made his move again. He wanted to find Gao Yongyu's residence at all costs. As for Xiao Chen, he started to make his final preparations. Xiao Chen took out the remaining half of the Wutong spiritual wood from the universe ring and closed his eyes. Then, he started to recall all sorts of things worth carving. After a while, the image of a rank 10 frost flood dragon was deeply imprinted in his mind. Opening his eyes, Xiao Chen already had an idea in his heart. If we are going to play, let's play it big. 3 days later, Xiao Chen found out where Gao Yongyu was staying. Everything was ready. When the sky turned dark, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi immediately set off. Barren City was a city of water. There were countless rivers and lakes everywhere in the city. In a small lake in the northern district, there was a huge lake. In a small lake in the northern district, there was a pavilion in the center of the lake. Below the pavilion was a winding wooden path that extended to the shore. In a hidden spot by the lake, Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. He said, Who said that this fellow went bankrupt? Even cultivators would not be able to live in such a large house by himself. Bai Lishi smiled embarrassedly and said, A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This fellow has been operating in Wrestling City for half his life. He definitely has a few backup plans. Xiao Chen said indifferently, Let's go then. Bai Lishi picked up the huge axe on his back and a ruthless expression flashed on his face. He said, I'll make the first move later. The two withdrew their auras and walked silently on the winding plank path, heading for the pavilion in the center of the lake. Break for this old man. When Bai Lishi was 100 meters away from the pavilion, he suddenly erupted. His huge axe quickly enlarged. He shouted and hacked down at the pavilion. Bang! 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 A burst of light flickered above the pavilion and collided with the huge axe blade, creating a crackling sound. Pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake. Unexpectedly, there was a simple defensive barrier in the wooden pavilion. However, Bai Lishi was not surprised. The talisman scripts on his black leather gloves slowly lit up. Break! Bai Lishi shouted again and chopped down with the huge axe, which had already grown 100 meters long. Chi! Chi! The barrier around the pavilion shattered with a cassier sound. The axe chopped down unobstructed, chopping the huge pavilion in half. The axe landed on the lowest floor of the pavilion, giving off a melodious clang. Bai Lishi wanted to pull his axe back, but he felt something clamp down on it. He could not pull it out no matter what. Boom! The two halves of the pavilion fell towards the lake. Gao Yongyu stood on the water and a strong aura spread out. He used one hand to clamp down on Bai Lishi's axe. Dang! Gao Yongyu snorted coldly and struck the axe with his palm. The axe immediately shrank back to its original size. On the winding path, Bai Lishi could not help but take a few steps back. When Gao Yongyu saw Xiao Chen beside Bai Lishi, his gaze immediately turned cold. His face turned frosty as he said in a cold voice, I did not look for you, but you actually came to look for me. You are really bold. Bang! Gao Yongyu stomped heavily on the water, and a semicircular screen of water appeared behind him. His figure flickered. Boundless ripples spread out from his palm. It was like a gushing waterfall appeared in the night sky. Gao Yongyu used the might of the waterfall to smash at Xiao Chen. Boom! 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 The sound of the waterfall reverberated in the surroundings. It was like a real waterfall. The other party's momentum was surging. Xiao Chen chose to dodge for now. He pushed off the ground and his figure immediately drifted away. Pa! 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 The gushing waterfall in the sky gathered into Bai Shuehe's palm before exploding. The winding path under Bai Shuehe's feet immediately shattered, and a huge pillar of water shot up from the lake. Bang! Bai Lishi broke through the pillar of water and hacked at Gao Yongyu with his axe. There was nothing fancy about this move. It was just a horrifying force. When Gao Yongyu swung his axe, the air was like thin paper. It seemed to have been chopped in half, and an indistinct crack appeared. Splash! Gao Yongyu's right palm moved back and forth in front of him. A wave of water swam around his palm. The water attributed spiritual energy on the lake quickly gathered there. When the axe arrived before Gao Yongyu, he smashed it with his palm. The surging steam exploded, and the huge force knocked Bai Lishi back by 100 meters. When the wave fell, a figure flashed. It was Xiao Chen attacking again. He clenched his right fist tightly, and the blue dragon tattoo on his arm swam about. Chapter 496. A resonant dragon roar resounded on the surface of the lake. A dragon head appeared on his fist, roaring ferociously. "You overestimate yourself. How dare you attack me?" Gao Yongyu did not panic. He circulated his essence and sent out a palm strike. The dragon head vanished, and Xiao Chen somersaulted 3 times in the air, dissipating the force. Then, his left hand turned into an azure dragon claw. Another resonant dragon roar resounded. Gao Yongyu dodged to the side and arrived at Xiao Chen's left side. Then, he flew forward and sent out a palm strike. Roar! The dragon roar resounded endlessly. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist and merged his vital qi and essence, clashing head-on with Gao Yongyu. Bang! The instant the fist and palm met on the calm surface of the lake, waves rose 100 meters high and filled the sky with raindrops. Gao Yongyu, who had remained motionless all this while, finally took 3 steps back from this palm strike. However, Xiao Chen was in an even more miserable state than Gao Yongyu. He took 10 steps back before he could stand stably on the water. Ha! Before Gao Yongyu could stand stably, Bai Lishi quickly stepped on the water. With every step he took, a pillar of water shot up into the sky. Gao Yongyu's face sank slightly as he forcefully suppressed the fluctuations of his qi and blood. Then he sent out 2 palm strikes. Palm winds howled and the sound of a waterfall resounded endlessly. The 2 huge impacts instantly neutralized Bai Lishi's ferocious attack. Bai Lishi took 2 steps back on the water and chuckled. "Old man, why do you not have any strength left? Receive another attack from me." Gao Yongyu raged in his heart. These 2 people were not a match for him. However, when they worked together, Gao Yongyu did not have a chance to catch his breath. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, he felt a wave of powerlessness. He had to get rid of one of them first. Gao Yongyu looked around and made up his mind. He stomped heavily on the water, and a crack appeared on the surface of the lake. The water parted just like that. Bai Lishi missed a step and fell into the crack. He felt extremely depressed. Gao Yongyu ignored Bai Lishi and snorted coldly. Then, he charged at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. "I've been waiting for you." The dragon head on my right hand and the dragon claw on my left hand spread open. A blue dragon shadow flickered behind me. "And!" Xiao Chen shouted and a complete dragon image appeared behind him. Then, he punched at Gao Yongyu, who was flying over. Roar! The roar of the heaven dragon resounded across the surface of the lake. The azure dragon's shadow left its body and a supreme dragon's might spread across the lake. On the surface of the lake, the water rippled, stirring up layers upon layers of waves. Gao Yongyu's expression immediately changed. He waved his palms and the lake water beneath his feet formed a water shield in front of him. The dragon head smashed into the water shield and with a cassier sound, the water shield split apart. Then, the dragon tail swung and sent Gao Yongyu flying. "Mother asterisk cur. How dare you let your grandfather drink water?" Bai Lishi, who had sunk to the bottom of the lake, broke out of the water and headed for the descending Gao Yongyu. The black leather gloves on his hands glowed with a blue light, increasing the explosive power of his axe to its peak. Boom! Caught off guard, Gao Yongyu, who had just eaten a mouthful of water, was struck into the water by the axe. He tumbled for a long distance before he stopped. "Did you really think that I would come and find you just because I had some confidence?" Xiao Chen said expressionlessly to Gao Yongyu as he walked on the surface of the lake. Back in the wrestling ring, this fellow had repeatedly caused trouble for Xiao Chen. He probably did not expect such a day to come. Gao Yongyu stood up in a somewhat sorry state. When he saw the 2 approaching, he roared ferociously and charged over again. Bang! 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 The 3 of them clashed once again. Without a doubt, Gao Yongyu's strength was stronger than either of the 2 of them. However, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi were exceptionally patient. They did not make any mistakes and worked together to wear him down. After one person finished fighting, the other would immediately take over, not giving Gao Yongyu any chance to catch his breath. Time slowly went by. The injuries that Gao Yongyu suppressed became increasingly severe. The pressure on him increased. If he could not suppress his internal injuries and erupted, he would be in grave danger. On the other hand, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi had a better chance to recover. There were no hidden injuries in their bodies. The more they fought, the more valiant they became, refusing to let go of Gao Yongyu. No, if this drags on, we will really die here. Unexpectedly, in just a short 1 or 2 months, this brat managed to grow to such a level. Gao Yongyu did his best to execute a big move, causing the water to surge continuously, forcing back Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi. Gao Yongyu wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. He smiled coldly and said, "If the two of you work together, I am indeed not a match for you. However, if I want to leave, you will not be able to stop me. Just wait for my rage." As long as there was life, there was hope. Gao Yongyu was not someone who did not know how to adapt. If he left first and worked together with Qin Yu, he would not have to fear these two. Indeed, at their cultivation realm, it was easy to defeat the other party. However, it would be difficult to kill the other party. Unless one had an overwhelming advantage in strength, it would be hard to keep the other party here. As Xiao Chen watched Gao Yongyu leave, his expression did not change much. He casually tossed a wooden sculpture to the bottom of the lake and quickly formed hand seals. Life bestowal spell. Bang! Xiao Chen shouted, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake. All the water in the lake quickly surged toward the whirlpool. A dragon roar came from the whirlpool, and a flood dragon burst out of the water. All the water in the lake soared up. Gao Yongyu felt that something was wrong, so he turned his head back to look. He saw a 200-meter-long frost flood dragon less than a meter behind him. The huge dragon head felt like it was right in front of him. Pah! Before Gao Yongyu could react, the frost flood dragon spat out a beam of cold qi at him. The cold qi quickly froze at a visible speed. When it struck Gao Yongyu's chest, the hidden injuries that he had been suppressing for a long time erupted. Pu-ci! Gao Yongyu vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily into the water like a broken kite. The frost flood dragon sent out an attack, and Xiao Chen quickly cancelled his spell. A wooden sculpture descended, and he opened his hand to pull it over. Cracks appeared on the wooden sculpture. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "Using Wutong spiritual wood to materialize a rank 10 flood dragon is too much. It probably won't work even if I use it one more time." "Xiao Chen, how should we deal with this fellow?" Bai Lishi asked as he carried the heavily injured Gao Yongyu like he was a toy and walked over to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen put away the wooden sculpture and glanced at Gao Yongyu. Then, a horrified expression appeared on Gao Yongyu's face. Xiao Chen stretched out his finger and placed it on Gao Yongyu's forehead. A strand of purple flame shot out, and a bloody hole appeared in Gao Yongyu's head. Then, his body went limp and fell over. Xiao Chen removed Gao Yongyu's spatial ring and tossed it to Bai Lishi. Then he said casually, "Let's go to the Holy Fire Manor's branch." The Holy Fire Manor was considered a first-rate power in the southern islands. The manor lord and a supreme elder were martial monarchs. With 2 bona fide martial monarchs holding down the fort and 12 half-step martial monarch intersect elders, they were indeed very strong in the southern islands. However, when considering the entire ancient desolate land, such a power was not sufficient. This was clear from the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. The Holy Fire Manor occupied only 100 acres of land. Compared to the Thousand Sword Pavilion's branch, it was much smaller. Although the Holy Fire Manor was small, it had everything. Fake mountains, flowing rivers, pavilions, corridors, and flower racks. However, the Holy Fire Manor was much smaller. Looking down from above, it was only the size of a palm. It would be quite cramped with so many buildings. Lang Yun and Qin Yu leisurely played a game of Go in a secluded hall with simple and unadorned decorations in the courtyard. There were 15 lanterns at the side. 15 flames swayed gently, illuminating the hall like it was daytime. "Uncle Qin, that fellow has been hiding in the inn recently. Does he not want to leave Desolate City?" Old Qin smiled faintly and placed down a Go stone. He said, "Xiao Yun, be more patient. Although we have the connecting chains talisman to avoid the eyes and ears of the sages, it is still too conspicuous in Desolate City. Let him live for a few more days." Lang Yun glanced at the messy Go board and said in frustration, "This fellow snatched away my Extreme Flame's origin flame. If father finds out, he will strip me of my status as a legitimate son. I will not be able to rest until I get it back. However, Qin Yu smiled coldly to himself. Who asked you to covet that peak demon core back then? Even if you are not capable, you still went to join in the fun. Serves you right for this retribution. However, Qin Yu's expression did not change at all. He smiled and said, Young Manor Master, don't worry. If he does not leave the city in half a month, we will contact Gao Yongyu and kill him. With our strength, dealing with him together will not be difficult. Is that so? Suddenly, cold laughter came from the hall. The flames of the 15 lanterns swayed wildly, and a killing chi appeared for no reason. Qin Yu's expression changed. He looked straight at the door and said, Do you not know where this is? How dare you come here and cause trouble? At the same time, Qin Yu gestured to the right and instructed Lang Yun to go out the back door to call for help. Stop calling for help. Only the two of you are left in this courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. The corpses carried surging energy as they smashed the door to the side hall into pieces. Then, they landed heavily in front of the group. The corpses all died in the same state. A bloody hole appeared on their foreheads. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with grievances. When Lang Yun and Qin Yu saw the familiar corpses on the ground, their hearts immediately sank. Who was so powerful? To think that they managed to silently kill all the guards in the courtyard in such a short time. Dong, dong, dong. Outside the open door, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi walked in with their heads held high. They looked at the two coldly. It's you. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, feeling extremely astonished. He had not expected that when he did not go looking for Xiao Chen would take the initiative to kill his way over. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Old Qin, we meet again. Qin Yu remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice. Good. Instead of living for a few more days, you actually dared to take the initiative to send yourself over. This saves me the trouble of looking for you. Bai Lishi tossed out Gao Yongyu's corpse and said, Gao Yongyu said the same thing. Unfortunately, he is dead now. The moment Gao Yongyu's corpse appeared, Lang Yun's expression immediately changed. Even the calm Qin Yu's expression turned unnatural. Uncle Qin, help me hold on for a while. I'll go find someone to help. When Lang Yun saw that the situation was bad, he quickly fled, heading for the back door. Bang! When Lang Yun arrived at the door, a strong figure blocked his way. Bai Lishi smiled and said, Why are you running? Let me play a few moves with you. Chapter 497. When Qin Yu saw Bai Lishi leave Xiao Chen, he found an opportunity and attacked at lightning speed. A pale white flame burned on his palm, and the surrounding air instantly turned cold. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This person actually has an extreme Yin flame as well. If I collect it well, my lunar true flame will grow stronger. Even though Xiao Chen thought this, his hands did not slow down. He sent out a palm strike as well. A purple pure Yang true flame burned on his palm. Bang! Yin and Yang countered each other. The instant the two palms clashed, they produced a strong explosive force. A shockwave surged out, tearing apart half of the side hall. Even Bai Lishi and Lang Yun, who were fighting, received a significant impact. The shockwave knocked them back a few steps. Lang Yun was in an even worse state. His complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. However, Old Qin did not care about that. He stood firm and charged at Xiao Chen again, intending to deal with Xiao Chen as quickly as possible. Xiao Chen dealt with Xiao Chen calmly, not panicking at all. After 10 odd moves, he was only knocked back 100 meters. He did not suffer any substantial damage. Qin Yu felt depressed. He thought back to a few months ago, when he could crush Xiao Chen as easily as crushing an ant. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had grown to such a level in such a short time. After exchanging 10 odd moves with Xiao Chen still did not completely crumble. Xiao Chen glanced at the fight between Bai Lishi and Lang Yun. It was nearing its end. Xiao Chen's expression became even more relaxed. He no longer clashed head-on with Xiao Chen. All he needed to do was delay him and not let him leave. After a while, a miserable shriek rang out. Lang Yun finally died at Bai Lishi's hands. This was within expectations. Given Bai Lishi's strength, which was equivalent to a half-step martial monarch's, being able to last for so long was already very impressive. Retreat! After Lang Yun died, Qin Yu knocked back Xiao Chen with one move. Then he decisively retreated, wanting to leave this place. You want to leave? It's not that easy. If Xiao Chen let this person leave and notified the Holy Fire Manor's headquarters, 2 martial monarchs would be a great threat to Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi. Gotcha! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber at his waist, and a sharp saber intent surged out. A resplendent purple saber chi immediately blocked Qin Yu's path of retreat. Dang! Bai Lishi's attack soon followed. With the two of them working together, they completely blocked off Qin Yu's path of escape. There was not much suspense in the remaining battles. Qin Yu was weaker than Gao Yongyu, so how could he be a match for Xiao Chen and Gao Yongyu? After holding on for an hour, Xiao Chen slashed his throat with his saber. Then, Xiao Chen extracted the origin flame of the extreme Yin flame in his body. Then, he and Bai Lishi quickly left this place. According to the original plan, the two of them left the barren city overnight, and only stopped after traveling for a full 10 miles. At the Heavenly Extermination Lake, Xiao Chen said gratefully to Bai Lishi, "Many thanks for your help. If not for you, the operation would not have gone so smoothly." Without Bai Lishi's help, Xiao Chen would not have been able to eliminate the 2 hidden dangers so smoothly. Be it Gao Yongyu or Qin Yu, they would not have been easy for him to deal with. Even if Xiao Chen had used all his trump cards and obtained the final victory, he would have suffered significant internal injuries. It would not have been like this, where he had only exhausted a large amount of essence without any major problems. Bai Lishi chuckled and said, "I found it very exciting as well. You have given me all the gains from the 2 half-step martial monarchs. Now we are even." "That's right. What do you plan to do next?" Bai Lishi asked after a pause for a while, looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen answered honestly, "I plan to make a trip to the deep-sea battlefield to temper myself and refine my killing chi." Xiao Chen had obtained the state of massacre from the Scarlet Throne. In the end it was not his own. When he used it, he felt that it was still lacking. Hence, he had to go to the deep-sea battlefield. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "What a coincidence. I am going to the deep-sea battlefield as well. The East Shallow Sea's 3rd grade battlefield is about to open. I was planning to go with a friend. If you do not mind, we can go together." Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He said, "Such a coincidence?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "If not for going to the deep-sea battlefield, why do you think I bought so many secret treasures?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before agreeing to the other party's invitation. Coincidentally, there were many things that he did not understand. With Bai Lishi's guidance, he could save himself a lot of trouble. In a port city in the easternmost part of the Great Chu Nation, merchant ships entered and left the bustling port. Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi stood at the shore of the port. However, they were not in a rush to board the ship. Naturally, the East Shallow Sea was in the east of the continent. If they wanted to save time, they could only go to the Great Chu Nation in the east. After leaving Desolate City, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi traveled at full speed. After 7 days and 7 nights, they arrived at the port. Speaking of which, Bai Lishi, who exactly is the friend you mentioned? Even now, you are not willing to tell me. Is there a need to be so mysterious? After leaving the ancient desolate land, Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi relaxed. No matter how strong the Holy Fire Manor was, they would not be able to reach the Great Chu Nation. When they chatted, they did not have any misgivings. Bai Lishi smiled and said, "You will know when you arrive. It will definitely be a pleasant surprise for you." Xiao Chen had asked Bai Lishi a few times, but the other party gave him the same answer every time. So he could only give up. Xiao Chen's curiosity was completely piqued. What kind of person could give him such a pleasant surprise? The last time we went to the Ranka battlefield, there were about 10 people. However, only the 2 of us survived, Bai Lishi said with a drawn-out sigh. Xiao Chen asked, "What kind of place is the deep-sea battlefield? Can you tell me more about it?" Bai Lishi muttered to himself, "It is time to tell you. There are demons coming out of the spatial crack in the boundless sea at every moment. However, demons are also divided into ranks. Just like humans, they will gather together if their strength is similar. It is just like how martial monarchs will not mix with martial saints. It is impossible for them to mix together. According to the strength of the demons, the factions of the boundless sea divide the regions where the demons live into 6 ranks. Once the number of demons in a certain region reaches a certain number, They will gather all the cultivators in the world to surround and suppress them. Xiao Chen thought for a while and understood what Bai Lishi meant. He continued to ask, has the 6th rank battlefield ever opened? Bai Lishi smiled and said, it is best not to. Once the peak rank battlefield opens, all the martial sages in the world will rush over. Furthermore, based on history, once the 6th rank battlefield opens, the demonic calamity will not be far away. Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, soft footsteps came from behind the two. Bai Lishi did not turn around. He smiled and said, the person we are waiting for is here. Xiao Chen turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged bladesman in azure with long hair draped over his shoulders. He exuded a sharp aura and a set of facial features. The bloody bladesman. Sun Guangquan. When Xiao Chen saw this person's face clearly, he exclaimed softly in astonishment. He had met Sun Guangquan once before. Sun Guangquan was one of the 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land. He had comprehended saber intent many years ago. The rumor about Sun Guangquan's strength was that unless a martial monarch appeared, no one could defeat him. Back on Qianren Island, Xiao Chen had not seen Sun Guangquan make a move. However, he could clearly sense that Sun Guangquan was much stronger than the others. That was the intuition of a bladesman. Xiao Chen had not expected that the friend Bai Lishi mentioned would be Sun Guangquan. To him, this was a pleasant surprise. Sun Guangquan had comprehended saber intent many years ago. Xiao Chen had only comprehended saber intent recently. With this person's guidance, he would definitely improve rapidly. Sun Guangquan sized up Xiao Chen and immediately sensed the buzzing saber intent in Xiao Chen's body. He was slightly stunned and guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Bai Lishi smiled and said, Old son, you must have heard of Xiao Chen before. This time, he will be coming with us to the deep sea battlefield. Sun Guangquan nodded and smiled softly. Who in the world of bladesmen does not know the name of the white-robed bladesman? Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, Before senior son, how could I dare to be called a bladesman? When Sun Guangquan heard what Xiao Chen said, he waved his hand and smiled. Don't call me senior. I don't dare. Our strengths are about the same. Let's talk as equals. If you don't mind, you can just call me old son like old Bai does. The bloody bladesman Sun Guangquan could be considered a true bladesman. With such a humble attitude, Xiao Chen's impression of Sun Guangquan improved significantly. Xiao Chen no longer felt restrained. He said, Big brother Sun is too polite. Bai Lishi looked at the two of them interacting with each other. He smiled and said, I say the two of you stop being so polite. Quickly board the ship. If not, we will have to wait another day. The merchant ship set sail and headed for the true depths of the boundless sea, embarking on a long journey. Even with the help of the ocean currents, it would take at least a month to reach the true eastern shallow sea. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not waste such a long time. Aside from his usual cultivation, he would seek out Sun Guangquan every day to discuss his experiences with the saber. As a senior, Sun Guangquan did not hide anything from Xiao Chen. He answered all of Xiao Chen's questions in detail. There were some things that Sun Guangquan did not dare to be certain of. He would discuss them with Xiao Chen before coming to a conclusion. When they had nothing to do, the two would find an opportunity to compare notes with each other. With such a senior, Xiao Chen had benefited a lot along the way. Using this opportunity, Xiao Chen started to practice the 4-season saber technique that Bai Shueha passed on to him. Back then, in the ancient desolate tower, the spot of light that Bai Shueha shot out was the secret manual for the 4-season saber technique. The 4-season saber technique was like the Wukuei saber technique. They were both peak earth-ranked saber techniques. However, the 4-season saber technique focused more on intent and not form. Hence, it was much more difficult to comprehend. As Xiao Chen fought with Sun Guangquan, he continuously perfected his 4-season saber technique. As a fellow bladesman, Sun Guangquan could keenly point out the inadequacies of Xiao Chen's saber technique. After traveling for many days, they were no longer far from the eastern shallow sea. On this particular day, the three gathered together and started chatting. Then, Xiao Chen thought of a question. He said, Big brother Sun, I have some doubts. Why are you known as the Bloody Bladesman and the ancient desolate land's 10 great bladesmen? Why have I not heard anyone mention them in Desolate City? When Sun Guangquan heard this, he could not help but smile. He said, The ancient desolate land's 10 great bladesmen were known by that name many years ago. Everyone knows their own limits. Now there are too many geniuses. This is the budding era of geniuses. Everyone is very low profile, afraid that they might end up as stepping stones. Bai Lishi added, that is true. The experts of the older generation all value their reputation. They are all in closed-door cultivation. No one mentions their previous titles, like the 4 great bladesmen and 4 great swordsmen of Desolate City anymore. Chapter 498. Xiao Chen did not expect this to be the reason. He could not help feeling a little awkward. Sun Guangquan laughed heartily and said, I'm not talking about you. In fact, I don't like people who take advantage of their seniority. They don't dare to face the truth and still insist on putting up a strong front. They deserve to be slapped in the face and used as a stepping stone. When I was young, I did a lot of these things. As for why he's called the Blood Bladesman, just as Sun Guangquan was about to explain, the merchant ships suddenly came to a stop. With their cultivation bases, they were naturally unaffected by this extreme change in speed. However, the ornaments in the room were not so lucky. It fell to the ground, and some of the porcelain was smashed into pieces. Bai Lishi said doubtfully, strange, why did it suddenly stop? Furthermore, it stopped in such a rush. Let's go out and take a look, Sun Guangquan suggested. Dong dong dong. Just as the 3 of them were about to take action, there was an urgent knock on the door. The door opened and an attendant said in a fluster, the 3 of you must be cultivators. Please gather on the deck quickly. Xiao Chen asked, what happened? Did you run into a pirate ship? The attendant squeezed out an ugly smile and said, it's even more troublesome than a pirate ship. It's a warship of the Black Dragon Society. Black Dragon Society. Bai Lishi and Sun Guangquan could not help but exchange strange glances. Could it be that you want us to help you resist the Black Dragon Group? That would be difficult. The attendant said, no, it is the Black Dragon Group's request. All the cultivators who are preparing to participate in the 3rd grade battlefield must gather on the deck. The Black Dragon Triad was the largest force in the Endless Sea. Its fleet cruised the seas in all directions. 5,000 years ago, after a fierce battle with the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace occupied half of the islands in the Eastern Shallow Sea, making it the overlord of the Boundless Sea. Back then, the Divine Dragon Palace was like the sun in the sky. It was the leader of all the factions in the 4 seas. The old Dragon King's prestige was extremely high. With a single order, countless sects in the 4 seas would listen to him. But in that battle, the Divine Dragon Palace still lost. The old Dragon King died in battle, and the 4 shallow seas no longer had an alliance leader. After that battle, the Black Dragon Triad became a god. From a force in the outer seas, it became the overlord of the 4 seas, controlling all the trade routes in the sea. On the way to the deck, Bai Lishi gave Xiao Chen a simple explanation of the Black Dragon Group, causing Xiao Chen to feel astonished. Who would have thought that in the boundless sea, far away from the mainland, there would be such a colossus as the Black Dragon Triad? Before this, there had never been any news of it on the mainland. Sun Guangquan said, but now the Divine Dragon Palace's strength has increased greatly. The Black Dragon Group's edge in the Eastern Shallow Sea is no longer as great as before. So don't think too much about it. Let's go to the deck and see what kind of tricks they're playing. Hundreds of cultivators stood on the wide deck. Their cultivations were not low. They were at least superior-grade martial kings. When Xiao Chen looked around, he discovered 2 or 3 half-step martial monarchs. 6 huge black warships stood on the surface of the sea in front of the merchant ship. The ancient demonic energy cannons on the warships were open and flickered with a cold light. The ancient demonic energy cannons were very mighty. When filled with inferior-grade spirit stones, they could severely injure a martial saint in one shot. When filled with medial-grade spirit stones, they could easily injure an inferior-grade martial king. If filled with superior-grade spirit stones, even a martial monarch would be on tenterhooks and would not dare to clash head-on. With the deterrence of several dozen ancient demonic energy cannons, the many cultivators on the deck all showed cautious expressions. They did not dare to be too impudent. Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, footsteps came from the ship's hold. Another cultivator came out. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw that this person had an exquisite figure and voluptuous curves. She wore black leather armor and carried 2 short swords on her back. She wore a half-mask that covered her face. Her black eyes were very deep and mysterious. Unexpectedly, Shifeng was on the ship as well. Xiao Chen was very curious about this person. He had always wanted to know why she knew Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques. However, when Xiao Chen saw the unapproachable aura of Shifeng, he gave up on the thought of greeting her. Xiao. After everyone arrived, 5 cultivators wearing black battle armor flew over from the warship. Their auras were incredibly dense. The person leading them was very strong, a half-step martial monarch. That person had a straight face, short hair, and spirited eyes. He looked very capable. He smiled faintly at the crowd and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am an insignificant captain of the Black Dragon Group's 9th Legion. My name is Jian Chainan." One of the half-step martial monarchs said somewhat impatiently, "Just speak directly. Why are you stopping us? Cut the crap." Even though Jian Chainan was interrupted in front of everyone, he did not get angry. He continued, "There is no rush. It is nothing major. Aren't you going to the 3rd grade battlefield for experiential training? You can participate through my Black Dragon Group as well. Furthermore, the reward is double that of the Divine Dragon Palace." The moment Jian Chainan said this, a commotion broke out. Double the reward. This temptation was not small. However, some of the people who had been to the deep-sea battlefield smiled coldly to themselves. Their expressions did not change. Bai Lishi said softly, "Don't listen to him. The Divine Dragon Palace controls the main junctions of the 3rd grade battlefield. The Black Dragon Group only controls a small corner. Furthermore, it is not the main area of activity for the demons. No matter how high the reward is, it is useless." Jian Chainan continued, "As long as you agree to come with us, we will give you 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones when you board the warship. When you return, we will give you another 100,000. If you kill more demons, the reward will increase." A commotion broke out in the crowd. Some of the cultivators who came to the Boundless Sea for the first time were tempted. 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones was not a small sum. After the mission ended, they would be able to obtain at least 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. If they did not die, it would be a large sum. "I am willing to go." Immediately, someone who came to the Boundless Sea for the first time thought about it. He felt that it was profitable and agreed to the other party's request. Jian Chainan immediately tossed out a few boxes of spirit stones and handed them to that person. He smiled and said, "You made the right choice. Get on the warship." That person gently counted the spirit stones and revealed a happy smile. Then, he leaped up and landed on the warship in front. "I am willing as well." "I am willing as well." Seeing that someone actually obtained the spirit stones, the number of people who agreed increased. Soon most of the people on the warship left. Only 10 odd people who knew the inside story did not waver. These people were all peak martial kings. A few were like Sun Guangquan. Some were even half-step martial monarchs. 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones did not interest them. What they sought was a true experiential training, where they could disregard life and death. However, in the face of the limits of their lives, they needed to continuously stimulate their potential and advance their cultivation. The Black Dragon Group would not be able to satisfy them. After the group of people who came to the Boundless Sea boarded the Black Dragon Group's warship, Jian Chainan looked at the crowd and smiled. "Many thanks to everyone for not giving me any trouble. You are all true elites. You are all very clear on the situation of the deep-sea battlefield. Your treatment is even better than that group of people earlier." Bai Lishi mocked. "What do you mean? You make it sound like we agreed to go with you. I don't think we said we would go with you." However, Sun Guangquan sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. "Prepare to abandon the warship and head west. That is the area controlled by the Divine Dragon Palace. Do not sink to the bottom of the sea. The sea monsters there are very difficult to deal with." Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like this experiential training involved the internal strife of 2 peak powers. It would not end peacefully. The other half-step martial monarch said, "In this boundless sea, your Black Dragon Group is not the only one who can do whatever you want. Now that we are in the Divine Dragon Palace's territory, there is nothing you can do to us." Jian Chainan's face sank. He smiled coldly and said, "Do you think you can get there? I will say this. Whether you want to or not, you will still have to go. Let's go." The remaining 10-odd people on the deck were all astute and decisive people. When they saw that the situation had reached a point of no return, they did not hesitate to abandon the warship and leave quickly. Xiao Chen immediately jumped off the warship and headed west. His figure flickered, and in a few breaths, he had traveled a kilometer. Jian Chenan's expression remained calm. He was not too surprised. When he returned to the warship, he waved his hand and said, "Blast them all. Leave no one alive." Boom! The ancient demonic energy cannons on the warship, which had already been filled with spirit stones, immediately lit up. Horrifying spiritual energy poured out and shot resplendent beams of light at the scattered cultivators. Xiao Chen had his spiritual sense spread out. He instantly felt 10 beams of light heading for him. If they all struck him, even if he did not die, he would be skinned alive. A bolt of lightning flashed. Xiao Chen executed lightning evasion and instantly moved 100 meters to dodge. Miserable cries resounded. In an instant, 4 or 5 peak superior grade Martial Kings fell from the warship. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 warships did not give the cultivators any time to hesitate. They soared into the air and fired their cannons again. The remaining people used cloning techniques to dodge the might of the ancient demonic energy cannons. Some directly attacked, weakening the might of the ancient demonic energy cannons. Others used ingenious movement techniques to nimbly dodge. However, the 6 warships were not in a hurry. They chased after the cultivators like venomous snakes, trying to kill them all. As the cultivators dodged the attacks of the ancient demonic energy cannons, they inevitably slowed down. The distance between the warships and the cultivators shrank. Sun Guangquan said to Xiao Chen, "Split up. Old Bai and I have our own ways to protect ourselves. We will think of a way to regroup when the time comes." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. This was the only way for now. If they stayed together, they would be too big of a target. Chi! Chi! The 6 warships had a total of 60 ancient demonic energy cannons. The resplendent beams of light in the air did not stop for even a moment. Xiao Chen pushed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He used it continuously in the air. Be it the warships flying or firing the ancient demonic energy cannons, they all exhausted a large number of spirit stones. The cultivators would definitely not chase after them endlessly. As long as they persevered to the end, they would be able to shake off their pursuers. However, this was easier said than done. Of the 10-odd cultivators, only 7 or 8 remained bitterly holding on. At this moment, the gap between the cultivators and half-step martial monarchs became clear. Chapter 499. The 3 half-step martial monarchs were at the very front. As long as they held on for a while longer, they would be able to escape the range of the cannons. What made Xiao Chen flabbergasted was Bai Lishi. This fellow relied on his strong physical body and the 5 or 6 defensive secret treasures he had. Bai Lishi completely ignored the bombardment of the cannons and endured a few attacks. Unexpectedly, he managed to walk in front of everyone. Xiao Chen's chest tightened. If these people walked out, the remaining cannons would focus on them. The situation would become even more dire. I cannot drag this out. I have to use all my trump cards. Otherwise, I will not even have a chance to use them. After Xiao Chen made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. The silver warship came out from his right eye, and Xiao Chen quickly hid in the hold of the silver warship. Bang! Bang! In an instant, a few beams of light struck the body of the silver warship, causing it to tumble uncontrollably in the air. Xiao Chen quickly lowered his feet and stabilized the direction of the warship. Then, he quickly flew to the west. With the warship as a buffer, Xiao Chen did not have to worry too much. He no longer had to dodge, and his speed increased significantly. However, the warship did not have any defensive formations. Soon, cracks appeared on it. Xiao Chen ignored the cracks on the warship and charged forward with all his might. The blood flame shoes on Xiao Chen's feet glowed. He could use the secret technique at any time. Bang! Finally, the silver warship could no longer hold on. It shattered into countless motes of light and returned to Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Chen did not panic. The instant the warship shattered, he activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed immediately reached Mach 4. Xiao Chen turned into a beam of purple light and moved far away in the blink of an eye, leaving the beams of light behind him. He was still 500 meters away from the range of the ancient demonic energy cannons. However, he had attracted too much attention. Furthermore, the half-step martial monarchs had already fled. The next wave of attacks would be even more ferocious than before. "I'm going all out." Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber and closed his eyes. With the sweep of his divine sense, he saw the light beams coming from all directions. Xiao Chen's mind, energy, and spirit gathered into a line. The state of thunder and saber intent brewed silently. "Break!" Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. The lunar shadow saber turned into a bolt of lightning as he drew it. It was like Xiao Chen had eyes on the back of his head. He sent out 12 saber chi containing boundless saber intent and the state of thunder, clashing with the resplendent pillar of light. Bang bang bang. Intense explosions rang out continuously in the void. As the shock waves surged, even space itself began to ripple. For the 12 strands of saber chi, Xiao Chen exhausted 3/4 of his essence. This was the strongest he could burst out with in one breath. After Xiao Chen swung his saber 12 times, he felt like he was about to collapse. Sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he managed to block the 9 peerless beams of light. On the deck, Jian Chainan watched the white figure break the 9 ancient demonic energy cannons. He had an astonished expression on his face. This was the first time Jian Chainan saw a youth erupt with such strength in such a short time. Even some of the older generation cultivators would find it hard to do so. No matter how dense one's essence was, if one's explosive power was not strong, it would be hard to say who would win in a real fight. When Jian Chainan saw that Xiao Chen had already escaped the range of the ancient demonic energy cannons, he asked the cultivators from the Tianwu continent, "Who is this person? Do you know him? He seems to be the great Qin nation's white-robed bladesman. However, it is not him." "It is hard to be sure," someone whispered. The white-robed bladesman, Jian Chainan frowned. He shook his head and said, "I hope he is just an ordinary genius. Otherwise, if we let him go, we will be in big trouble." Surging seawater stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the surface of the water, following the waves as they surged forward. He held 4 medial-grade spirit stones in his hand as he quickly recovered his essence. He had exhausted too much of his essence. If he did not replenish it quickly, he might end up in the stomachs of the fish in this seemingly peaceful boundless sea. After 1 hour, the 4 medial-grade spirit stones were completely exhausted. Xiao Chen's essence barely recovered by half. However, this was enough to protect himself. Xiao Chen casually tossed aside the spirit stones and looked into the sea. The deep seawater could not obstruct his vision. At a depth of more than 100 meters, Xiao Chen saw a strange black fish. It was about the size of a palm and covered in sharp scales. There were so many of them that it was flabbergasting. With a rough count, there were at least 1,000 of them. No wonder Sun Guangquan had instructed him not to sink to the bottom of the sea no matter what. If he did that, he would be able to avoid the attacks of the ancient demonic energy cannons. However, if he were to face the attacks of thousands of these strange fish, he would die even faster. Xiao Chen stood up and looked around. The earlier rush had already separated him from Bai Lishi and Sun Guangquan. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and discovered something that was somewhat difficult to deal with. Above the vast sea, the scenery was exactly the same everywhere. No matter which direction he looked from, it was all the same, endless seawater. The sky was dark again. He could not see the sun or anything to use as a point of reference. He had no way of determining his direction. Xiao Chen revealed a helpless smile. He had already survived through wind and rain. Unexpectedly, he was stumped by such a small problem. Since he did not know the direction, he should not move around randomly. Otherwise, he might end up getting more and more wrong. He should be able to determine his direction by looking at the stars at night. However, it was only a matter of a few hours. There was no need to panic. He would wait for a while. Since there was nothing to do, there was no need to waste time. Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber and quietly practiced the 4-season saber technique on the surface of the sea. The 4-season saber technique had only 5 moves: spring, summer, autumn, winter, and cycle of seasons. However, each move was ever-changing. There was nothing special about it. It depended on one's control. Xiao Chen infused the various scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter into his saber techniques, forming his own unique mysterious phenomenon. For example, Bai Shueha comprehended the scene of spring's water turning from warm to cold. The corresponding scene was water. However, the scene that Xiao Chen comprehended in spring was thunder. The first thunder of spring, the cries of 10,000 beasts. In Xiao Chen's original world, the people called the first thunder of spring thunder. During the long cold winter, all the beasts of the world would enter hibernation. This spring thunder was the bell that woke them up. As the thunder roared, the lifeless winter was silent for a long time. The cries of hundreds of beasts announced the arrival of spring. This was the state of Xiao Chen's saber technique. It took the meaning of spring thunder and commanded all the beasts in the world to cry. Winter passed and spring came. The cycle of heaven and earth was unstoppable. As for summer, autumn, and winter, Xiao Chen was still pondering them. He did not have a clear idea. Sun Guangquan had also given him a lot of advice, broadening his thinking and making him more cautious. On the calm surface of the water, Xiao Chen continuously perfected this move. However, every time he was about to explode, he would stop. This was because Xiao Chen felt that something was missing. If he just exploded out like this, he would not be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Just like that, Xiao Chen tirelessly practiced on the surface of the sea. As he swung his saber, he would always stop at the last moment and start again from the beginning. This repeated countless times. Without realizing it, Xiao Chen completely immersed himself in the saber technique. Xiao Chen forgot where he was and his purpose in coming here. He even forgot who he was. There was only this saber in his mind. Xiao Chen did not know that a pretty black figure was watching with interest from a kilometer behind him for a long time. However, after a while, that woman watched as Xiao Chen's exquisite saber technique always got stuck at the last moment and had to start over again, repeating this process over and over again. She felt extremely depressed. Such an exquisite saber technique had attracted her attention at first glance. She wanted to see how earth-shattering it would be at the final moment when it erupted. However, this guy in front of him was extremely brainless. Every time when the audience was most excited, he would get stuck and start all over again. This happened over and over again. Finally, that person could no longer hold back her anger. Speaking of which, can't you just erupt a little? Every time you get stuck at the most crucial moment, it makes me very unhappy. Do you know that? The sudden voice startled Xiao Chen out of his trance-like state. He sheathed his saber and turned his head to look. He discovered that Shi Feng had arrived behind him at some point in time. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I want to erupt as well. However, I still lack inspiration. If I force it, there will be a huge flaw in this move." The four-season saber technique was very different from regular martial techniques. It focused on the intent. The form was secondary. If one forced it out, the intent would not be complete. The might of the saber technique would be greatly reduced. Once it was fixed, it would be very difficult to change. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were all linked together. If the first link was not grasped well, it would severely affect the next three links. Hence, this first spring thunder, 10,000 beasts cry together had to be completed in one breath, allowing it to reach its most perfect moment before erupting. The masked Shi Feng said, "In that case, you are really extraordinarily bored. Since you know that the inspiration has not arrived, why are you still standing here like a fool? Why are you not rushing to meet up with the Divine Dragon Palace's people?" Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm lost and cannot find my way. I can only wait until it is dark before making my move. In any case, I have nothing better to do." Shi Feng shook her head and said, "I really don't know what you are thinking. To think that you did not even make such preparations before coming to the boundless sea. The waves are very strong at night. Come with me. I have a tracking tool." This was somewhat surprising. He had not expected Shi Feng to be so easy to talk to. Xiao Chen thanked her. Xiao Chen followed behind her, heading west on the calm sea. Along the way, Xiao Chen took some time to ask, "I have been very curious. Who taught you the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak?" "Those are the secrets of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak." When Shi Feng heard this, she paused for a moment. Then she said, "My adoptive father taught me. However, he did not say that they were the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak. This is the first time I heard you mention them." Xiao Chen thought of a possibility that he had guessed before. He continued asking, "Is your adoptive father called Lang Tianhe?" Shi Feng stopped and turned her head back. Her eyes filled with doubt as she asked, "How did you know?" Indeed, Xiaochen guessed right. Aside from the Pavilion Masters faction, no one from the other peaks could learn the 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 500. Furthermore, most people would have to swear to their heart demons not to spread the secret technique. Only people of Lang Tianyu's level did not need to follow such rules. Xiaochen asked somewhat excitedly, "Where is your adoptive father now?" He could finally hand over the divine weapon. No matter what, that thing was a hidden danger. Once it was exposed, even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough. Shifeng's gaze turned wary. She asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I'm fine. I was just asking. Can you tell me? I want to seek advice from him. After all, I am from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiaochen wanted to tell the truth. However, when he thought about it, the divine weapon was too important. He could not reveal it so easily. So, he could only make up an excuse. Shifeng said coldly, "You are hemming and hawing. With one look, I know you are lying. It would be strange if I told you." Xiaochen smiled and did not deny it. This matter could not be rushed. He finally had some clues. All he had to do was grab hold of Shifeng. He would eventually find Lang Tianyu. The two of them continued forward. Xiaochen was very interested in the girl wearing the mask. Along the way, he tried to find something to talk about. He discovered that Shifeng was different from what he imagined. She was not as cold as she looked. Although she was wary of Xiaochen, she was not too guarded against him. "Speaking of which, why are you wearing a mask? Why would you not dare to show your true face?" Xiaochen asked another question that interested him. Shifeng said indifferently, "My adoptive father made me wear it. He said that when I fight, I cannot control my expression. It is easy for my opponent to see through me." Xiaochen felt it was strange. He said, "In that case, if you cannot control your expression for the rest of your life, won't you have to wear this mask forever?" Shifeng said coldly, "Are you cursing me?" Xiaochen smiled and said, "How can that be? I was just saying it casually. Don't overthink it. I hope that you can take off your mask now. That way, I can see your true face." When Shifeng heard this, she said, "I will. The first purpose of this experiential training is to take off my mask." "What's the second purpose?" "One more step and then I'll defeat you. I've never lost to someone of the same generation. You'd better not die on the battlefield." Xiaochen was speechless. "Speaking of which, you're helping me lead the way now. Could it be that you're also afraid that something might happen to me? When the time comes, your strength will increase greatly, but you won't be able to find a whetstone, right?" Shifeng nodded and smiled. "You are absolutely right. However, the whetstone has to be changed to a whetstone. I train with the sword, not with the saber." Xiaochen immediately felt depressed. No wonder Shifeng was so kind. It turned out that she had such a motive. "In that case, I will still curse you to never be able to take off this mask for the rest of your life." Xiao. Shifeng unsheathed both her swords, and 2 sharp sword chi flew toward Xiaochen at lightning speed. Xiaochen was startled and quickly dodged to the side. 2 strands of sword chi slid past him and created 2 long waves on the water surface. "Then you have no sense of direction. Go ahead by yourself. I won't be accompanying you." Shifeng sheathed her swords and no longer bothered with Xiaochen. Her figure flashed, and in a few breaths, she disappeared into the vast sea. You really don't understand a woman's heart. She changes on a whim. Xiaochen felt extremely depressed as he watched Shifeng disappear from his vision. "I'll just wait. After all, it will be dark soon. I'll just head west." Goggle. Goggle. Just at this moment, a large number of bubbles appeared on the water surface in front of Xiaochen. After taking 10 steps back, Xiaochen's expression changed. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and cautiously sized up the situation in front of him. Chi! A huge azure dragon head emerged from the water. The dragon head was made of metal and did not get wet. With a cautious sound, the dragon opened its mouth. 2 middle-aged men in purple robes jumped out of the dragon's mouth. Their purple robes were embroidered with gold, and a blue dragon was drawn on their backs. "Are you here to participate in the 3rd grade trial of the battlefield? You just need to answer yes or no," the person on the right said quickly. The person on the right spoke very quickly. When he saw Xiao Chen nod, he said, "All right, come up then. We are from the Divine Dragon Palace." Xiao Chen was not in a rush. Instead, he asked, "What proof do you have?" When the person on the right heard this, he could not help but frown. He said impatiently, "You are just a medial grade martial king. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? I told you to come in, so just come in." The person who spoke first did not waste any time. He took out a medallion and said, "This is the medallion of the Divine Dragon Palace's outer sect elder. It is the real deal. Hurry up. This is still the outer sea. It is under the control of the Black Dragon Group. We cannot stay here for too long." After Xiao Chen saw clearly, he no longer hesitated. He followed the two into the dragon's mouth. The dragon's mouth closed and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Then it swam forward. As the two walked into the dragon's body, Xiao Chen discovered that it was a small underground palace. There were night illumination stones overhead, so it was not dark. When they arrived at the main hall, there were already 10-odd people there. Xiao Chen took a look. They were all cultivators going to the third-grade trial of the battlefield, just like him. However, he did not see Bai Lixi or Sun Guangquan. The atmosphere of the place was rather heavy. Xiao Chen found a corner and closed his eyes to rest. After the two Divine Dragon Palace outer sect elders brought Xiao Chen to this place, they did not linger. They rushed forward anxiously. "I heard that 70% of the cultivators who came to participate in the third-grade trial were intercepted by the Black Dragon Group. Of the remaining 30%, 10% were killed. Only 20% managed to escape." With only 20% of the cultivators participating in the third-grade trial, this battlefield will be much more difficult than usual. There will be a slim chance of survival. It looks like the Black Dragon Group is going to make a big move this time. Recently, the Divine Dragon Palace has been rising very quickly. With only 20% of the cultivators, it will be difficult for them to eliminate the demons in the third-grade battlefield. We came at a bad time. Unexpectedly, we ran into the internal conflict between the Black Dragon Group and the Divine Dragon Palace. I wonder if this is a blessing or a disaster for us. Hee hee. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster, it depends on how you look at it. An intense battlefield is more in line with the true meaning of a trial. If it is like playing house, what is the point? The instant the blue dragon swam around, some people in the hall sighed, some became excited, and some remained calm. Everyone was different. Xiao Chen felt that this blue dragon warship floated up and down 3 or 4 times, picking up another 5 or 6 people. After that, it swam around for a long time before it finally broke through the water and soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. After flying for an entire night, Xiao Chen leisurely landed on a small island. "We have arrived. Come on down." 2 Divine Dragon Palace outer sect elders, who had led Xiao Chen in, said indifferently to the crowd when they entered the hall. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and followed the crowd. Then, he leaped out of the dragon's mouth. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that he was in a huge drill ground. There were hundreds of blue dragon warships in the drill ground. Cultivators continuously leaped out of the dragon's mouth. There were many of them. When all of them gathered, there were more than 2,000 people. Xiao Chen felt astonished. Only 20% of them are here, and there are already more than 2,000 people. If all of them are here, there will be more than 10,000 people. The 2,000-odd people here were all elites who had escaped the Black Dragon Group's pursuit. They were all elites. The weakest of these cultivators was a peak superior grade martial king. A third of them were even half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chen did not stop looking. He continued looking and finally discovered Bai Lixi and Sun Guangquan. He quickly parted the crowd and walked over. Bai Lixi laughed loudly and said, "I knew that nothing would happen to you. Indeed, it is as I expected. You are not injured at all." Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, "I heard some things on the ship. It seems like only 20% of the people are participating in the deep-sea battlefield." Bai Lixi nodded and said, "I do not know what the Black Dragon Group is up to this time. However, that is a matter between them and the Divine Dragon Palace. It has nothing to do with us. To us, this might not be a bad thing." Sun Guangquan continued, "The third-grade battlefield is actually not as horrifying as you imagine. The combined strength of the demons does not surpass that of a martial monarch. With fewer people, it only means that we have more missions than usual. Xiao Chen asked, "What exactly do we do in the battlefield?" Bai Lishi replied, "It is very simple. We just have to kill demons in the battlefield. Every demon we kill will give us some points. We can exchange the points for medial grade spirit stones or superior grade spirit stones at the Divine Dragon Palace." Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock, "We can even exchange superior grade spirit stones?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Of course. The spirit veins in the deep sea are much more abundant than those on land. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people rushing to the battlefield? To put it nicely, it is experiential training for cultivators. Actually, every deep-sea battlefield is a hidden danger to the Divine Dragon Palace. Once there are too many demons and they run out of resources, they will naturally go to the nearby islands to plunder. So, you understand what I mean, right?" Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Simply put, the experiential training of the deep-sea battlefield was because the Divine Dragon Palace did not have enough manpower and had to spend spirit stones to hire people to help. Cultivators could participate in experiential training and increase their combat experience. At the same time, they could obtain spirit stones. It was killing two birds with one stone. No wonder so many people came. "Elder Feng, everyone is here." This disciple went to take a head count. There are only 2,300 people. The rest have been taken away by the Black Dragon Group. A middle-aged man in purple dragon robes reported respectfully to an old man on the high platform of the drill ground. This old man's name was Feng Buyu. He was a martial monarch and was one of the Divine Dragon Palace's inner sect elders. He was also the person in charge of this third-grade battlefield. Feng Buyu muttered, "Don't bother with the Black Dragon Group's matters. The higher-ups will naturally send someone to discuss countermeasures. 2,000 elites should be barely enough. Gather them up and set off." "We obey." The purple-robed man received the order and left. He immediately passed down instructions, and the outer sect elders immediately got to work. They gathered Xiao Chen and the others. "Cassier! Cassier!" The azure dragon battleships that were lined up vertically on the battlefield were divided in the middle and then inlaid together. Soon, to Xiao Chen's astonishment, they formed a huge, rectangular platform. Hundreds of dragon heads lined the sides of the platform. Bai Lishi patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "Don't be so shocked. It is just the Divine Dragon Palace's Divine Dragon warships. When you reach the battlefield, you will be able to see bigger ones. Go on." Chapter 501. When the 2,000-odd people leaped onto the warship, the huge circular platform immediately soared up and floated quietly in the air. Chi! Chi! The 15 dragon heads behind the warship spewed out a huge shockwave. The Divine Dragon warship immediately shot forward. It carried 2,000-odd people and moved at Mach 4. The surrounding scenery flashed by quickly. After flying for more than 50 kilometers, the sky above them suddenly turned gray. Dark clouds churned. The further they went, the darker the color of the clouds became. In the end, it was completely black, completely blocking out the sunlight. When the group looked down, the azure seawater had turned scarlet. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air for a long time. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of the seawater. It was extremely unbearable. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Aside from the unbearable smell of blood, he could also clearly feel resentment in the air. The resentment of the dead made one feel uncomfortable. It put a faint pressure on one's mind. "Xiao Chen, you felt that mental pressure as well, right?" Sun Guangquan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yes. It would be difficult for a regular cultivator to bring out their full strength under such circumstances." Sun Guangquan smiled and said, "That's right. The closer you get to the core of the battlefield, the stronger the mental pressure. There is a challenge, but it can also temper one's mental energy. This is why so many half-step martial monarchs come here." As Xiao Chen spoke, a huge divine dragon warship appeared in front of them. It was more than 8 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. When they looked up, it looked like a small city flying in the sky. No wonder Bai Lishi said that there was no need to be too astonished at the warship under them. Compared to the huge warship before them, it was like comparing a baby to an adult. They were on completely different levels. Figures in purple robes flew out from the huge warship with killing intent all over their bodies. Bang! The warship under Xiao Chen docked with the huge warship. Everyone walked towards the huge warship like it was flat ground. Exquisite tents were set up on the battleship, and a few magic energy cannons could be seen every 100 meters. Feng Buyu led the Divine Dragon Palace's people over to the crowd and introduced the situation of the battlefield. It was not much different from what Bai Lishi had said. After saying that, someone came over and gave everyone a jade card. The front of the jade card was engraved with a cyan flood dragon. That was the symbol of the Dragon God Palace. Behind it were hundreds of horizontal and vertical lines that formed small grids. If one counted carefully, there were no less than 10,000 of them. Every time you kill a demon dweller, a black dot will appear in your grid. Each black dot is 1 point. With this jade token, you can go to the camp to exchange for whatever you want. The person who gave Xiao Chen the jade plate explained everything in detail. After the jade tokens were distributed, some warriors immediately left the place and flew towards the darkest part of the sky. Xiao Chen felt somewhat puzzled. He said, even if the experiential training starts like this, there are no rules and regulations? Bai Lishi smiled and said, it is not that the Divine Dragon Palace does not want to talk about rules and regulations. It is that the demons do not have any rules and regulations. All you need to do on this battlefield is kill the demons you see. I will take my leave first. The two of you will take your leave first. Sun Guangquan performed a cupped fist salute to Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi before leaping into the boundless Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He asked, Big Brother Sun is not coming with us? Bai Lishi explained, this time, he is going to the core of the battlefield. He will not come out until he breaks through to Martial Monarch. His destination is different from ours. As Xiao Chen watched Sun Guangquan leave, he could not help but feel solemn. If he did not come out, it meant that he was prepared to die. If he did not succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. Although Xiao Chen enjoyed a great reputation and was undefeatable unless a martial monarch appeared, he was nothing. However, if a martial monarch appeared, he would be nothing. Xiao Chen was a proud person. Naturally, he was not willing to be stuck below martial monarch for the rest of his life. For this, he would not hesitate to risk his life. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Lishi. He said, your destination should be different from mine, right? Bai Lishi nodded and smiled. Previously, I only went around the periphery a few times. This time, I am going to the inner area. This is your first time here, so you should go around the periphery first. Be careful. I'll be leaving as well. The strength of the three differed. Sun Guangquan was the strongest, Bai Lishi was second, and Xiao Chen was the weakest. Naturally, they could not have their experiential training in the same place. Xiao Chen was not too surprised by this. He muttered, Sun Guangquan can promise himself that he will not come out until he becomes a martial monarch. In that case I, Xiao Chen, can also promise myself that I will not come out until I become a half-step martial monarch. Deep sea battlefield. Here I come. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart. A resolute gaze appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not hesitate to jump off the divine dragon warship and set foot on the boundless Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen walked calmly on the Scarlet Sea. Occasionally, cultivators rushed past him, leaving Xiao Chen in the dust. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He simply walked calmly. After 1 hour, 3 small islands appeared in front of him. The islands were not large, only a few hundred meters in radius. All sorts of talisman scripts floated around the islands, forming a defensive formation. The formations of the 3 islands seemed to be connected to each other, giving off an indistinct spiritual light. If the Divine Dragon Warship was the Divine Dragon Palace's main camp, then these 3 islands would be the outposts, acting as a buffer for the main camp. Cultivators in front continuously returned to the small islands in sorry states from the pitch-black sky. Immediately, healing-type cultivators on the islands went to check on the injuries of the people who returned and performed emergency treatment. It looked like these small islands were not just the outposts but also a supply and treatment station for the cultivators participating in the experiential training. The friend in front, wait up! A shout came from behind him. Xiao Chen turned his head to take a look and saw a small team of about 10 people rushing towards him. The person leading the group wore heavy blue battle armor and carried a huge sword on his back. He had thick eyebrows and a wide forehead. With one look, it was clear he was a cultivator who used brute force. This person was a peak superior grade martial king. His eyes were very spirited. Xiao Chen turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" That person smiled and said, Let me introduce myself first. I am Wu Quan, a disciple of the Great Chu Nation's giant sword gate. These are the companions I invited to participate in the experiential training. I see that you are only a peak medial grade martial king. How about you come with us? After we pass these 3 outpost islands, we will officially enter the battlefield. With more people, it will be easier for us to take care of each other. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, many thanks, Brother Wu. However, my cultivation realm is rather low. Will I be a burden to you?" Wu Quan smiled and said, "That won't be the case. Cultivation realm is not the only way to measure a person's combat prowess. I see that you walk on the water very easily. Your shoes are not wet at all. You must be an expert in movement techniques. Coincidentally, our group lacks such a person." Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more, agreeing to the other party's invitation. Xiao Chen did not know what the deep-sea battlefield was like. It would be good to join this group and familiarize himself with the environment. After that, Wu Quan introduced Xiao Chen to the group. Aside from Wu Quan, the others scoffed at Xiao Chen. They did not show much interest. Although none of them were half-step martial monarchs, none of them were lower than superior-grade martial kings. Hence, they looked down on Xiao Chen, who was only a medial-grade martial king. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored them. He followed the group and continued forward. As he continued forward, the originally dark clouds above his head turned completely pitch black. It was as if ink had been applied to the sky, blocking all the sunlight. Although it was clearly daytime, Xiao Chen's vision was dark. He could see only 500 meters around him. He needed to circulate his essence to his eyes before he could see anything further. There was no wind on the sea. The faint smell of blood in the air seemed to have solidified, making one feel very uncomfortable. The heavy resentment and the formless pressure on one's spirit also put some substantial pressure on one's body. "Xiao Chen, we have arrived at the deep-sea battlefield. Look around. If you see any demons, immediately come back and inform us." The one who spoke was the vice-captain of the group, Ping Xingting. Like Wu Quan, he was a peak superior grade martial king. However, he looked down on Xiao Chen. When Wu Quan invited Xiao Chen, Ping Xingting had an unsightly expression on his face. However, because the other party was the captain, Ping Xingting could not say it out loud. He could only endure it. Xiao Chen was unhappy in his heart. Ping Xingting's tone was very commanding. However, he did not say anything. He pushed off the ground and left this place. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen rushed back. He said calmly, "There are 10 middle-ranked blood demons about 3 kilometers to the southeast. There are 6 or 7 ghost race cultivators 5 kilometers to the north. There are dozens of high-ranked shadow demons 6 kilometers to the east. There are other cultivators fighting in the demons closest to the other directions." Before coming, Xiao Chen had read some books and gained a basic understanding of the 18 races of demons. Hence, he could name all the demons in the deep-sea battlefield. Wu Quan smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's movement technique is indeed powerful. Not many people can do that. It has saved us a lot of trouble." Ping Xingting smiled coldly and said, "So what if your movement technique is powerful? Can it be of any help in battle?" Xiao Chen did not bother to argue with Ping Xingting. He smiled and said, "Brother Ping is right. When the time comes, I will just watch. I will not cause you any trouble." Ping Xingting smiled and said, "It's good that you know. Wu Quan, tell me, which of the 3 directions should we go?" Wu Quan analyzed for a while and said, "The ghost race is difficult to deal with. Let's not go to the north. The shadow demons are weaker. If there are too many of them, it will be problematic. Let's go to the southeast. There are 10 middle-ranked blood demons. With some effort we should be able to deal with them safely." "I think so too. They are just middle-ranked blood demons. They are not that powerful." Ping Xingting nodded. Xiao Chen had met middle-ranked blood demons in the demon battlefield before. They were as strong as a superior-grade martial king. However, in the deep-sea battlefield, everyone's mental energy was suppressed. They could bring out only 90% of their strength at best. As for local battles, the blood demons would not be affected at all. Chapter 502. Given the situation, they had to be careful when dealing with the blood demons. Otherwise they might fail miserably. With everyone hurrying at full speed, the blood demon appeared in everyone's field of vision in the time it took to brew 2 cups of tea. Ping Xingting waved his hand, and a saber appeared in his grasp. He smiled sinisterly and said, "I'll take the lead. Let's see how many blood demons there are in the deep-sea battlefield." The others also drew their weapons and followed closely behind him. They all had excited expressions on their faces. Boom! Boom! The scarlet sea churned and waves surged. Ping Xingting was pretty strong. With a sudden burst of power, he severely injured a middle-rank blood demon with 3 saber strikes. However, the other 9 blood demons surrounded him. Wu Quan drew the huge sword on his back and shouted, "Go and help!" Dang! Dang! The situation quickly turned chaotic. This team that had formed at the last minute did not have any tacit understanding. The moment they charged over, the experienced blood demons split them up, forcing them to fight their own battles. The advantage of numbers instantly vanished. The scarlet water in the sea choked the noses of several cultivators. Several cultivators even panicked for a moment when the blood splashed on their faces. Xiao Chen shook his head to himself. However, he could not just leave them to die, so he could only wander around. Wherever someone was in mortal danger, Xiao Chen would rush over and draw the attention of the blood demons away. The only one who could attract Xiao Chen's attention was the team leader, Wu Quan. This person was very bold. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately attracted the attention of the 3 blood demons. This alleviated the pressure on the team significantly. On the other hand, Ping Xingting did not feel any pressure at all. On the other hand, although Ping Xingting was strong, he only cared about killing excitedly, not paying attention to his surroundings. The battle lasted for an hour. At the price of light injuries, Ping Xingting managed to turn the situation around. How delightful! Ha 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 ha! Ping Xingting laughed excitedly as he wiped off the blood on his face. With 1 saber strike, he severely injured the last blood demon. Wu Quan quickly stopped Ping Xingting and said, "Brother Ping, wait for a while. Let's give the points of this blood demon to Xiao Chen. After all, he was the one who discovered the blood demons. Otherwise, we would not have been able to find these blood demons so easily. You would have obtained 2 points already." As the team leader, Wu Quan was still very competent. He had hunted down 3 blood demons, but he had only managed to kill one of them. The last hits from the other 2 sides were given to the other team members. He only got 1 point. Ping Xingting stopped, feeling somewhat displeased. He said to Xiao Chen, "You are right. You can kill this blood demon. I will let you have it." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, "There is no need. These points are not enough for everyone to share. I will not join in the fun." Ping Xingting laughed mischievously and said, "Brat, you are quite tactful. In that case, I will not be polite." When the saber chopped down, the blood demon's aura disappeared. Another black dot appeared on the back of Ping Xingting's jade pendant. Wu Quan shook his head. Ping Xingting had killed those 3 blood demons himself, so he could not say anything. After that, it was time to split the spoils of war. The middle-ranked blood demons did not have many valuable items. However, with Wu Quan's help, everyone more or less obtained something. The heads of the 10 blood demons were split among the 5 injured people. With Wu Quan's explanation, Xiao Chen learned that these heads could be exchanged for some high-quality medicinal pills and spirit herbs on the outpost islets. Under normal circumstances, no one had any objections to giving the heads to the injured cultivators first. After resting for a while, the group continued on their way. With Xiao Chen scouting the way for them, they would always find the most suitable prey. After a day of fighting, no one in the group suffered any serious injuries. Only a few people were slightly injured. After some treatment, they would be able to recover their combat prowess. The sky turned completely dark. The dark clouds above made the night seem even darker. The moment night fell, everyone's vision became so dark that they could not even see their own fingers. When Wu Quan saw that someone wanted to take out a night illumination stone, he quickly stopped him. "Don't. If you take out a night illumination stone, it will attract all the demons in the periphery. At that time, even if you have 9 lives, you will not be able to survive." That person was startled and quickly stopped what he was doing. With a flip of his hand, Wu Quan took out a palm-sized model of a house. After Xiao Chen formed hand seals, the house immediately turned back to its normal size. It looked very mystical. Wu Quan smiled and said, This is a secret treasure that I obtained by accident. It is useless in battle. However, it is best to use it to rest. Everyone, go in. The house had tables, chairs, and wooden stools. All sorts of furniture of various sizes were available. There was even a stove for cooking. The night illumination stones were embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the room. However, none of the light shone out. Wu Quan smiled and said, "You all take a simple rest. Tonight, Xiao Chen and I will keep watch." A sinister wind blew. It was already late at night, but the Scarlet Sea was not peaceful. All sorts of strange roars came from it, never stopping. They reverberated endlessly in the night sky, seemingly never going away. The sounds that were not horrifying during the day caused one's hair to stand on end when they heard them late at night. One could even hear the miserable cries of some unlucky cultivators caught by the demons in the night and eaten. The heart-wrenching screams made one's heart palpitate. Wu Quan's and Xiao Chen's expressions did not change much despite all these strange sounds. The two sat on the roof, each holding a bottle of wine as they chatted leisurely. "It was all thanks to you during the day. Now that I think about it, it is incredible. Unexpectedly, not a single severely injured person appeared." Wu Quan took a big gulp of wine and wiped away the wine at the corner of his mouth. Then, he thanked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen brought the bottle of wine to his lips and took a sip. Then he smiled gently and said, "You are a good leader. I did not do much." Xiao Chen's words were not exaggerated. Wu Quan was indeed a good leader. After the initial run-in, the team had already formed some tacit understanding. They would no longer be separated by the demons after a short fight. Such a situation was inseparable from Wu Quan's leadership. Xiao Chen did not do much himself. He just went out for a walk and used his spiritual sense to scan the area. When Xiao Chen fought, he did not put in much effort. He only paid attention to the abilities of each type of demon. When Xiao Chen saw a teammate in a dangerous situation, he would lure the demons away. This was basically all he did. After a few more days, when Xiao Chen figured out the habits and abilities of all the demons, he would leave. Hence, there was no need to leave any impression here. Wu Quan smiled gently, tacitly acknowledging Xiao Chen's praise. He took another sip of wine and asked, "Xiao Chen, why did you come to the deep-sea battlefield?" Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "Naturally, it is to temper my strength and improve further." Wu Quan shook his head and said, "I am not talking about that. Let me put it this way. After you improve further, what do you want to do? Do you want to be a grandmaster of a sect? Do you want to be a wanderer? Do you want to be the protector of a sect? Or do you want to join the royal court?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Wu Quan's question was somewhat interesting. Simply put, why do you want to practice martial arts? Xiao Chen thought for a while and said seriously, "I want to climb to the peak of martial arts and see what the scenery is like at the peak. Then, I want to leave my name in history. Even after 10,000 years, the world will not forget your name because of the passage of time." Wu Quan's mouth gaped slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "This dream is really grand. People like the Tianwu Emperor and the Thunder King are hard to come by even in a few thousand years." Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "I was just joking. I want to be a wanderer. I want to travel the world and meet the famous bladesmen of the world." Only then did Wu Quan smile in relief. If others heard what Xiao Chen said earlier, they would definitely treat it as the nonsense of a youth who did not know the gravity of the situation. The latter was more normal. However, Xiao Chen did not know that after many years, every time he recalled the conversation he had tonight, he would sigh. The youth from that day had indeed become an existence comparable to the Thunder King. His name would be left in history, lasting for 10,000 years. Furthermore, the so-called legend was by his side. History remembered that white-robed bladesman who liked to wear white robes and always had a calm and indifferent expression. However, it did not remember such a night. He, Wu Quan, had drunk wine and chatted with that legendary person. Furthermore, that legendary person was his leader in name. The night passed unknowingly as the two drank and chatted. Nothing unexpected happened. The cultivators in the room woke up one after another. When they pushed open the door and looked out, visibility was still very low. However, it was not to the point where they could not see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. After circulating their essence, they could still see very far. "Hey, Xiao Chen. Go out and see if there are any demons." This elder brother's treasured saber has been thirsty for an entire night. The first thing Enchanting said when he came out was to order Xiao Chen around. His tone was very smooth and did not seem unnatural at all. Xiao Chen found it funny. This fellow is really addicted to using me. He does not seem embarrassed at all. Wu Quan said somewhat worriedly, "How about I go? You did not sleep for an entire night. You might not be in good spirits." "It's fine. It is fine to not sleep for an entire night." Hearing Xiao Chen say that, Wu Quan did not bother with Xiao Chen anymore. It was indeed fine for cultivators to not sleep for a few days and nights. Xiao Chen's figure gently drifted away, and he moved 100 meters. With a few flashes, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Enchanting smiled at the crowd and said, "Although this fellow is not very strong, I admit that I am inferior to him in terms of movement techniques." In yesterday's battle, Xiao Chen's information was very accurate. It was as he had said. Xiao Chen had basically just drifted around, not burdening them at all. He did not compete with Enchanting for any rewards. He has a good temper and does not compete for anything. I like such youths. Speaking of which, the few of you should learn from him. Newcomers should have the awareness of newcomers. Xiao Chen is your role model. Unfortunately, the youths these days are not very capable, but their ambitions are higher than the sky. They are afraid that others will take away their points. They do not know how to be down to earth and move forward step by step. That is the most important thing. Now, Enchanting already had more than 100 points. He was very pleased with himself and started giving pointers to the crowd. Wu Quan shook his head slightly and interrupted, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's rehearse the formation from yesterday and prepare in advance." Chapter 503. When everyone heard Wu Quan's words, they immediately revealed expressions of relief. They quickly tossed Enchanting aside and said, "No problem, Captain." In yesterday's battle, Wu Quan's performance had already won the respect of this group of cultivators. After 1 hour, a white figure appeared on the Scarlet Sea. It was Xiao Chen returning. Enchanting immediately asked anxiously, "Xiao Chen, quickly tell us what's going on. My blood is already burning." Xiao Chen felt speechless and amused. He did not know what to say to this person. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and explained the situation he had investigated. Then he said, "This is the situation. You can decide what to do." Xiao Chen's information was as detailed as before, allowing them to choose calmly. Wu Quan and Enchanting discussed for a while and decided to head west. He decided to walk towards the west. There were over 20 middle-level winged demons 2,500 m away from him. The winged demons were demons with wings on their backs. Their entire bodies were covered in a hard layer of skin. They were born with the ability to fly. The green layer of skin on their skin gave them a physical defense that humans did not have. Speed and defense were the winged demons' greatest strengths. However, their greatest weakness was their weak attacks. Even if they used their full power, they would not be able to deal any fatal damage to the group. Of course, it would be a different matter if they were struck in a vital spot. Dealing with the winged demon's speed was also a problem. After 7 or 8 minutes, the group saw the group of winged demons that Xiao Chen mentioned. They were 2 meters tall and were resting on the surface of the sea. They were currently fishing out some strange fish to eat. Enchanting had an excited expression on his face. He drew his saber, and a saber light flickered as he charged forward. However, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. Among the 20-odd winged demons, he discovered a winged demon with a long aura. It was as strong as a peak martial king. Earlier, Xiao Chen had only used his spiritual sense to scan the area. He had not discovered this hidden winged demon. If they were careless, they would be in trouble. When the winged demons discovered Wu Quan and the others, they stopped eating. They revealed ferocious gazes and flapped their wings, arriving before the group at lightning speed. Dang! 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 Following Enchanting's excited roar, the intense battle officially began. The calm Scarlet Sea was immediately stirred up, splashing everywhere. The surface of the sea surged, kicking up huge waves. The group had already matured. They no longer panicked over the blood on their faces. Xiao! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the winged demon that he paid special attention to. He threw a punch and stopped the winged demon from making a move. This winged demon was a bit shorter than the surrounding winged demons. However, its green cuticle was much darker. Its black eyes looked more distant too. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and faced the winged demon in front of him. He revealed a faint smile on his delicate face and said, "Your opponent is me." Winged Dove. That winged demon sneered. It flapped the wide wings on its back and turned into a green light as it charged at Xiao Chen. Its speed had actually reached 3.5 times the speed of sound. Seeing the approaching winged demon, Xiao Chen's calm expression did not change at all. He stomped heavily on the scarlet sea. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and sent out a sharp fist wind, clashing with the winged demon. Bang! The winged demon laughed strangely and punched as well. A huge force knocked Xiao Chen back 100 meters. Xiao Chen pushed off the surface of the water and spun around a few times before he managed to dissipate the force. Who said that the attacks of the winged demon are weak? This winged demon is not weak at all. Although Xiao Chen had only used 30% of his strength in that earlier punch, it still contained 150 tons of force. Yet he was knocked back like that. It looked like Xiao Chen was right. This was a strengthened winged demon. It was much stronger than the other middle-ranked winged demons. That winged demon was not completely unscathed. It was knocked back several dozen meters before it stabilized. Roar! The winged demon roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen did not show any fear as he charged forward as well. However, he increased his strength to 40%. When the fists collided, there was a loud, dull sound. This time, no one moved back. Both sides were evenly matched. However, while the winged demon used its full strength, Xiao Chen only used 40%. When the winged demon's force entered his body, Xiao Chen circulated his essence and easily expelled it. However, the force that Xiao Chen sent into the winged demon's body made the winged demon feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao! 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 The strengthened winged demon spread its wings. Knowing that Xiao Chen was not easy to deal with, it did not clash head-on. Instead, it flapped its wings and flew up. The winged demon controlled the air currents and shot at Xiao Chen like an arrow. It wanted to use its advantage in speed to harass Xiao Chen and obtain victory in the end. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He could not be bothered to continue moving. He planted his feet on the water's surface and moved his fists continuously, clashing with the winged demon. If Xiao Chen did not use his essence, he would be faster than the winged demon when the winged demon moved at full speed. However, Xiao Chen's physical defense was much stronger than the winged demon's. When Xiao Chen landed a punch on the winged demon, it was equal to 10 punches from the winged demon. After exchanging more than 100 moves, the winged demon could not hold on any longer. It could not understand why this human's defense was stronger than its own. Xiao Chen looked at Wu Quan's side and discovered that the battle there was almost over. With everyone's perfect cooperation, the 20 ordinary middle-ranked winged demons did not pose much of a threat. There is no need to continue playing. Dang! Xiao Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold as he raised the strength of his fist to 80%. Then, he punched at the winged demon. Bang! When Xiao Chen's fist landed on the winged demon's chest, there was a crisp sound. The winged demon's internal organs had all shattered. Its eyes immediately lost all luster. Hoo-chee! The winged demon's body flew forward like a broken kite. Ping Xingting, who had just dealt with a winged demon, looked at the winged demon flying over. His face lit up in joy as he laughed loudly. Good timing! Ping Xingting stomped on the ground and swung his saber. A saber light flashed, and the winged demon's head flew off. When the others saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked. The winged demon's defense was extremely strong. When they chopped at it with real weapons, they could only leave a shallow wound. The neck was a vital point. Logically speaking, the winged demon's defense should be even stronger. How could Ping Xingting chop off the winged demon's head with one strike? Everyone could not understand. Speaking of which, Vice Captain, I only found out today that your saber is so sharp. I really underestimated you in the past. Ping Xingting also felt apprehensive in his heart. This is too easy. It feels like the winged demon flying over is dead. Its defense is much weaker. However, Ping Xingting's expression did not change. He chuckled and said, "It is a piece of cake. A mere winged demon is not worth mentioning." Xiao Chen looked at the back of the jade pendant and saw an additional black dot. He thought to himself, this jade pendant is really miraculous. I just killed a winged demon with one punch, and a black dot appeared on the box. I wonder how this works. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen, you fought with that winged demon for so long. Why did you not draw your weapon? Another member of the team asked curiously when he saw the lunar shadow saber hanging from Xiao Chen's waist. Before Xiao Chen could reply, Ping Xingting quickly said, "Can you stop discouraging Xiao Chen? It is clear that Xiao Chen is embarrassed to draw his saber when he sees a peak bladesman like me. Why are you still asking? Aren't you just deliberately discouraging him? You cannot be like this. Go do what you need to do. Don't disturb Xiao Chen." Ping Xingting walked over to Xiao Chen's side and consoled him. "Don't be discouraged. I had a similar experience with you in the past. I understand the grievances in your heart. Work hard, and one day, you will become a bladesman like me." After Ping Xingting spoke, he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder twice to show his encouragement. However, right after Ping Xingting patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, his expression turned somewhat unnatural. He withdrew his right hand and hid it behind his back, trembling in pain. Ping Xingting asked in a quivering voice, "I say, Xiao Chen, what is the meaning of those 2 steel plates on your shoulders?" Steel plates? Xiao Chen could not react immediately. After thinking about it, he understood. When he clashed with the strengthened winged demon earlier, he had circulated the firmament body tempering art. Before he could disperse his body tempering art, a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique would make every part of his body harder than steel. No wonder Ping Xingting said that. When Xiao Chen thought about it, he found it funny. This fellow could be considered a peak. After Ping Xingting dispersed his body tempering cultivation technique, he nodded helplessly and said, "I am too weak, so I can only do this." When Ping Xingting felt his swollen right hand, he cursed Xiao Chen in his heart. "Damn it, it is really painful." However, Ping Xingting could not find any excuse. He could only say depressingly, "In the future, don't place steel plates on your shoulders. What use is that? Not only can you not injure the enemy, you even injure your own people. No wonder your saber techniques have not improved at all. This is the weakness of your intelligence. It cannot be changed. You are destined to be an errand boy forever. Xiao Chen, come and split the loot." Wu Quan's voice rang out at an appropriate time. Xiao Chen ignored Ping Xingting's pestering. He quickly walked over and split the loot. After that, everything proceeded as usual. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen continued to search the periphery for suitable targets. After that, they swarmed over and attacked as a group. With Xiao Chen's extremely accurate information and the help he provided during the battle, the team moved very smoothly in the periphery. The team's points rose continuously. All the team members were very excited. At the same time, as they fought with the demons, they became more experienced. They were no longer the newbies that they were when they first arrived. This continued for 5 peaceful days. Suddenly, Ping Xingting suggested, "It is pointless to remain in the periphery. Wu Quan, let's go to the inner area. The demons there are stronger, and the value of the materials they have is higher." The smooth sailing of the past few days caused the other team members' confidence to soar. They all agreed, "Leader, let's go to the inner area. There is no point in staying in the periphery." That's right. With our strength, staying in the periphery is too much of a waste. The human heart is never satisfied. Xiao Chen sighed to himself. This group of people overestimated him. Chapter 504. It was not that Xiao Chen wanted to discourage them. Without his secret help, this team would have struggled to survive in the periphery. Now, Xiao Chen was so ambitious that he wanted to go to the inner area. That was a place that only people of Bai Lishi's level could go. Wu Quan remained silent, not in a rush to answer. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, what do you think? Can we go to the inner area?" Xiao Chen sighed softly and said, "When I went out to scout, I did not see any small perfection half-step martial monarchs returning in defeat." That was all Xiao Chen said. As for what to do, it would depend on Wu Quan and Ping Xingting. Xiao Chen did not want to worry about this. Xiao Chen's purpose in joining this team was to make use of the time they fought the demons to observe the unique characteristics of the demons. Xiao Chen wanted to make full preparations for his future cultivation. He would have to leave sooner or later. Wu Quan pulled Ping Xingting to the side and started to discuss in whispers. Clearly, he was very cautious about whether to go to the inner area or not. After 15 minutes, the discussion was over. Wu Quan walked over to Xiao Chen and said, "I have decided. We will go to the periphery of the inner area and take a look. If we cannot make it, we will still make it in time to retreat. I know that the inner area is very dangerous. Xiao Chen, I will not force you this time. If you are not willing, we can escort you safely to the outpost islets first. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled bitterly to himself. Since Wu Quan already said that, what else could he do? After coming to this world, Xiao Chen had seen too much mutual deception and betrayal. There were not many people like Wu Quan, who were truly righteous. To Xiao Chen relied on these people to obtain the information he wanted, and Xiao Chen helped them in secret. They did not owe each other anything. Whether they lived or died, it did not have much to do with Xiao Chen. He could just wash his hands of this matter. However, no matter what, the reason why these people were so confident was more or less related to Xiao Chen. It was difficult for Xiao Chen to wash his hands of this matter and let them die. This was especially so since Wu Quan treated him very well. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "Very well, I agree to go to the periphery of the inner area and take a look. I will continue to help you gather information." Wu Quan revealed a smile, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. In their opinion, although Xiao Chen was not strong, his movement technique was indeed amazing. Without Xiao Chen in the team, they would definitely not be used to it. Ping Xingting laughed loudly and said, "I knew that I would not misjudge you. Although your intelligence and saber techniques are not that great, I really like your temper. When we have time in the future, I will teach you some saber techniques." Is to do. After Ping Xingting spoke, he was about to pat Xiao Chen's shoulder out of habit. However, he seemed to recall something. At the last moment, he withdrew his hand at lightning speed. After Ping Xingting spoke, he was about to pat Xiao Chen's shoulder out of habit. However, he thought of something and withdrew his hand at the last moment. Ping Xingting smiled embarrassedly and said, let's go. Same rules. Xiao Chen, you lead the way." Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he disappeared with a few flashes. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, he disappeared with a few flashes. Even from 5,000 kilometers away, one could still vaguely see a humanoid silhouette made of resentment in the whirlpool, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. There was an island below the whirlpool. That was the core of the third-grade battlefield. The Bloody Bladesman, Sun Guangquan, was on that island, undergoing the final trial for his martial spirit. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The area within 8 to 9 kilometers of the island was the inner area of the third-grade battlefield. The closer one got to the island, the greater the danger. However, Wu Quan and the others only wanted to wander around the periphery of the inner area. For now, they had no intention of entering the inner area. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and recorded everything within 3 kilometers into his mind. Then, he easily avoided the demons in the periphery and carefully made his way to the periphery of the inner area. After a while, Xiao Chen stepped onto the boundary between the inner area and the periphery. The instant he stepped over, his spiritual sense picked up strong auras. Bang! 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 All sorts of shouts resounded in his mind. It was the sound of other cultivators fighting intensely. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before he sent out his spiritual sense. All sorts of battle scenes entered his mind. Xiao Chen also gained a rough idea of the strength of these cultivators. After a while, Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense. He muttered, "It is as I expected. The cultivators in the inner area are at least small perfection half-step martial monarchs. Otherwise, they are all teams of peak superior grade martial kings." In Wu Quan's team, only 2 people were peak superior grade martial kings. The rest were ordinary superior grade martial kings. This won't do. There are already 5 superior grade winged demons. Wu Quan cannot handle their defense, speed, and attacks. 10 superior grade shadow demons. This won't do either. 3 superior grade ghost race cultivators. This will be even worse. They will be wiped out in one exchange. After circling the periphery of the inner area, Xiao Chen searched for suitable prey. Then, he eliminated them one by one. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He discovered 2 lone high-ranked blood demons. These high-ranked blood demons were stronger than Wu Quan's and Ping Xingting's. If Xiao Chen used his advantage in numbers and paid a price, he should be able to take them down. He could make them suffer a little without paying too much of a price. Given this, Xiao Chen just needed to understand his own strength and retreat in the face of difficulties. After that, Xiao Chen circled the area again. He carefully scanned the area with his spiritual sense, checking for other strong cultivators. This was to prevent unnecessary conflicts. The human heart of the battlefield was always more sinister than the demons. Fortunately, the nearest team is 5 kilometers away. After the battle, I should not have any interactions with this team. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen no longer hesitated. He soared into the air and returned the way he came. After 7 or 8 minutes, he appeared before Wu Quan and the others. Xiao Chen told Wu Quan and the others about what he saw in detail. Then, he waited for the other party's decision. Wu Quan muttered, "We can deal with 2 high-ranked blood demons. The demon core of a high-ranked blood demon is worth less than 10 times that of a middle-ranked blood demon. We can give it a try." The other team members also felt that they could give it a try. None of them had any objections. Ping Xingting's face was filled with excitement. He wished he could charge over immediately. "Let's move quickly then. If we are late and the others snatch it away, there will be nothing left," Ping Xingting roared and immediately called Xiao Chen to lead the way. Along the way, under Xiao Chen's lead, nothing unexpected happened. The group traveled smoothly. They stopped behind a reef about a kilometer away from the 2 high-ranked blood demons. In terms of appearance, there wasn't much of a difference between the blood devils and humans, apart from the fact that they were slightly fairer. The 2 high-ranked blood demons looked around the Scarlet Sea, searching for humans they could deal with. Clearly, while the humans were hunting demons, the demons were hunting humans as well. When the blood demons' gazes landed on the reef, everyone felt a strange chill. Their arms trembled slightly. What a fellow! A high-ranked blood demon is indeed much stronger than a middle-ranked blood demon. Just that gaze alone is enough to make one's heart go cold, someone in the team muttered. Even the usually bold Ping Xingting calmed down. He did not charge forward rashly. After Wu Quan thought for a while, he said, "Xingting, each of us will lead 5 people and separate the 2 blood demons. We will not give them a chance to work together and end the battle quickly." Ping Xingting nodded and said, "That is all we can do. You and I have to attack together." After the 2 discussed who they wanted to bring, Wu Quan said to Xiao Chen, "You should stay the same as before. Just roam around and ensure that you do not get attacked. Fight!" Ping Xingting and Wu Quan soared into the air at the same time and attacked the 2 blood demons at lightning speed. The moment the 2 moved, the high-ranked blood demons immediately felt their killing chi. They laughed strangely and attacked Ping Xingting at the same time. A piercing red light appeared on their palms. One high-ranked blood demon blocked Ping Xingting's saber light while the other sent a palm strike at Ping Xingting's heart. The 2 blood demons ignored the attack from Wu Quan's gigantic sword. It looked like they were determined to kill Ping Xingting in an instant, even if they got injured. "Damn it! Do you really think this great me is a pushover?" At the crucial moment of life and death, Ping Xingting completely erupted. His saber light lit up again and knocked away the high-ranked blood demon blocking his saber. Bang! Wu Quan's gigantic sword immediately chopped the other blood demon's waist, leaving behind a bloody wound. The sword chi was like a pillar, pushing the blood demon back 2 steps. The attack aimed at Ping Xingting's heart also shifted. It only left 5 claw marks on Ping Xingting's shoulder, saving Ping Xingting's life. The other team members behind Xiao Chen roared and quickly moved according to their original plan. The 6 people on each side split the 2 high-ranked blood demons. Xiao Chen did not make a move. He sat on the reef and watched. The recovery ability of a high-ranked blood demon was not something a middle-ranked blood demon could compare to. To them, it would only take them a few minutes to recover from such minor wounds. Demons were born with an advantage over humans in terms of their physical bodies. Every kind of demon had their own special characteristics that humans could not compare to. They could endure it. High-ranked blood demons were not so easy to deal with. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. The situation was as Xiao Chen expected. Although they successfully separated the 2 high-ranked blood demons, the battle was still very arduous. The final result was easy to predict. It would definitely be a miserable victory. That way, Xiao Chen would have achieved his goal. By relying on their strong recovery ability, the high-ranked blood demons did not fear the blood demons at all. The more they tired, the more wounds they suffered. Several people were caught off guard and sustained significant injuries. Bang! A blood demon opened a bloody hole in one of the team members' chests. This person flew toward Xiao Chen and sank into the Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen waved his hand and pulled this person out. Then, he immediately pressed on a few vital acupoints to prevent further bleeding. Then, he took out some recuperation medicine and quickly treated this person. This person's face was pale, and his eyes were wide open. His horrified expression had yet to fade. In that instant, this person had truly felt death approaching. It was like he had just passed by the gates of hell. That kind of horror could not be described with words. Chapter 505. Bang! 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 A few more people were severely injured by the high-ranked blood demon. One of them was especially severely injured. The blood demon's sharp hand had already grasped the other party's heart. All it would take was a little more force to crush it. Fortunately, Wu Quan managed to save the other party in time. The instant the blood demon was about to succeed, Wu Quan chopped off the other party's head with his heavy sword. It was truly a critical moment. In the blink of an eye, someone had died. Xiao Chen had taken on the role of a medic. In the end, with one high-ranked blood demon dead, the remaining one would be easier to deal with. However, Ping Xingting had been careless and allowed the other party to escape. Under such circumstances, no one dared to chase after the blood demon. They could only watch as the heavily injured blood demon fled. After this battle, Xiao Chen had gained a few points and a high-ranked demon core. That was a pretty good value. However, when compared to the price he had paid, he could not smile anymore. 5 people were heavily injured and could not fight for at least 3 days. The others were also injured to varying degrees. Aside from Xiao Chen, the others were all injured. They were both physically and mentally fatigued. They could only end the day like this. Wu Quan looked at the dispirited crowd and felt somewhat heavy in his heart. The price was too high. Xiao Chen was right. The inner area was not a place they could survive. Even the outer area was not good. The difference in strength was clear. Xingting, dig out the demon core and leave this place quickly. This place is too dangerous. Go to the outpost islets. Wu Quan collected his thoughts and stopped blaming himself. He checked everyone's injuries and instructed Ping Xingting. Ping Xingting had an unsightly expression. He sighed and walked over to the high-ranked blood demon's corpse. As Xiao Chen was taking care of an injured person, he suddenly frowned. Someone was coming. The thing that he worried about the most had finally happened. Hee. We are really lucky today. The battle just ended, and we already picked up a fat sheep. Leave behind the high-ranked blood demon's corpse, and you can leave. Suddenly, a team of 7 or 8 people walked over from 100 meters in front. The leader was a middle-aged swordsman over 40 years old. He had a sinister gaze and a long and narrow face. A tyrannical aura spread out from this person's body. With this person's special support, the scarlet water on the surface of the sea rippled and spread out in all directions. As a swordsman, Wu Quan felt a strong pressure. He revealed a horrified expression. Unexpectedly, this person was a half-step martial monarch expert. At this moment, Ping Xingting had just dug out a superior-grade demon core. He said angrily, "We spent a lot of effort to kill them. Do you think we will give them to you with just a word?" The swordsman's gaze turned cold. He sneered, "You want to negotiate with me? Very well. Not only do you have to hand over the high-quality monster core, you have to leave behind your space rings as well. Otherwise, none of you can leave." Kacha kacha. The people behind the swordsman immediately drew their weapons and looked at the crowd with hostile gazes. Everyone immediately tensed up. His eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. He really could not enter the inner area. Not only would he not be able to obtain the monster cores that he had painstakingly killed, now even the wealth that he had accumulated over the years would be taken away. "Hand it over, you." The swordsman took 2 steps forward and tried to grab the superior-grade demon core in Ping Xingting's hand. Ping Xingting cursed. "Screw off. I nearly died to obtain this. It would be strange if I gave it to you." Ping Xingting withdrew his hand and drew his saber. A saber light soared into the sky and hacked at the swordsman. "You overestimate yourself." The swordsman shouted angrily when he saw the ignorant Ping Xingting. He stomped heavily on the Scarlet Sea, and the surface of the sea surged up. Enchanting could not stand stably due to the surging waves. His saber light deviated and struck the swordsman's left, kicking up a huge scarlet wave. Shill! A bright light flashed in the middle of the scarlet water. The swordsman had drawn his sword. The sword light tore through the scarlet water and flicked gently, knocking away Enchanting's saber. The sword trembled and a drawn-out sword hum resounded. When the sword light spat out, the scarlet water in the air split in half. Then, the sword pierced towards Enchanting's chest. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Dang! Wu Quan's figure flashed forward and knocked Enchanting aside. Then, he held his heavy sword horizontally in front of him, helping to block this sword strike. A surging sword chi came from the sword, causing Wu Quan's internal organs to churn. He felt something sweet in his throat, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of hot blood. Wu Quan forcefully suppressed his hot-bloodedness and said indifferently, "Senior, you can take the superior-grade demon core and I will give you 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Can you let us leave first? Who do you think you are to negotiate with me? If you are not strong enough, don't come to the inner area." The swordsman snorted coldly and pressed his sword forward. A huge force came, and Wu Quan could no longer block it. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. Logically speaking, there was indeed a gap between Wu Quan and this swordsman. However, the gap was not that big. Xiao Chen had exhausted his essence and had not recovered from his internal injuries. Hence, he was easily defeated by the swordsman in 2 moves. Pa! A gentle force landed on Wu Quan's back, neutralizing all the force in his body. Then, he landed firmly on the water. Xiao Chen had made a move. When Wu Quan landed on the water, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Your movement technique is good. Don't bother about us. Leave by yourself." Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and took out a medicinal pill for Wu Quan. Then, he raised his hand and sent Wu Quan to the reef. Wu Quan was horrified to discover that the force from Xiao Chen was so strong that he could not resist at all. Enchanting, who had picked up his saber, looked at the approaching Xiao Chen. His eyes were filled with shock. "Xiao Chen, why aren't you running? Why are you sending yourself to death? With that saber technique of yours, don't embarrass yourself." Scram. Enchanting was speechless. He thought to himself, there must be something wrong with this fellow's intelligence. Since his movement technique is so good, why is he still here? However, what surprised Enchanting was that the swordsman in front did not make a move immediately. When he saw Xiao Chen slowly walking over, his expression turned grave. Enchanting seemed to hear the hum of a saber in the other party's eyes. When he used his essence, he was startled. Xiao Chen was clearly only a peak medial grade martial king. However, the purity and breadth of his essence seemed to be stronger than Enchanting's. There was only one explanation. This youth could be a genius disciple of a super sect. He had used countless natural treasures and cultivated the peak earth-ranked cultivation technique, or even higher. "Might I ask, little brother, what is your name and which sect you are from?" The swordsman decided to ask around first. If Xiao Chen was a genius disciple of a super sect, even if Xiao Chen could defeat him, it would not be worth it to offend the power behind him. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. However, at some point in time, his right hand was already on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber hanging at his waist. Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "Brat Xiao Chen, you are not from a sect. If you are not satisfied, you will have to pay a price. You can take this superior grade demon core. However, don't have any other ideas." A faint smile appeared on the swordsman's face. Since Xiao Chen is not from a sect, it is easy to deal with him. However, I have to test him first. So, he made a gesture with his left hand behind his back. "You are just a medial grade martial king. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with our boss?" One of the swordsman's subordinates immediately understood. He grasped his saber tightly and released a sharp saber light. Then, he took a step forward and hacked down at Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. When he used his spiritual sense to scan the swordsman, he had already seen through all of his opponent's tricks. Xiao Chen's right hand, which was on the hilt of his saber, drew it out by 1 centimeter. Wang! The saber hummed and an unparalleled saber intent poured out wantonly. The swordsman's opponent's sharp saber trembled continuously under the influence of this inextinguishable saber intent. That swordsman was horrified to discover that he could no longer control the saber in his hand. That swordsman quickly stopped and grasped the saber hilt with both hands. However, it was all for naught. There was another melodious saber hum, and that saber flew out of his hand, flying into the air. The long sabers in the hands of the other people were immediately drawn into the air by the saber intent and started to spin non-stop. The smile on the swordsman's face froze. Shock filled his eyes as he said in astonishment, "Saber intent!" He comprehended saber intent at such a young age. How is this possible? Cassier. There was a crisp sound, and the saber that Xiao Chen had drawn out by 1 centimeter returned to its scabbard. The weapons that were flying in the air immediately fell into the sea, splashing up blood as they sank. Xiao Chen had used only half a move to defeat his opponent's sudden attack. The appearance of his saber intent shocked everyone present. Ping Xingting could not believe his eyes. He rubbed them hard and discovered that everything was real. That white-robed youth who had not drawn his saber all this while had not only exquisite saber techniques, but they had also materialized Ping Xingting's carelessness. Ping Xingting was far superior to Ping Xingting. Ping Xingting thought back to his shameless boasting about teaching Xiao Chen how to use the saber. Now that he thought about it, there was nothing more stupid than that. It was not that Xiao Chen's intelligence was lacking. Rather, it was that Ping Xingting's intelligence was lacking. Just thinking about it made him feel like an idiot. Suddenly, Ping Xingting startled awake. His saber had fallen into the sea. If he did not pick it up now, he would not be able to. Ping Xingting quickly stuck his hand into the water and used his essence to fiddle with it. That saber had been with him for many years. It was his second life. He could not lose it. Ping Xingting relied on the subtle connection he had with the saber over the years to pull it up. However, before he could rejoice, he cried out in pain. It turned out that Ping Xingting's fiddling had attracted some of the strange fish in the sea. They swam over with the saber and bit off a few pieces of flesh on his arm. The pain was heart-wrenching. However, no one noticed Ping Xingting at this moment. No one had seen this embarrassing thing. The swordsman calmed down. A cultivator with saber intent and a storage of essence that was no weaker than his was already capable of fighting him. Xiao Chen's chances of victory were only 50-50. Let's go. The swordsman put away the superior-grade demon core and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and left. Xiao. However, the swordsman had only taken half a step when he drew his sword. Then, he spun around and swung his sword upwards, sending a sharp light at Xiao Chen's neck. Chapter 506. Xiao Chen had never let down his guard against this swordsman. Xiao Chen had observed every move the swordsman made. This little trick would only be asking for trouble. Xiao Chen drew his saber at lightning speed, moving like a silver snake. When the swordsman turned around, he discovered a pitch-black saber pressed against his neck. It was like the swordsman had turned around and handed his neck over. However, his sword was still about a meter away from Xiao Chen's neck. Xiao Chen pressed the lunar shadow saber against the swordsman's neck and said coldly, "Don't try to play tricks with me. You are just a small perfection half-step martial monarch. You are not strong enough in my eyes." Scram. The final word scram was like a clap of thunder in the swordsman's ears. Xiao Chen instantly thrust his saber forward and cut the swordsman's skin. The swordsman was horrified. In that instant, he thought he was going to die. I'll scram. I'll scram. I'll scram. The situation was not in his favor. The swordsman put away his weapon and led his subordinates to flee in a sorry state. He no longer dared to harbor any more thoughts. When Wu Quan and the others saw Xiao Chen scare off the swordsman, the shock in their eyes was indescribable. They had not expected an expert to be hiding beside them. Wu Quan got up from the reef and walked over to Xiao Chen. He had a complicated gaze as he said, "Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do by following us?" Xiao Chen said calmly, "Don't overthink this. I have my own goals, but I have never thought of harming you. However, it looks like I will not be able to accomplish it now. Let's not talk about anything else. I'll send you back to the outpost islets first." Xiao Chen's original plan was to use this group of people to figure out the characteristics of the various demons and make preparations for his own experiential training. Right now, he had only figured out most of them. There were still a few rare demon races that he had not met. Now that this happened, Xiao Chen could only put an end to his plan and act alone. That would be much more troublesome. Along the way, Xiao Chen remained silent. The others were still fine. Although they were shocked at Xiao Chen's strength, they did not feel uncomfortable. As for Ping Xingting, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Normally, he was the most talkative. However, at this moment, he did not dare to say anything. He felt very uncomfortable walking on the water. He glanced at Xiao Chen from time to time, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. The 3 outpost islets appeared in everyone's vision. Xiao Chen stopped and said, "I will send you off here. Goodbye. Don't ever go to the inner area again." I really didn't expect that Xiao Chen, who usually doesn't reveal himself, would actually be such an expert. In the past, I had a feeling that he had secretly helped me before. However, I felt that his strength was too low, and I was just overthinking things. Now, it seems that it was true. I really don't know why this person is following us. I really can't figure it out. How can we guess the thoughts of experts? Don't even think about it. As the team members watched Xiao Chen leave, they began to discuss in low voices. Their words were filled with puzzlement. Wu Quan patted Ping Xingting's shoulder and said, "Xingting, he has already left. Don't just stand there and watch." Ping Xingting said depressedly, "Don't call me Xingting. Damn it. I really embarrassed myself this time. How am I to face others in the future?" Night fell. The sky was pitch black. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Suddenly, a wooden coffin rose from the Scarlet Sea. Pa! The coffin door landed on the water, and the scarred man from the dark church walked out with a hazy expression. He looked around and muttered, "I finally arrived at the deep-sea battlefield." This scarred man had been paying close attention to Xiao Chen. He wanted to make a move the moment Xiao Chen left the city, and obtain the major fiend essence core as soon as possible. However, Xiao Chen had been with by Li Shi the entire time. If the two worked together, the scarred man was not confident of victory. So he could only wait for an opportunity to make a move. This wait lasted until now. The Divine Dragon Palace hated demons very much, so the scarred man had put in a lot of effort to get here. However, at this moment, the scarred man felt more relaxed. I am really going to die. Unexpectedly, I came to the deep-sea battlefield. Now that I am here, even if the two of you work together, I can easily defeat you. The scarred man looked around and verified his position. Then, he returned to the wooden coffin. The coffin lid closed automatically, and the wooden coffin slowly sank into the Scarlet Sea. At this moment, Xiao Chen was bitterly testing out the strength of the remaining demons. He did not know that an unknown strong enemy was targeting him. A middle-ranked ghost race corpse lay quietly on the calm Scarlet Sea. Like humans, the ghost race walked on 4 legs. However, its head was that of a monster. Xiao Chen could not describe what it looked like. It was similar to the evil spirits in the Buddhist underworld of his previous life. However, it was not as malevolent. Xiao Chen was alone. It was no longer as convenient to move around. The demons moved in groups. There were at least 2 of them. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was very familiar with the life bestowal spell now. It was not difficult to use it to lure the other party away. However, it still took much longer than before. The ghost race has the word ghost in their name. However, their strength is not due to their strangeness. Instead, they use their mental energy to create illusions to deal with their enemies. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was incredibly strong. He did not feel much about illusions of this level. He focused his gaze and shot it out, easily breaking the other party's illusions like a saber. There are still 3 more types of demons to check. After I check them all out, it will be time to go to the inner area. Xiao Chen looked away from the ghost race corpse as he muttered to himself. In terms of individual strength, none of the demonic beasts in the outer area could last more than 10 moves against Xiao Chen. At best, they would only give him some trouble in numbers. Xiao Chen would not be able to achieve the purpose of this experiential training. There was no chance of experiencing the feeling of life and death. However, Xiao Chen was not so arrogant as to charge into the inner area. If he ran into some strange demons, he might not even know how he died. Hence, Xiao Chen needed to seriously understand the various strengths of the demons in the outer area, knowing himself as well as the enemy. At that time, when Xiao Chen entered the inner area and faced the mysterious demons, he would not panic. He would be able to face them calmly and would not die carelessly. There was no wind or rain in the Scarlet Sea. Sunlight could not shine down, either. This place was dark all year round. Berserk Dragon Fist. A dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's fist, and a huge force burst out. Xiao Chen directly hammered a low-ranked ice demon to death, severely injuring it. Xiao Chen spread out his fingers and formed a claw. A resonant dragon image resounded, and a realistic azure-colored dragon claw appeared from nowhere. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and tore another ice demon into 5 pieces. An invisible red light immediately appeared on the ice demon's corpse and flew into Xiao Chen's forehead. The severely injured ice demon on the surface of the sea crawled to its feet with a horrified expression. Then it quickly fled. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he watched the fleeing ice demon. He did not give chase immediately. Xiao Chen clenched his right hand tightly and circulated his vital qi to execute the second move of the Dragon Claw Fist, burning the heavens. He felt like his vital qi was burning. Xiao Chen's entire body felt incredibly hot. An azure-colored energy flowed from his dantian to the Chanzhong acupoint on his chest. Finally, it rushed out of the Bai Hui acupoint on his head and soared into the sky. The pitch-black clouds above his head suddenly began to churn. Waves of cyan energy began to burn in the clouds. It was as if the entire sky was on fire. Burning the heavens fist. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and punched. The burning clouds above quickly gathered and formed a dragon fist descending from the sky. Bang! The dragon fist instantly struck the fleeing ice demon, shattering it into countless pieces of ice and falling into the Scarlet Sea. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and stopped circulating his energy. The clouds above immediately returned to normal, becoming as dark as ink. What a horrifying punch! This punch actually relies on burning vital qi. The more vital qi I burn, the stronger it is. I wonder how strong it will be after I burn all my vital qi. While Xiao Chen was scouting out the strength of the demons, he also started practicing the Dragon Claw Fist. The Dragon Claw Fist had a total of 4 moves and 8 moves. Berserk Dragon, burning the heavens, breaking the armor, and seizing the heart. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation of the Firmament Body Tempering Art's 5th layer, he should be able to finish practicing it. Hence, he planned to finish practicing this fist technique before he entered the inner area. This would be a good foundation for his own experiential training. At that time, he would be even more confident. Ta! 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 Xiao Chen walked over to the ice demon's corpse. There were still 2 demon cores that he had not dug out. He could not waste them. The ice demons were even rarer than the ghost race. Furthermore, they were all low-ranked ice demons. Xiao Chen could not see any middle-ranked ice demons. The ice demons were made of white crystals and could naturally control ice-attributed spiritual energy. In this Scarlet Sea, there was an endless supply of water-attributed spiritual energy for the ice demons to use. Dealing with them was very troublesome. Even Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He could only lure over 2 ice demons at a time. If he lured over 1 more, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Xiao Chen placed the demon cores in the universe ring and muttered, "There are still 3 types of demons that I have not met. I will have to spend more time on them." The remaining 3 types of demons were the fire demons, iron demons, and eros demons. They were rather rare. Xiao Chen had only seen some of them from afar. Furthermore, they were very mobile. They were not easy to find. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiao Chen had to find them. Otherwise, if he went to the inner area alone and met higher-ranked demons, he would be in a passive position. Time passed, and 1 month passed just like that. The last 2 moves of the Dragon Claw Fist were breaking the armor and seizing the heart. Xiao Chen had already completely learned them. All that was left was to slowly perfect them in actual combat. As for the remaining 3 types of demons, Xiao Chen had not found any of them. This made him somewhat depressed. Every day, he could only hunt some other demons. However,